Mic check and all that. Mic check and all that. Hear ye. Realm. How's my level sounding? How we doing? What's going on out here? Seeing what people doing. Let's talk. Some shout outs right quick. The geeky nerd up in there. Soft Talk Sunday. No doubt. Zach Mullins, what's going on? Let me know how the levels is. Doing a little mic check and all that. Live Supremacy. What's going on, man? Cheryl Mack, the OG, what's good? Zach Riley, yeah. What's going on? What's going on? Sack Shop. Normal people, not, you know what I'm saying, regular people. Jago 6 in the building. What's going on? How we doing? We sounding good? Check, check. Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Scotty Z, let's go. Scott Z. Chicken Eye 210 from the 210. My man's Chicken Eye, let's go. Brick House Arsh, what's going on? Pop Nop, I see you. Darth Revan, what's going on? Yeah, man, we got a show for y'all today. You know what I'm saying? Oh, salute. $5 super chat, Nintendo on the Otaku. We got, I hope Lord Attic is doing okay and want him to let him know that we always here for him. Yo, for real. I just got off the phone with Attic. Yeah, my brother going through it. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna give him a day off. You know what I'm saying? Let him get his mind right, man. He got a lot going on, man. That's my brother. Hope he's doing all right. He said he might just pop in to listen. You know what I'm saying? But I said, yo, get your mind right. Get your mind right. You need mental health as well. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for that. Nintendo on the Otaku. Send our brother some love. Yeah, you can beat it right now. We got a good show planned up. Solve is returned. I lose one Lord, gain another Lord. So lost Solve last week. You know what I'm saying? So Solve comes back this week. So it should be good. You know what I'm saying? We got the mayor, Ben Smith, in the building. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be L King is going to be pulling up. Oh, free R. Kelly in the building early. Okay. Brother, $5 in the chat. Brother King, I'm sorry. Halo Infinite, flop. Microsoft layoffs 343, dead. Redfall, flop. Game Pass, losing money. Activision deal, CMA rejected. Damn, we ain't got no good news messing with R. Kelly. R. Kelly out here, he putting fires out early. You know what I'm saying? We gonna talk about it. I'll let King deal with you later. Yo, make sure you fill up that cell phone, brother. Make sure, you know what I'm saying? Phone time. Anyway, Chris Jones, what's going on? That Michael Jordan, the LogNet in the building. Fix your face. Let people write what they want to write. Nah, it's all love, brother. You already know what's going on. It's going to be fun, man. I'm looking forward to talking to y'all. It feels like it's been a minute, even though it hasn't. And yeah, we're going to get the legendary Ben Smith up in here. Have some fun. Great topics. We're going to talk. We're going to talk to the people today. So, all right, y'all. We'll leave y'all with the wonderful bars of Dallas while we get the mayor, Ben Smith, LastStandMedia. Oh, Crystal MJ's in the building. You in the gym? You fixing up an article right now? Oh, okay. He cooking. No doubt. Good to see you, brother. All right, y'all. I'm gonna see y'all in a minute. Let me go get our amazing guest.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that
Fire.
This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's... Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do.
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep
super
that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young wolf, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine, it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Mic checking all that. So let's hear your glorious voice real quick.
Hello.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Smooth is back.
I'm back.
Smooth is back, no doubt. Mic check. Let's get the mayor real quick. Can I get a mic check for the mayor real quick?
Hello and greetings.
Yes, greetings and salutations. King, let's get a mic check right quick. None of that. Yo, mutiny. No doubt. Yo, King, we get a mic check right quick.
This is not going to be a soft talk Sunday.
Oh, he ready. All right.
Are you ready?
He ready. That's what I want to hear.
The colors just on you. A lot of you dudes out there is looking kind of shaky in the bush.
G-Unit soldiers. Okay.
Oh, man. Kool-Aid heart dude.
Oh, man, we got to stop. Hear ye. And we are live. And welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 303. Whoa, that's hard. That's hard. And it's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got Redfall reviews aftermath. PhilSpencer's kind of funny interview. PlayStation data on $70 games, and Sony shuts down PixelOpus to discuss us. He laughing. So we are going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose plethora of talents not only extend beyond his production of video game podcasts, but is only rivaled by his pure passion for technical game design, innovative game reviews, with hilarious sarcasm. Introducing the associate producer at LastStandMedia and LillymoGames, and the host of the Ben is Handsome YouTube and Twitch channels, the Lord of Sea of Thieves and Spoilercasts, legit former mayor of Butler, PA, with the most handsome phantom in the game, live from PA, and finally making his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Ben Smith. How we doing, sir?
What's up, gentlemen? How's it going? Happy to be here. Thank you very much. Appreciate it for the amazing intro, as always. Cog, you rock those intros.
Appreciate it.
You really do, man.
Appreciate it, man. We
Give you a lot of respect for that.
We got to get you hype up in the realm, man. You're a lord at what you do. You're a lord of production, a lord of spoiler cast and the things you do. What you been playing, man? Has anything other than Sea of Thieves been played?
Yeah, although I have been playing more Sea of Thieves than I had in like the last year. But no, this week I reviewed a Ravenlock, a little indie joint from Coco Cucumber.
Yes,
good game. Put a review out on that. I saw you guys had one up too. I just thought it was. I don't know how in depth you want to go, but I thought it was a fun little romp. It's not going to change your life, but if you're looking for like something fun for 6 hours, or you got some kids or nieces or nephews or whatever, and they're over, like it's a great game for an introductory like action RPG for sure. Yeah. So that's that was the majority of the last week for me, other than like, live service games that I played.
That certain live service game that you've been rocking.
Yeah. A couple other live service games too, but yeah.
No doubt, man. Salute to you. First of all, love this setup. As we talk to the pre-show, setup is glorious, King. I'm kind of feeling it, right? It's like kind of,
Yeah, got that real Xbox feel.
Oh, you like the color scheme. Oh, that's what this is.
We over here respect stats.
All right. Well, I'll just have to change
There
that.
you go. Put the blue on. Put that PlayStation blue on right quick.
You know what it was? You started off with instinct. That's it.
I did. No, that's what I specifically did. I said, if I got blue in here, all King's going to see is that PlayStation sign behind me. If I got green, he's going to see the Xbox sign. Right. So I gotta do the green,
That's what's up. So what's that in the upper? I'm nosy. What's that in the upper? What is it? Right or left? Look like an axe or something. What's
To his left. Yeah, to his left.
Up here?
Yeah. What's that?
What are you talking about? What is that? That's Thor's
see
axe
it.
right there. From
okay.
Okay.
I figured, but I was like, it's just to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, and that's the Seinfeld Lego set. I just had to put that up there too.
Feeling it.
I got Stormbreaker.
No doubt. And you already know we got the 4. Well, we don't have the 4, man. Again, send some love, King.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Send some love.
Okay. Sometimes I'm not allowed to send love in the round.
Ironically, send some love.
Nah, send some love to my brother Addict, man. Going through it, obviously, y'all know the details. If you check his Twitter post, he's going through a little relationship situation, and want to send our love to him, brother. That's not easy. And I spoke to him a couple times. He was going to try to pull through, but we both agreed, like, look, take as much time as you need. So he may be listening. He may be popping in the chat, but I'm hoping he's taking care of himself. And salute to my bro. He will be back whenever he's ready to be back. And we got him. We'll hold him down. And then, of course, we have returning. Lose one Lord, gain another. Our most technical gaming Lord. The solo gamer who lives for the single-player selfish experience. And also, the Nostradamus. The Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank. My man, PC Master Race and returning. Lord Sovereign, how we doing, sir?
I'm good, man. Very good. Happy to be back.
Good to have
I
you,
just want to say, I just want to say thank you, of course, to you guys, my brothers, for holding me down.
Yes, sir.
And thank everyone for the well wishes over the course of the week. Everybody who jumped into DMs and said, wish me and my family well. I appreciate that.
Joystick was in there.
No comment on that. No comment on that.
No, you did.
In there like swimwear.
I don't know if you went to. that message with it.
I didn't see that super chat. No, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. You know, I was talking to Cog and King about the fact that, you know, this situation with the passing of my uncle, it made me realize that, you know, when it comes to situations dealing with family in Puerto Rico, it's going to be me that deals with it, right? And it was kind of the first time that really hit me. But all in all, I have to say it was beautiful. Kind of the entire everything that happened around, you know, just putting him to rest was kind of beautiful, because it's a small town over there, and he's, you know, a very sort of devout Christian and very dedicated to the community and the church. And, you know, the day that we, you know, went to bury him, you know, you have the processional that goes from the funeral parlor to the cemetery. And it's cool because you see all the cars, you know, in the small town going through the town. You have the police escort, and literally people on the street, especially the older people, stop and to pay their respects in the street as it's going by, you know. And obviously many of those people know who it is that's being buried. So that makes it even more sort of special. And then, you know, my uncle was also like a very talented musician. So played the guitar and loved to sing. So when we got to the cemetery, he was sort of serenaded on the way to his tomb by you know, 3 guys from the church as well, singing some of his favorite songs. So again, it was a beautiful thing. It was a beautiful thing. So I was glad to, you know, to be there in representation of the family. So again, thank you guys. I appreciate all the well wishes.
As the head now you you know, that's the heaviest head of the firstborn.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Me
Absolutely.
and you've had that talk. You know what I mean? As far as when the responsibilities falls, it falls on us as that entity to kind of be the single point of contact for the entire family and representative, so to speak.
Exactly. Exactly.
Well, have you got a chance to play any? I figured you've been busy, bro. I mean,
so I played a little bit of stuff on Steam Deck while I was there, because I was, you know, the late nights, you know, get back from family stuff, and then, you know, all of my I stayed with my godparents and then with my in-laws for a day, and they, you know, they're in bed, you know, 9:30, 10 o'clock, they're in bed. So,
OG,
so I'm in the room trying to get a little bit of gaming in, just to sort of, you know, just detach my mind from everything. So I did that. And then upon coming back, threw on Redfall for a little bit, threw on Jedi, you know, Survivor for a little bit.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, man. So yeah, we'll talk about
because you on the PC. You had it dirty all the way around.
No, this is the good thing. This is the good thing about, I have to say, the 4090 coupled with like the i9, like it brute force past a lot of that stuff.
You see that flex,
no,
man?
but it brute force past a lot of that stuff.
The
like,
Lamborghini with the twin turbo.
Man, he said, "Thank God I spent
$7,000. You know, I wouldn't know how these console guys do this stuff.
Thank God $7,000 worth of frames came in to save me.
All 165 frames, I was able to get through.
Oh my God!
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I needed every bit of that.
Look at KSRT encouraging them. Speak on it, Sav. Speak on it. Look, you PC Master Race dudes. It's hilarious.
So yeah, and then funny on the PC, Redfall looked pretty nice, ran well.
Oh, it's quite interesting.
But crashed on me multiple times. Like, dude, word to the wise: don't pause the game for more than a minute. Because you will come back to a black screen and back to desktop you go.
No.
Multiple times.
I love that PC talk. Talk that PC talk, man.
So what's your bill?
Yeah, so that we'll talk more in depth about that. What else? Oh yeah, and so in other news, my TV conked out.
Oh no!
In a year that I absolutely did not want to purchase a new television.
Which one? Not the plasma. You got rid of that, right?
No, I never upgraded. I still have my KS8000, my Samsung KS8000.
Yeah, I gave that TV to Attic. I gave that TV.
So this is the thing, right?
Attic was running down my home and held me down.
Now, mind you, the KS8000 was still holding it down, and it didn't have any, you know, 120 FPS into that. But the KS8000, when it came out in 2016,
it was that TV.
State of the art, top of the line. So it was still holding it down color wise. It was a fantastic TV. And I'm like, I gotta hold my head. I just spent all this money on this PC. I just made this trip.
Paris in addition, the chat. You gonna look at the TCL? You gonna look at the TCL?
Oh no, TCL. Sorry,
shout out Paris Lily to check.
The purchase has already been made. So I said, you know what?
LG.
I'm not going. No. I'm not going to buy the interim TV, right? Because I'm going to be mad at myself that I spent, let me spend $1,000 just for something that I don't really want, right? So I bit the bullet.
What you doing?
It's 65-inch S95C Samsung.
Oh, you did that.
Man,
Welcome back.
man. So I'm having it. I don't have the time to sit down with my Spears and Munsell and calibrate.
You're annoying with your video file settings. Like so Ben, he's like you. With audio.
I mean, yeah, when he's talking about, I don't know, man. I don't know. You got that $7,000 rig over there. You got a crazy new TV. I'm sitting over here with my 30 series card, wondering why Redfall won't go above 25 frames. I don't know what
you got to put the extra 4,000.
It's that extra 5,000 that gets you over the finish line.
I don't know, man.
Man. So there'll be no more purchases for me the rest of the year. That is for sure. So, like I said, I went ahead and just got the 65-inch. In addition to that, I didn't want to be bothered with sitting there trying to calibrate it. So I paid for the professional calibration. So it'll be, I'll have it in about 10 days. I got it.
I remember.
No, not Geek Squad.
King, remember this? King,
I remember when me and Rick was paying to get our joints professionally calibrated, and Saul was like, "Oh man, you gonna spend $500 on that?" I'm like, "Yo," because the dude come over and it look movie quality. He said, "I can do this."
I never, King. I never said that. I gotta say this. Like, this is old school ILP. You used to annoy me, so I go for it because, like, what I used to hate him. He's such a video file and perfectionist with it, Ben, that like me and King would be in awe of the soap opera movie effect. But we used to call it what? No. We used to call it real life in the box. Remember?
Real life in the box.
We used to be like, yo, this looks crazy. And Saul would come over with the discuss. This is not accurate representation of the thing. And he'd be like, you got to change and take this. I used to be so mad when he come over.
Yo, Ben, it's so funny. So we go to King's house when he just got the 3D TV, right? Yeah. 3D TV had bought like 8 pairs of 3D glasses for the family. And I go in, I'm excited to see it, right? And Cog is as well. So we go upstairs and he puts on Aeon Flux with Charlize Theron because the colors really pop, the blacks really pop. So he has it in soap opera mode, right? And I'm looking at it, and he's in awe. He's like, "Oh my god!" And then throwing the glasses, the 3D is insane.
I feel like
and
I'm there.
And then, right, I feel like I'm there. Like Charlize is in my living room, and Cog is the same way. Woo! So I'm like, "Oh yeah, man, yeah, this is
and
awesome."
He's over there with the face.
So we leave because again, I'm not gonna disrespect. I'm going to my man's house. He just spent all this money on this TV. I'm not gonna disrespect. And so I get outside, and Cog is like, "What do you think?" And I'm like, "It's not supposed to look that way." I'm like, I was holding it back, so disgusted at what I saw.
Disgusted.
So that has always been my energy. I just ever since I paid. The first, it's funny because I was the one that got shamed for having the cheap TV, right?
Shout out to that high sense,
right? So once it took one time. It took one time for me to be shamed, and then after that, I was like, I'm getting the best TV out of anybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
That day we was relentless on you.
Yo, no, they killed me. They killed me that day. So so I went ahead and did this. I'm excited but pissed at the same time. But I think I would have been more angry with myself if I got something just to sort of, just to kind of, exactly.
Don't come from Paris Lily, did you?
Anything that you can get next to the popcorn.
That is it, sir. Happy to be back.
Good to have you back, man. We missed you. And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the XS Gamer.
Ooh.
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience, and is the leader of the Fraud Alert movement.
Ooh.
Beloved Lord King. How we doing?
Well, happy Cinco de Mayo for everybody. Past Cinco de Mayo for everybody.
Cinco de Draco.
Canelo, my man.
Oh, he fought?
Yeah, he fought yesterday. You didn't see me do a combat talk. It was the zone crap.
Oh no!
Right. We banned in the zone. We don't combat.
I'm not supporting the zone. They put on the crap shows, and it's not worth your money, your viewing time.
We boycott. I forgot. My bad.
Yeah, Quenio told me don't even talk about it today.
Wow! Shout out to Requenio.
Yeah, it was just it's disheartening because next week or the week after we have Devin Haney versus Lomachenko. We just had Tank versus Garcia. You know, we're having great fights going through, and this guy continues to duck and fight these whack dudes that John Ryder did not need to be in the ring with you yesterday, and it's evident that you went 12 rounds with this dude, man. Like you gonna mess around and lose to a Nifnar guy and have to go. But you did. You fought Bivol. And Bivol beat you and made every excuse in the world. Yeah, see, nobody knows who Bivol is.
I don't even know. I felt like a character.
Yeah, like he's the fifth Bell Biv DeVoe, the fourth Bell Biv DeVoe.
The Belgian Bivol.
That girl is Bell Biv DeVoe. Bivol.
Yeah. Okay, so let's throw that in the bushes. This whole week been crazy. Like my timeline been blowing up. I thought my dog, did something good. Obviously, we're gonna address that later. It's just a lot of frauds, and I'm gonna tell you, this light is gonna shine like
fraud light coming back.
Yeah.
We gotta address some things.
Yeah, this is like Green Lantern's ring. Green Lantern's might.
Oh man!
Evil run.
Brightest day and blackest night.
Yeah. No criminal.
No snitch escape my life.
I can't. These dudes repping snitches talking out. They don't know real dudes in the room. That's why I know you dudes. You don't know a real dude in the room.
Oh man, not the snitch talk.
I get to y'all later.
Okay.
This ain't about that.
Okay.
Games I've been playing.
What you been rocking, man?
Well, I ain't got a $7,000 rig. But I was playing Jedi Survivor 2.
I get no problems, right? No problems.
None, babe. Yo, my rig cost 500. 500. Shout out to Xbox for doing it big for me, man. The kid was having fun. I have this thing called Quick Resume, so I just jump right back into
you have this thing? I can't.
I heard all the slander last week. I was like, King gets extra slander, so I'm not here to defend.
Oh,
right?
Yeah, he was going hard on PC.
Oh, man, it's dope. Yo, but you know what's even doper? Yeah. I put in Redfall, probably had a couple of crashes. It ain't a good game, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay.
But at the same time, I ain't spent $7,000.
Oh, we not doing we not doing that.
What it do, baby boo. Xbox, love your consoles. We love you. $500 is a good price tag. You see these PC dudes? They be talking about Master Race. No, don't fall for it.
Yeah, we getting the short end of the stick lately.
Yeah, lately the PC ports have been a little crazy.
Brother, Jesus.
Yeah. Like you should be. You're trying to circumvent the system.
Don't get mad because your glasses don't go past 30 FPS. That's all right.
Listen. We have no problem with this, but $7,000. I don't need the extra frame.
Sunglasses capped at 30. I got it.
I'll take that. How was that Last of Us for y'all?
I played it on PS5. I'm good.
Oh, you selected with it. Oh, you selected with it.
That's right.
Anyway,
right, so I was playing Fortnite.
Yes,
so,
sir.
May 4th came up, and they had all the Star Wars stuff there. So right now you got a little bit of Titanfall still there, and then you have Star Wars. You had Anakin that's available, Padme, but they have this little extra season pass. It's like a season pass plus. You pay 1,000 V-bucks for it. It's probably like $3, and I get Darth Maul.
Oh,
you got to do all these quests. So across the world, Darth Maul, not Darth Maul, Anakin will pop up. Darth Maul will pop up.
Okay.
Like holograms and Obi-Wan Kenobi, and you can go talk to them, and they can teach you ways of the Force. So you go inside this dimension. You're supposed to be either Jedi or Sith when you come out.
Jesus.
It's so much fun that they can just drop in little stuff like that, and then you can show your fandom by running around with the characters on, May 4th. It was so many people running around with Star Wars characters. That was fun.
Dope.
I'm playing Loop Hero. Okay. I'm strangely addicted to this wild game.
Me too.
Loop Hero's amazing, man.
Yo, Ben, it is the ugliest game in the world, but the most addictive, beautiful game at the same time. Absolutely nuts. It's one of those, for me, I would have never paid for it, ever. I don't care what recommendation it was. But then there's something in Game Pass that I went in there and I was like, okay, people was talking about it. Let me see what it's about. Everything is cracked up to be. So I was playing that.
I reviewed that back in the day, and I didn't review it. I just captured footage for it, and I captured some footage, and I was like, "Wow, this." I mean, I don't know he's going to review this, but why would anybody ever play this game? And then the other day, I just was like vibing at night, just not ready to go to bed, but still wanted to do something. Was watching a Twitch stream or something. I pulled it up, and I was like, I am never stopping playing this game ever.
Yo, did you get caught up with that one more loop?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Always.
Absolutely.
Just one more loop. One more loop. It's the most addictive game going right now. But that's about it. That's what I'm playing right now. I really didn't have a chance to play a lot of stuff today. Oh, saw Guardians of the Galaxy yesterday.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we saw that as well.
R&R with the Lords Tuesday at 5 p.m. Well, 4:30 because we have a new time. New time is at 4:30.
Okay.
This is the best Marvel movie in years. Not just Phase 4. Well, it's way better than anything that Phase 4 ever thought about bringing up. If you were waiting for Marvel to show up, forget that Ant-Man and all that other crap that came out before that. This is the movie. James Gunn left on a high note. He left the series. The series actually is probably the best series from the first one to the third one that Marvel has.
Okay.
It's probably the best.
You can make that argument.
You can look at some of the series and like Iron Man or Thor. You didn't like Thor: Dark World, or some dudes didn't like Love and Thunder or whatever. It is always a point of contention with one movie out of trilogy.
You can make that argument. I mean, Cap got something to say because technically, isn't Civil War part of
that
Cap?
first movie is trash.
Yeah, I'm with you there. But Winter Soldier was.
Yeah, Winter Soldier. But that's what I'm talking about.
But I see what you saying. Like they got that one whack where it's Guardians consistent.
Right.
I see what you're saying.
Was consistent and. The only thing I can say that is truly consistent with it, besides the actors, is the director, and it just gives me hope, knowing that he's going over to the WB, and with what he did with a franchise that nobody cared about, nobody knew anything about Guardians of the Galaxy, and everybody that now I love Groot. And I'm a Rocket Raccoon. I knew it.
They frauded. The law frauds.
Please, this movie has so many references to your childhood and everything and beyond. It is something that you need to go see. It's very good movie. I recommend.
No doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the rum of the ILP, not telling what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Play. Shout out to Finding Duke. Had a good one, little Redfall therapy session. I'll go check that out.
Yeah, I haven't listened yet. I need to listen.
Shout out to Ben for editing that one. A lot of thoughts, a lot of emotion. You know what I'm saying? But we good. We got through it. And then shout out to my man Ty Guy Travis. Shout out to Ebontis. The last word. We have my man Mano Destro up in there talking about Guardian games, everything that's going on with Destiny right now. Seasonal update, the new season that's coming. A lot of exciting changes as far as gaming for me. Jedi Survivor a little bit, but I had to do a lot of travel this week. So shout out to CD Projekt Red. I want to give them their flowers because I was, as King and Sav knows, for me, I had a friend of mine had to do like a procedure. So I was like, all right, let me go up and drive up to Connecticut. So I'm not going to be able to game on the console. So basically, I started Cyberpunk. I was playing a little bit on Series X. Played that, and then boom, cloud save, right? Which CD Projekt Red has. Then from there, I get to my man's, like, he ain't got no, what you call console. So I bought the laptop. I had the 3070 joint. Boom. Continue. Cloud save, right? Boom. Then got to go to the hospital. All right, we got to take you in the morning. What you appointment. They're going to put you on. I'm going to be in the waiting room. Got the Steam Deck. Fired up. Cloud save. I'm like, this is what I'm talking about. Like this, I just want everyone to get to this point. And it seems like CD Projekt Red has kind of set off the movement with that. And I just love the idea of just continuing it on these 3 different platforms. And everything was there. My data was there. I'm doing my things. So I've been rocking that. And then I did a little bit of Destiny Guardian games. But that's pretty much it for me. But Saul, you want to get the super chest now? Because we got some...
Yeah, we got some funny ones coming in
there.
Things
I got to take care of.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and also, I completely forgot. Shout out to everybody over in the Shop podcast. I was with them last night. I almost forgot that I was going to be on. I came back from the movies. I was like, oh, what am I going to have for dinner? And I'm like, and then I see the pop up, and I'm like, oh no! shout out to Blam. Shout out to Pong. Shout out to Fuzzy, and then Retri from Game Pass Daily was there. It was a cool time, to hang out with my bros.
Salute.
That is is my first podcast appearance outside of ILP. That was the first podcast that invited me. Yeah, it was.
How many years has it been?
Oh no, it's been a couple of years. But that was the first podcast that invited me on after I joined ILP. So it was good to come back for the 301st episode. Yeah. The fact that they've been around so long. So yeah, shout out to my bros over there. It was a good time.
No doubt.
Yeah, let's get into these super chats.
Super chat.
It's so funny. Somebody in the chat was like, Sob's back. The super chat's going to be good this week.
Yeah. Last week, so what?
Shout out to y'all. So I love you. I appreciate y'all holding it down. I appreciate it.
Everybody had a role, man. Don't bother us, man. Our brother wasn't here. We did the best we
could.
All right. We got Robert Kellett. $2 super chat. Gonna melt that Xbox chain, King?
Damn, we gotta melt it down.
We gotta melt it down.
Oh man.
Put what? Yeah.
He's not even gonna answer.
He's not even gonna deal with you.
I will melt it down for a snitch whistle for you.
Wow. Then we have a whoa.
What we have?
Huckleberry Finn.
Whoa.
$5 super chat.
Whoa.
First time listener. My wife's boyfriend recommended the show to me, so I know it's going to be good. He has excellent taste. Shout out to Huckleberry Finn.
Yo! What is going on?
Aptly named, sir. I appreciate
that.
That was
different.
Was a very good super chat.
Yeah, that was creative. That was creative.
Yeah, woo. Wow.
All right.
Yeah, welcome back, Sob.
Shout out.
Robert Kelly, once again, $2 super chat. Sob struggling with troubleshoot gaming. No, not me, like I said. The beast powered through. The only game that actually struggles with is Spider-Man for some reason.
He used 80% of his CPU power.
I ain't gonna lie. Then we have Marvin Ginyard, $2 super chat. This week, saving the Midwestern Albion humpback.
which rare, when we hit the like button, which rare animal are we saving, King?
I guess it's the Midwestern Albion humpback.
I want to go with the Siberian Bandicoot.
I can't.
It's very endangered, please send your love to Siberia.
I can't.
Then we have Mexican Zoidberg, member for 2 years, $20 super chat. The Xenoblade 3 DLC is the highest rated game on Metacritic this year. That's not a remake. Fire Emblem and Advance Wars was Fire 2, and Game of the Year comes out this week. Nintendo mopping all y'all fools with the Tegra X1 chip. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. I mean, it's
crazy.
We'll see. Then we got Mexican Zoidberg once again, member for 27 months, so more than 2 years. Lord Bronze. Put respect on Lord Shiggy. Hashtag real market leader. Hashtag Switch gang outside. Hashtag Switch coming in hot.
They back. I love when they show up. And they show up every 3 years when they drop a game.
When they drop a Zelda or Mario. Then we have Forza Legend, member for 40 months, Lord Bronze. Sob, that S95C is the truth on God. Yes, I know. Also, shout out to all the real Xbox dudes staying true and don't buck up under pressure. Keep it Xbox King salute.
Okay.
I got you, my guy. Don't you worry. Don't you worry.
They bucking up?
Oh, man. I seen a lot of dudes acting real strange in these days. and if you wonder why I no longer follow you.
Oh, man. We are following dudes because of a piggy?
There was some unfollows this week?
I'm unfollowing you when you go at the captain, bruh.
Oh, we will talk.
Sorry.
We will
so
talk.
what? I pick a side in the war, and you understand what side I'm on.
The war. I can't.
We at war, people. and as a 5-star general, 3 stripes, ain't no way in hell am I gonna back down. I got you guys later, though.
I can't wait. Continue.
And we have Zip Davis, $5 super chat.
Yeah.
Knicks lost, and I don't feel too good myself. But I still got a big... Yeah. But I still got a big ooh-wee in me for the Lord's Day.
Oh, salute. Ooh-wee. Let's go.
Mr. Meeseeks, look at me.
Then we got Cedric H, member for 34 months, Lord Silver. Thank you, brother. We have Project Aries, new member, $5 super chat. The ops are coming for Lord King's crown. Protect your neck. I'm only a messenger. Games don't matter. Hashtag Game Pass. Hashtag PhilSpencer. Hashtag Xbox.
Hashtag I don't know how to comprehend. Hashtag I don't know how to listen. Hashtag I have an agenda.
Damn. Save your bars. Save your bars, please.
Bro.
I'm gonna tell you right now. I spin
It's like
the
he
block.
had that memorized.
Yeah,
bro.
it's like he was too quick with that. He was
He's
too
ready
quick.
for it.
I
Continue.
spin the block. No ops get this. Stop it. Teflon Don. you see?
Robert
Continue.
Kill It once again, $2 super chat. King frauding on Jedi and Midfall working well. No, he didn't fraud on Jedi.
No, he gave it
his love.
He said I'm frauding. You playing on a PlayStation 5? I heard about you.
Oh man.
I heard about you. Just because your stuff is acting up over there don't mean our stuff is acting up over there. Hey, do me a favor.
Okay.
Go try to quick resume.
Messy. Moving on.
Nintendo the Otaku, $5
Yes.
super chat. 30, 60, 120, 165. None of that matters because we will all be playing Tears of the Kingdom at 25 FPS the way God intended.
He said the way God intended. Yo, shout out. That was good. That was good. Shout out to the dot. Switch coming in hot.
He ain't wrong. He's not wrong.
Switch coming in hot. No doubt.
Then we have Zip Davis once again. $5 super chat. King, should PlayStation and Xbox fans do a big BBQ as a peace offering, or are we going to war?
We be the only people bringing in the food and stuff. PlayStation gonna sit there and mooch. You know they broke. That's why they got that console for $100 less. Come on, man, stop acting up. They gonna mooch.
Oh my God.
He too much today. He too much.
You
Continue.
guys, all right, hold on a second, because we got a couple of.
Got your former mascot.
Zip,
Don't play with
okay.
Why you saying it like it's a hostage situation?
Yeah.
What happened to what Parappa do? Yeah. Can I see that? Can you explain what that just was?
If you want your if you want your favorite rapper back,
Damn.
say, approve the deal.
Oh, it's like that. It's like that. Okay, I see what you're doing.
Y'all want to snitch? We gonna snatch y'all up in the streets.
Damn, got the homie hostage. All right.
There we have TSWS Gaming, member for 1 month, Lord Gold. Happy Lord's Day, y'all. Stay blessed. Raven Lock is dope. Yeah, it looks pretty, man. I'm gonna try that game out, definitely.
Wasn't it from the people that did that other RPG that was on Xbox?
I don't know what they made before.
Echo
No.
Generations.
Yeah.
Oh, was it them? Okay.
Yeah, shout
Yeah,
out
Echo
to Mahmood in
Generation.
the building.
Incredible. I love that game.
And we have Boonty, member for 21 months, Lord Browns. Enough respect, ILP Cog. Thanks for inviting me and my friends to the D Clan. Hold up, let's elaborate on that D.
Destiny. Don't you do that. Don't time us out. Don't you do that. Your song did me dirty.
We need to elaborate on what that D is, sir.
Don't.
Hey. Back to you,
Back to you, son. Clean that up. Clean that up.
Expound on the D.
I ain't inviting dudes to the D Clan.
Get him.
Shout out, man. Yo, don't do me like that, chat. Yo, it's a different color.
I'm back.
This is not IOP After Dark. Yo, that was wild. Good
Then
thing.
we have Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat.
Followed
It ain't
up.
looking so good for following up. Perfect
follow up.
It ain't looking so good for Xbox. We all know Starfield gonna be a flop too. King.
Oh.
I heard
Just be a
you,
Nintendo
Rollo.
guy now. At least they putting out something.
I heard you, Rollo, co-defendant, snitching and stuff.
Oh,
I heard you
but
want to get out early too, Kel.
I can't. Continue.
That joke last week about Kel's favorite color being yellow was good. That was
fire.
Fire.
That was fire. Continue.
Then we have Max Arthy with the £5 super chat. Please install the latest drivers to see this super chat.
lot of show me your bill PC Master Race slander today. I see what's going on.
Free R. Kelly, $2 super chat. Nah, Saab, you got to read my first chat. What was the first chat? I just read one. Is there another one before this one?
All right, hopefully.
I don't know if I missed that.
He super chat just say that instead of
You know, Kel's time is limited behind the walls.
yeah.
All right, Kels, if I miss one, please just put it as a regular chat and I'll read it because I.
Oh, somebody back for some.
So here we go. And we got Tyson Lewis, $20 super chat. Top of the day to y'all. King Haney versus Lomachenko and Wilder versus Joshua. Who y'all got? And no worries, Phil still Maximus, just missing the Meridius.
Okay, we don't do that. But okay, so respect on your name. I'm gonna do something controversial here. I think Devin Haney will beat Lomachenko, but if it goes to decision, they're gonna give Lomachenko the fight. And y'all can say that's gonna be a robbery. Wilder versus Joshua. Wilder's gonna KO him in 1 round.
Oh, they fighting actually?
They're supposed to fight in December.
Oh, okay.
Whenever Wilder touches his forehead, it's over.
It's over. Okay.
Yeah, that's sad, but it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have KindaFunnyXcast, $5 super chat. Salute, Lords. Anyone pre-ordering the ROG Ally this week? Probably Cog.
Yeah, Cog and the ROG.
I gotta save my
the ROG Ally.
Nah. Phil Dominance called it the ROG. He's on the right
ROG.
side of
That's
history.
right.
He's on the right
That's
side of
right.
history.
Oh,
Cog
I
and
noticed
ROG.
that, huh?
Yes,
They
yes.
noticed
He saw the
that.
shelf. He saw the shelf. He
The
know what's
shelf
going
was
on.
right there. I was like, wait a minute, that's not a switch.
Yeah, he was name dropping a lot of stuff too.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Game of the Year coming out this Friday. Tears of the Kingdom. Break out your Switch or your PC emulator. Yeah, I saw a lot of
That's
pics
what's up.
out there, and Reggie out in the streets regulating.
People finished the game already.
It's
crazy.
They didn't get a code for Nintendo.
I don't support that. I support, after you purchase the game, if you want to go
Do whatever you want,
later
yeah.
on as a backup thing, that's what I support.
I
know I changed.
Wow. No. I'm just
chats.
reading. I'm
Let's
reading
go.
the super chat.
Let's go.
Let's play with each other's joysticks. $5 super chat. Hey, Sav Boo Boo. Glad to see you're back. I enjoyed Redfall because there was a lot of sucking and slurping.
Wow.
Maybe we can couch co-op, Sav. I think not, but I appreciate your donation nonetheless. Thank you.
So you're not gonna bite back? You're not gonna bite back with Redfall?
I deserve that one. I deserve that.
Wow, sucking and slurping. Wow, that's different.
Kells any day.
Any day, bro. Any day.
Play with your joystick.
Can I be in the D clan, please?
He's in the D clan. Continue.
Then we have Card Artistic, $20 super chat. Trying to super chat before Redfall topic. I agree with the reviews. It is broken, but full disclosure, I gave it a chance and it actually grew on me. It got fun. My wife was engaged watching me play. She said it looked really fun.
Like fungus.
Maybe once you get later in the game, like stuff actually happens.
Yeah.
I don't know. We gotta
Messy.
get there.
Messy.
And we have Hector the Macho Man, $2 super chat. King, give me the word and I'll grab Sackboy.
God, they put hits out on all the mascots.
All the mascots.
All the
gotta
Sony
go.
mascots are getting it.
You said you caught Sackboy on 5th and 3rd? Hey, I throw him in the trunk, man. Bring him around back.
I can't.
We snatching up all icons. Kratos, you next.
I can't. Continue.
That's it. We're caught
All
up.
right, cool. Now I know we got one more bit of business, so for Lord Banner's been a bit patient. But yeah, it is that time of the month, that LogNet, that lordsofgaming.net time of the month. We here at LogNet are very proud of the tremendous talent that we have put together. Shout out to the entire team. We are out here breaking records, y'all. Personal records, personal milestones, the opinion pieces, the walkthroughs, the guides, the reviews have all been huge. Congrats to the team, you know what I'm saying? And just really quickly, just wanted to address something before I get into the award, is that, we at LogNet do not like suppressing opinion. And as long as the opinion is backed by claims and provided, the proper sourcing, we're fine. So I just want to be clear that, again, the opinions of one do not reflect the opinions of all. And let's be respectful. So that's the other thing. Because I know some things happened this weekend. People might have been upset, but we support it. At the end of the day, we're all different voices. And one thing we're not going to do is stifle voices. So I just wanted to be.
Why they at me like King?
Yeah, King,
your boy.
Get him, get your man. I'm like, bro, it's a website. It's a ton of us. All of us, all are opinionated. We all have different, perspectives on things, and that's the beauty of LogNet, to not silence that. But just wanted to address that. But now it's time for that Scribe of the month, man. One particular scribe that went above and beyond last month, and always takes us on these unique comic adventures, always consistent with the wiki adventure articles. They're absolutely hilarious. Shout out to, I still like the Plastic Man, and the Iceman one is lit. Shout out to Iceman. But the Plastic Man, what I really like. And then also contributed a fantastic Sherlock Holmes Awakened review. So proudly want to present the Scribe of the Month, Lord Dizzy Scribe of the Month, to my man, Lord David Shallart, and of Lord Fromage. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. Please correct me. Fromage. Give me the correct pronunciation, sir.
Yes, fromage. Absolutely.
Fromage, no doubt.
You got to roll that R.
All right, got to roll that R.
It's not mandatory, but it's always nice.
Congratulations, brother. Speech, man. You killing it.
Oh, okay. Well, so putting the thing about controversial opinions right before mine, I think is really appropriate. I've really made some enemies out there with my takes on Taserface. So,
Wow.
But I think really, if you think about it, just remember, kick, punch, it's all in the mind.
Yes. All in the mind, sir. Nah, you killing, man. Love what you love it. That's hilarious. That was hilarious. I didn't catch that. You didn't catch. He dropped the subliminal. That was ill. Salute, man. Nah, salute.
PlayStation fans didn't understand it.
Yeah. Yo, don't do that. I'm bad today. Nah, salute to you, brother. We love the flavor that you bring to the site. You're absolutely hilarious. Your humor, your writing style. Keep up the good work. Make sure you hit solve up for any rewards on the LogNet. And we'll take care of you, brother. But again,
yeah. Well, we'll see.
We'll see.
He hasn't gotten his last one.
Oh, we're still waiting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, Teespring, man, what's going on,
Yeah,
bro?
listen, man. We're gonna have to send the goons over there.
we gotta
Well, I can tell them what to order and it get there faster.
Yeah, there's certain things that they have on deck already.
Yeah. Order, don't buck up on me.
All your merch.
Yeah. My stuff, I got Calvin working over there, so when my stuff come through, they need the King stuff. Send that out right now.
Shout out to Lord Fromage, killing it. LordsOfGaming.net, Scribe of the Month. Salute, sir. Thank you so much for your time. You're absolutely killing it.
Thanks so much.
No doubt. And then also, we got that secondary award. You know what I mean? Shout out to my brother, Lord Dizzy, rest in peace. Who, again, from the editorial, the real behind the scenes, the nurturers of talent, people that put in that work. And this guy, he continues to amaze me. Just that calming hand, that sage wisdom, you know what I'm saying, behind the scene. And pretty much a father figure to all of the writers that come on and onboarding. But he's also an exceptional writer himself, man. Really kills it. I love his Stray Likes reviews. He amazingly covered my ROG Ally in all its glory. Had the images looking right, everything looking crispy right now for the Steam Deck killer. But I'll be a messy. But now salute to him, man. He's breaking news. There's really no style of article he can't do. So I want to proudly present the Lord Dizzy Scribe, the Lord Editor of the Month, my man Mahmood. What's going on, brother?
Appreciate it, Cog. Yeah, it's been a great ride for all these years, man. I gotta say the last 24 hours are really special.
What's fun?
It's a new, it was. It's pretty spicy, but it's a good learning experience, and hopefully it gets a lot of good exposure for LogNet. And of course, if anyone wants to join LogNet, hit us up on the application, and we'll get you sorted.
Yeah, shout out to him. Go hit my man's up. He gonna set you up right. You know what I'm saying? Live from the rain in the building. But nah, brother, appreciate your work as always. The consistency, everything's great. And you're gonna be coming back, right? You hanging? What we doing?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. We got some steaks and things like that.
Yeah, we got some steaks and bite backs. And Sav got sucking and slurping to do. But we will be back. Whoa! Hey, I'm just repeating what the fans say.
Ben ain't come all the way over here for that, man. Come on, man.
I'm all for it, just for the record.
Why do I have to be doing the second?
I'm just saying I'm just saying what the fan base said. But anyway,
right, let's move on.
Anyway, we got to get into this right quick. You know what I'm saying? What's been, again, salute the Lord, Ben, for being patient. You know what I'm saying?
No worries.
And everything, because we had to take care of the bills. But now that we finished with the Lord's plan and the business, we got to switch our focus to Lord Ben Smith, his video game system history, his journey into content creation and podcast production, and of course, what led him to joining the amazing LastStandMedia and also being an associate producer at LillymoGames. So, Lord Ben, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
I think the first system I ever played was the NES. My dad had it probably when he was, my parents were pretty young when I was born, so he had it like in high school, and it stuck around, and I played it. One of my earliest memories is playing Super Mario. I can't remember which one for sure, but I was like I know I was like carrying around a sippy cup at like 3 years old, playing with my cousin Brad, and that's probably one of my earliest memories. But yeah, going up through, I had a Super Nintendo eventually, had a definitely had the original PlayStation.
Okay.
Got that for Christmas one year. Had the original Xbox. I mean, honestly, at some point in the life cycles, I think I've had every system, every like major console except for the Wii U.
Okay.
Never had a Wii U. But yeah, I pretty much. I mean, I've been playing games since like literally I can remember, and have played pretty much every system. The Dreamcast is one I got, but not till like after it was already sunsetted.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got that like a couple years later, but before everybody pretended like they liked it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was like a hand-me-down kind of thing.
The hand-me-down, Jay. So what?
I've just been playing on every system, that I could get my hands on since I had hands.
I guess the question for me, usually me and King asks, is like, usually most of us are kind of like introduced to consoles or systems from someone else, but like, what was like the one that you kind of bought with like your own money that was like you felt was like yours?
Yeah, I think so. Technically, I think the Super Nintendo was the first console I bought that was mine, but I was really young when the Super Nintendo came out. So I don't know where I got that money or if I actually paid for it or not.
You don't know how you acquired said funds.
Exactly. That's the first one I remember. Like
we don't got a
Winona
Ryder situation in here, do we?
But like purchasing. But I don't know. I'd probably say the Xbox was the first one I ever definitely paid for with like money I earned that I know for sure.
King perfed up real quick.
Original Xbox.
Nah, I mean, listen. He does it innately. It's fine.
The background. Okay, I see you do.
I love it all.
Okay, no doubt. So you take it around with there, and then any standout games for you from the Xbox that you really gravitate up. Maybe I'm assuming Halo, but or something else.
Yeah. Oh, I definitely bought it for Halo. I mean, that's definitely the original for me. But I've always been somebody who, if there was a game out and I could afford it, I bought it. I don't do that anymore because I'm like I have a family now. That's right. But yeah, I've always just been somebody who plays everything that looks somewhat appealing to me that I can get my hands on. And I've always been, whatever console it's on. If I own the console, I'm gonna play it. If I really want to play it bad enough, I'm gonna buy the console if I don't already have it. So yeah, I've just always been somebody who wants to play games. It doesn't matter to me where they are, what they are. If it looks cool, I'm gonna give it a shot. Unless I hear it's trash, and then I might still try it.
You still much, no doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. So I guess I had a question. What about any of the obscure, what we consider like not the super mainstreams, but like the TurboGrafx, the 3DOs? Did any of those kind of sneak in, and also handhelds?
Yeah, no, the TurboGrafx and the 3DOs. I wasn't born when those came out.
Sorry, really, put my age out there.
No, I mean, I have old systems. Like I have an Atari, I have a TurboGrafx, but I got those at, I was like 25. They weren't like, things that I had as a kid or grew up with or anything. I've gotten into them, but admittedly, like one struggle for me has always been like going back and playing something old when there's something new to play. I've played games from like all generations since I've been aware of gaming, but to go back even further, I'm like, I want to pop this in as sad to say, almost like as a novelty for me, and then I'm gonna move on. It's not gonna be like my super pastime or anything. And sometimes I even find myself like having an issue, like, this game came out 6 months ago, but I have this brand new game. I'm probably not gonna play that game that came out 6 months ago, even though I really want to, because there's a new game.
I know the feeling. That backlog is crazy, and then it's kind of getting to that squirrel mentality, like, new hot thing. You know what I'm saying? Got to play. Now, salute to you, man. Kind of rocking and rolling with most of the major consoles, and then again, you just stayed consistent from every generation. I'm assuming, I'm saying Xbox 360, PS3. You just continued on, and then as far as I was going to ask you about Nintendo. As far as I know you said you didn't do the Wii U. You did the Wii? Yep. And I wanted to ask also about the N64. Any standouts there? Okay.
Yeah, I've actually still got my N64 plugged in. The kids rock it. I got a 7 and 9-year-old boys. They still rock it. And my kid's got like his Switch sitting right next to the 64, and about a third of the time he'll still go to the N64 over the Switch.
Really?
So like, I'm proud of that. fostering that, that love there. So
I love that.
but I'd say that probably the N64 is my favorite console. But when you ask me to quantify why that is, I'm like, look at the games, and I'm like, well, there's some good ones, but I think it's just nostalgia for that's like that. For me, that was like that developmental period. I played so many games with my friends, which you can get 4 of you on there.
Oh yeah, the built-in tat. Like I love that about 64.
Yeah,
for sure.
So I think that's probably like my favorite console of all time. But if I had to, if you're asking me to return to a console right now, I don't know if it'd be the 64 or not, just depending on the day. So yeah,
not fair. Not fair. King, any questions before we move on from the game talk?
No. He was very diverse. He didn't zero in on anything. And I would have asked him if he picked up the Xbox on launch, but I doubt that. So I think he built a library up and, got a library when he picked it up, like, Halo, whatever, was playing with his friends. So it's really not too much to go from there because he's had everything. Else after that. He didn't lock himself down to one ecosystem,
Yeah, I did pick up the Xbox at launch, but I didn't pick up the 360 at launch, not because I didn't want to, because I was a broke college student.
Shout out to the broke
when it came out. So
So you picked up the Xbox at launch. Did you try Halo before you brought it at one of the kiosks in the store?
No.
Oh, rip.
Word of mouth?
Just all my buddies were getting it. Like, that's why I got it. I mean, everybody else was getting it, and I was like, well, I gotta try it. And I had like income at the time, and I was like, well, I have income, but like, I don't have any bills, so I'm buying an Xbox. Obviously.
I love the priorities.
That's
back
right.
then.
Yeah.
I love that. Salute.
I got an extra $200.
I have $200. I have ramen in the cupboard.
We just go through a tough stretch these next couple months while I get this console.
I don't need to take the bus. I could jog.
No doubt. Salute. Let's have any game talk before we move on.
Yeah, no, I just love the fact that for a lot of us, it's not necessarily like the objective great console, although we realize it 360, PS2, whatever, but it is the ones that we have the best experiences with. Like if you look at the N64 for us, I mean, that's a huge deal because it was just wrestling all the time, right?
Yeah,
we had our experiences with our Marios and even like GoldenEye. We didn't play that much GoldenEye. We played some, but it was really the wrestling games for us. And that's just going to be a special moment. So for me personally, like I love the Sega Saturn, which is objectively a bad console, but my experience with it and how I engage with it makes it my favorite. So yeah, it's just the experiences. Like objectively, there's certain things that people consider to be great, but when it comes down to it, is what I remember about how I engage with those games, with those consoles.
No doubt.
Because you and I with the Saturn, we took it to the next level.
The next level. We were always, we were always at JNL, Penguin Village, Ram Card, exactly. Getting all the import games where Japan was lit for that Sega Saturn, but here, nah, it wasn't.
No, that's real talk, man. Love to see it. Diverse gaming history. So I want to switch gears a little bit, get into content creation with Lord Bannon as far as what inspires you to kind of embark on that journey. And then I need some handsome Phantom origin stories. I need that.
Yeah, so my original foray into content creation, as you so eloquently put it, I think I'm trying to remember the order of things here, but I think in 2009, my buddy and I were like, well, we should DJ. And then we just started hanging out all the time.
Wait, DJ Ben Smith on the ones and twos? Wait, DJ, you can't just gloss over that. I just break that down.
When I talk to people and I'm like, oh yeah, I did, when I was doing this, they're like, wait, hold up. You did what?
That's what I'm saying. You did what? With it. Go ahead.
All right. So what was your DJ name? The hell with this. What was your DJ name?
Our company name, which I didn't come up with, but I liked it, was Volongo Live. I wasn't like a DJ at clubs.
Okay.
I mean, we DJ'd at some clubs, but we were like we'll do high school dances. We'll do
local scene
as a group.
Right.
Yeah, we the local scene.
Right.
DJ K Finesse.
K Finesse. Let's go.
was it more like Ben? Was it more like you said you weren't an actual DJ, but were you in there scratching and mixing, records, or was it just going song to song,
Later on, I started actually mixing some beats and stuff.
Nice.
And I remember one night we were at this little hole in the wall dive bar with like a bunch of redneck drunk women, and I just started mixing multiple songs into each other. Like it was one of the first times after we'd been, because it was mostly like, oh, we play a high school dance and they want to hear, you know, whatever the top 40
Top 40
songs are.
choices.
We just hit the next button on iTunes and we got it. But we finally started getting some software and some actual real equipment. And I started mixing songs, you know, matching up BPMs and easing them in.
Blend? You had your blend tapes?
He had a blend mix.
And my buddy looks over at me and he goes, "What'd you just do?" Everybody started dancing. And I was like, "I'm just playing what feels right." And he's like, "Do it again." And I was like, "Okay." So yeah, we didn't do it for too long because we got into other stuff. And then we started doing a gaming podcast.
Okay.
Which then turned into a gaming website, which then turned into like, it wasn't that it was huge. It was just that in 2009, 2010, there were many less than there are now. So we felt huge in the space. And then that was around the time Minecraft came out. And we were, I don't want to say we were one of the first, but we were early in doing like the story progressions. Like we had Minecraft Mondays and we had all these, you know, we were very much like LogNet, where we had a bunch of different writers from all over the place and we just had people contribute.
Yes.
And it got to the point where my buddy that I was running it with, Brandon, he ended up going and getting a job with a gaming company and had like a non-compete clause. Okay. So he was like, "Well, I can't do this anymore." So I kept the podcast up for like a little while. And then, I didn't keep the podcast up. The podcast stopped. And then I kept the website up for a little while until I got an offer to buy it. And then for the domain and everything. And I was like, well, we could split this and I could pay the rest of my college tuition with this. Let's do that. Because I was getting married, I was doing a master's degree at the time. I was ready to be done with it. And that kind of like, that was big. We started streaming on Justin TV, all of our podcasts. They were live too, like very similar to you guys. And that was early on. And then I kind of like took a little hiatus just because I was married, masters, starting a business, having kids, like was still playing games, but I can't do all the other stuff at the time.
No, that's a lot, man. That's a lot. Salute to you on this journey. So then again, you do that, you get all these things kind of on your plate at one time, and then what kind of again kept it going? When did it kind of settle down? Life settled down for you to kind of get back into the mix?
I think it was in either 2015 or 2016. During that time, I wasn't doing all the gaming stuff, but I was doing other podcasting, history type stuff. And we were pretty successful. And I ended up writing like a little ebook. It's not published anymore because it was so out of date at that point that I deleted it. And my buddy Dustin came to me. You know Dustin. You guys all know Dustin.
Yes, Dustin. LastStandMedia in the building. Yeah. Salute.
Dustin came to me and goes, my buddy and I, Brandon, we had just like barely met. Like we barely knew each other, but I knew his parents. And he goes, you know, we're trying to podcast and I saw you have a book out. And I was just wondering if we could like meet with you. We can pay you if you need whatever. And I was like, no, we're buddies. That's fine. And so we just talked about podcasting. I don't know that I actually gave them any good advice, but in the end, like that's how we kind of became friends. And then he invited me onto a few episodes. And then one day I was just like, do we want to go to PAX East? Like we still kind of barely knew each other. And I had been to PAX East in 2011 as media, which was like I thought that was the pinnacle of my life at the time.
Of course.
And so Dustin and I went to PAX East.
And that media badge.
That media badge hit different, bro. It hit different. Continue.
Yes, absolutely. And so we decided to go to PAX East, and at the same time, I for some reason was running for mayor and running a business and everything.
just randomly I just decided
into that one.
I just decided to run for office off. Just
I got up in the morning, said, let me have some Cheerios, and today I think I want to run this town.
Rihanna to run this town in the background.
Said, I don't really like how they're giving out these parking tickets.
I can't. Continue. This is ill. Continue.
So we're at PAX East, and we had been, goofing around, talking to people, and Dustin and I start looking around, and we see all these other people that we're kind of acquainted with and everything, and we're like, why don't we do this?
Let's go.
And Dustin goes, yeah, just forget about being mayor and just come run a gaming website.
Don't beat him.
And I was like, but why not both?
That's right.
Then like I hopped over. He already established like the domain, the Handsome Phantom domain, as a domain for the podcast.
Okay.
And so I jumped on board and we just like started picking up people and kind of ran with it for a little while until everybody, life kind of goes on and people start going their different ways, but it still exists. We still have the podcast with a different iteration of people. And actually it's a different podcast than it was when I started with them too. But like we rebranded and restarted, but we're in 200s now, somewhere in the 200s.
That's so dope. What was I gotta ask, what is the significance of the name? Like, you have to break this down for me.
I don't know.
Shout out to the origin story of Handsome Phantom, y'all. Shout out.
I wasn't there. I wasn't there when the Handsome Phantom name was made. I just came in and worked on it with.
Oh, okay, okay. You laid on. You was one of them. Okay, I got you.
Like it wasn't a written. Like we didn't have anything written before that. They just did the podcast and wanted like a website for it to live.
But you never asked. You never be like, yo, what is
voyeuristic?
This?
I probably did. Yeah.
Sounds
the handsome
very
Phantom.
behind the blind.
Oh man, y'all messing. Continue, man.
I did ask at some point.
Oh, you just don't
where
remember.
it came from, and I probably knew, but I don't remember. It's not. I honestly think it was like, well, what sounds cool? Like I think that's what the idea was, but I could be totally wrong there.
I gotta get Dustin back on.
I'm gonna tell you right now, being that you never asked and found out, it's probably way more nefarious than what you. I know it's probably something they thought was cool.
Yeah.
It's like, it was Ted Bundy's nickname. It was like,
It's weird because the full domain is actually handsomephantom.meganslaw.com. I don't know what that is.
Yo, we gotta get Dustin on for clarity.
Nah.
Oh man,
We didn't finish off the rest of that.
Shout out to Caboose. He said, I think Dustin said it has something to do with Persona 5 and Phantom Thieves. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay,
Persona 5 wasn't out for like years after the site was.
Well, there goes that. There goes that.
And why is Megan Lawton? we need to address that part.
No. So let's talk kind of a magic moment where a lot of people know you from. You know what I'm saying? As far as that Last Stand Media. So how did that come about? Linking with Colin, the legend, and the LSM fam. How did that come to Caleb?
So when I was in office, when I was mayor, Colin invited me to be on one of his podcasts, Fireside Chats. At the time. Yeah. So Dustin and I went out for fireside chats, and I kind of I would email Colin here and there, and we'd talk back and forth. Not a lot or anything.
Yeah.
And then, but I was keeping up with the podcast, and I think it must have been I was listening to a knockback or something that Dustin didn't listen to because he hadn't seen it yet or whatever. And I told him hey, Colin's talking about hiring a producer. Or no, not a producer, an editor. And I thought he was talking about specifically video editing.
Right.
And he was actually looking for audio editing, which funny enough, I was doing for another company. Anyway, I told Dustin, that story went on. Dustin got hired. He worked his butt off. He rose to where he is. And then it got to a point where he was like, well, we want to bring on somebody else to do editing and stuff or different ways. And so that's when I came on and started working for LSM. So it's kind of I think he's the one who told me to talk to Colin. I'm the one who told him about the job. He helped me out, getting me a job. It's kind of we've always scratched each other's back kind of thing.
Salute. I love to see it. And the thing that's interesting is, again, people don't realize watching you in person is ill because of all the responsibilities and things that you do. And definitely want to give you some respect for that because it is a lot. Like this man, let me tell you, I put his business out, but this man is organizing trips. This man is doing production value at the stage. This man with the audio, he be like, your levels there. I heard your fan. You got to get your. And I'm like, yeah, he right. And I gotta it's a certain level of professionalism, and then you do all of this, and then as well as contribute to content creation, mayor at yourself. So I guess my question to you is how do you manage and compartmentalize all of this? That is a lot that you are doing. Then LastStandMedia does have a lot of shows. You know what I'm saying? How do you find the time to manage all this stuff, bro?
I've always been somebody who has multiple things going on. And, from the time I was 16, I had multiple jobs and hobbies and everything else. Part of it is that I've always turned my hobbies into jobs. I was, interested in DJ and music, so I turned that into a job. I was interested in gaming, so I turned that into a job. I was interested in other things that I didn't want to do a podcast about, so we created a podcast network. I was interested in local politics, so we turned, I ran for mayor. I was interested in brewing, so I started a brewery. I've always just been somebody who I don't sleep very much, and I don't have any hobbies that I can't.
I was about to say, he don't sleep.
Yeah.
I will say though that right now, like things are, I'm getting more and more with LSM, but right now, like the nice part is that I don't have a job. I gotta show up at 9 and leave whenever they tell me I can. So like I'm still working a lot, and with everything else I got going on with kids, family, like I feel like I'm busier than ever. But the nice part is like it's my busy. I get to decide when that busy is.
Salute. Now, respect on that. And I got to shout out Cord Wayner. He said, Colin said, we need a producer. Call the mayor. Yo, that was ill. That was ill. I like that one. Salute. So the other thing I want to ask is, obviously, associate or producer at LillymoGames. Talk to us about that as far as game development on the chops, too. What we doing over there?
Pretty much what I do as producer, and this is what most producers do, is I just handle all of the interfacing with the platform holders.
Gotcha.
So, Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation, Steam, like if we have a game coming up or need to run a sale or need to do whatever, like I get that all ready. I fill all that out. I get the files uploaded to it, whatever, and manage that. I don't really do anything on the game production side. I would like to someday, but we're not really that kind of a team. Like Barry, who's the majority owner of the studio.
Fantastic name. Sorry. Continue.
Yeah.
Glorious.
I've heard that name.
That name's amazing. Yeah. You got to watch those guys. Those guys are awesome.
Yeah. I mean, he really does most of the actual development, and then we have some like freelance people that do art or music or whatever, and then Colin does some of the writing, and we have another guy who helps out with writing sometimes too. So I really do. I mean, I don't know how to say this without swearing. The B work. I do the B work, and like that's kind of my thing.
Okay.
I mean, it's nice, but it's also like we're not putting out a game a week or anything. We're putting out like a 1 or 2 a year.
We call it the box.
The box.
The box. Nobody wants to be the box. The box is in the corner.
Okay. All right. All right. Got it. So really, like it's crazy because some of these things I only do a couple times a year. Like there's stuff leading up to it and stuff after it.
Yeah.
But then like they'll change their policies in the meantime and everything, all the platform holders, or it's a totally different kind of situation. So it's like a struggle to constantly have to learn.
Yes.
To be able to do the next thing. But that's a good thing too, I think. It keeps you on your toes and keeps you working. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. I get to be involved in all the development, but the only thing that producers normally do, I think, that I don't really do is like I don't dictate schedules or anything like that. Like I tried. They asked me to one time, and I was like, okay, well, here's when we need to have this, and need to have this, and they were like, yeah, we're just gonna get it done when we get it done. I was like, okay, well, that's fine. If you told me to do it, I just did it.
He said, I just did. I was ready.
Yeah.
Nah, salute, man. I love to hear that stuff. Love to see how, like, just in general, as far as being a contributor in that space. And then obviously there's been, a bunch of games. Was it Perils of Baking? Was it Hybraxia 1 and 2? And Twin Breaker and stuff like that. So to see, Colin kind of jump into this foray as far as making games, and then also you being a part of that is pretty cool. I did want to comment real quickly in reference to your content creation recently. You know what I'm saying? As far as, the Ben is Handsome YouTube and Twitch channels out there, getting your stream on, Sea Your Thieves streams, getting your pirate on, and also on the YouTube channel. I just love to see, the content creation, the reviews and stuff like that. So give me the inspiration as far as now into content creation so we can get to know Ben a little bit more.
So I've always had I've always been doing content creation of some sort, it feels like, other than those couple of years I took a little break there with the kids and everything. So I was just kind of itching. Like I got to the point, like, I'm working with literally 6 or 7 days a week. I'm working with creative people who have outlets for their thoughts and ideas, and I'm just sitting there editing them like, oh, I want to say this right now. I want to say this right now. And I know that's how people feel when they're listening to podcasts. But because I have direct access to you guys at any time, and I know you'll respond because it's our jobs, sometimes I'm like, oh, I just want to like tell them this. Like, this is my thought, or this is, oh, they actually, here's a correction, or, whatever. And so I was just kind of feeling like I need something else. I've got the HP podcast, but it's great. It's a good outlet, but honestly, mostly it's like us hanging out with the boys.
Yeah, with the homies.
Yeah. And then I do Twitch streaming, but like my Twitch is dedicated specifically for Sea of Thieves because that's what I want to stream. Like I think that's the most fun game to stream for me. And then so I was just like, well, I need some way to just like at least once a week I want to be able to get my voice out there in a way that is mine.
Yes.
Not on a not necessarily like on my podcast, because I do that of course too, but like just a little bit of an expounded way. And I don't want to like go for numbers. I'm not trying to rig the algorithm. Obviously, if I work on the videos, I want to get views, you know, but my main goal is just I want a creative outlet.
I feel that.
So I decided to throw up the channel, and I try to do at least one video a week. And there's no rhyme or it's like, here's what I want to do this week. And that's what I do. I'm not like beholden to anybody else. I'm only beholden to disappointing myself. And that's a nice feeling.
Nah, salute to you, man. I will put the link to the channel in there because it's really informative stuff. I was talking to you, you know, obviously pre-show. I really loved your section on like why you fell in love with PlayStation early and your maybe frustrations now where they are. And it really, King, you have to watch it. Like it takes us back to that.
Don't let King watch it.
No, King. See, King, people be hating on King. King likes that PlayStation. Like, I got to give King, like me and him kind of came from that PlayStation, that aggressive.
I share your views.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like my views and your views are more aligned than you would think.
I know.
A lot of dudes probably think I'm a PlayStation hater. No, I've been online for every PlayStation that ever came out. I was following that machine when they were going to make it with Nintendo, and they split and they have this revenge dudes. I like that aggressive, no nonsense, let's get it done type of Sony thing that invests within themselves. And you know, to me, they was the brash out there dudes. They were edgy. They would do definitely things that Nintendo wouldn't do, and their quality was above what Sega was putting out. So it was just like they were a step above, and they were the cool kid. And like right now, it's just certain things that I don't agree with, but I've been a PlayStation dude like since they dropped.
Yeah. I mean, that was the ones that got me to portray Sega for a bit. I mean, look. Don't you Saul.
He said,
don't you like that.
Saul, the purist, right?
Listen, I know, but I'm not happy.
Does this need to come out now or later?
Listen, I put that out there.
I'm gonna put this down. Hey, man, get down.
That's why I don't pay them no mind. They're like, oh, Xbox needs to buy Sega. Yeah, right, bro.
Oh, we're really doing this? Oh, we doing this? Okay, I got y'all. So, no doubt.
There will be smoke.
Oh, there's gonna be smoke today. But now, salute to you on that, man. That is awesome. Love to see that creative outlet. You kind of embrace that. So we gotta ask the question. We ask all the guests here in the realm. I need Lord Ben's top 5 video games or franchises of all time. Just what's important to you.
Man,
yeah, on the spot.
I didn't remember this was going to be a question, if I'm being honest with you.
That's all right.
I think it does vacillate day to day. Like it changes. I always say that, like, you know, nothing's ever going to replace my love for Mario in general. It's just my first love. It's always been good. It's probably, hopefully, always going to be good. And I don't care if it's a kid's game. I don't care if it's an adult's game. It's a game that I like. And, you know, Mario.
You saw the movie?
General.
Did you see the movie yet?
Oh, of course I saw the movie.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
I saw it like 4 times already.
I didn't see it 4 times because I got to take the kids, and I ain't gonna be rolling like that. But
I said they gonna get this one time. We all yo.
Like there's sometimes where I'll sneak out and go see a movie, you know, and the wife knows, but she doesn't care about it.
Yeah.
I'll go see a movie, and then, but I know, like, if I went and saw the Mario movie again, somehow I'd come home and they'd be like, "Were you? Is that popcorn? Did you see Mario get
Yes,
dead?"
I did. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Me and Mario friends like that.
No doubt. Top 5. So we got that Mario.
Yeah, I'd say Duke Nukem. I don't know if these are in any particular order, by the way.
Oh, that's the first one. That's the first Duke Nukem.
Duke Nukem.
Yeah, so Duke Nukem 64. It wasn't 64. It was Duke Nukem 3D. That generation though was the first Duke Nukem I played, and just went back and then went forward and then got disappointed and then went back again. So Duke Nukem's probably another one that's up there. The original Crash Bandicoot is one of the first games I ever paid for with my own money for sure.
Ooh, shout out to
like
Jason
I didn't buy the
Rubin and
system,
team.
but I definitely bought I definitely bought the game.
Yes.
And it was one of the first games I ever remember. My dad was a gamer way back, but I remember my dad, like, I'd come home from school and he'd be home from work and be like playing Crash Bandicoot, and then we'd talk about it. And I was young, but like that's one of those great memories. And of course, I've played all the other games too, but so Crash Bandicoot's got to be up there.
Remember that old commercial, right?
All of them.
You do.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. All of them.
Salute, Crash Legend. Okay, so we got Crash in there, Mario in there, Duke Nukem. What else we got?
I'd say I have to give Call of Duty an honorable mention.
Okay.
It's not an honorable mention. It's on the top 5. I can't point to a specific one. There's been high points, there's been low points, but I've always played it. Like I've played it as long as it's existed, and I've certainly like hated on it a lot over the years.
Yeah.
Probably more than I've loved on it, but it's like it's a go-to. I always go back to it.
Salute, goat.
And then
One more.
I don't know. Like coming up with that last one is always tough because like there's so many different games and series that I've loved over the years. But I think today I'm gonna have to say, because I know you want to talk about it, I'm gonna have to say Sea of Thieves. It's not the game I have the most time in. It's not the game I have the most like actual love for the actual game, but it's the game that's like the most dynamic of any game that I've played in the last 10 years. So that's got to be the last one for me.
Salute. Wait, hold on. I can't let you just slide through like
no,
that.
I know. We got
to because you know what's funny? It's so interesting that you said that because in the beginning, I wish Attic was here for this because I would be hounding him right now. You know, in the beginning, obviously didn't launch, you know, to the fully feature set.
Kraken ain't have a body.
The Kraken. Remember the jokes?
We ain't gonna sidestep that. We want to talk about the Kraken not having a body.
Yeah, the Kraken was lacking, and people were like, you know, the feature set. And you know what's interesting is one, I remember Saul when we used to go to E3. The lines for that game was insane, right?
Same.
Number two, after the initial, you know, content was a little less in the beginning, but once they kept ramping up, and to see what it is now, and it's arguably one of Xbox's most successful new IPs. Like it is still
organic growth.
Tell the people, you know, that are unaware as far as Sea of Thieves in the community and what's going on with the game.
Yeah, so you're talking about the early, like it did launch without a lot of features.
Correct.
And I did not play at launch. Like I wasn't somebody who was there at launch. I jumped in at one point with some buddies for like a couple hours and then didn't play it again for 2 years or something like that until another friend got me into it. But it's funny because people are like, now that, you know, we've had a couple lackluster titles from Xbox and people are like, well, maybe Redfall will be really good one day. Like Sea of Thieves when it launched was broken and not very good. Now it's, you know, everybody loves it. And I'm like, Sea of Thieves didn't launch broken.
Correct.
It was just boring.
Yeah, correct.
There's a big difference.
Yeah,
you
the
can fix
features.
boring.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, you can fix broken. It's hard to fix boring, and they have, in fairness. But so yeah, I mean, I don't play Sea of Thieves like the majority of people play Sea of Thieves.
Break it down. How you play? What's the hook? What's the educate them?
I am almost entirely PvP oriented.
I knew it.
Oh, you out here black bearded.
Like the dude that run up and steal the booty.
Yeah,
I knew it. I knew it.
I ain't just gonna steal the booty. I'm
like,
also probably gonna try to steal your girl. Like, you got that
Mr. Steele, we got Trey Trizzy. We got Trey Songs in the building. Trigger.
Now I know your DJ name.
Mr. Steele girl. Mr. Steele girl.
Yeah, so,
Yo, he did a blend with what was that? Billie Jean and Pumped Up Kick.
I can't move it. So you out there in them seas? You out here gooning in them seas? What you doing?
Yeah, so I mean, stealing their booty. I'm telling you.
I really like. I just enjoy being in the world. I think so much of that is like Sea of Thieves has the option for you to have the mic in game. Like I don't do that. I talk to my buddies in Discord, but then like you can either hear other people talking or you can talk to them and everything like that. And so like I think that's one of the big appeals. But just like the nice part about it is literally every fight you ever have is going to be different. And every encounter you have is going to be different. And the PvE is great. I love, you know, like some of the stories and I like some of the missions and they've recently rebalanced a lot of that to make it go a little quicker for people depending on their crew size and everything. And like that's made me love it more. That's made the seas feel more alive than they ever were before. It puts out a lot more loot for me to come along and steal. And that's awesome. But yeah, I'd say just like my favorite part about the game is just like the interactions between players. And it's not like you're not just getting an Xbox message later. It's like, F you, man. I can't believe you did that. I'm going to report you for hacking, whatever. Like you do get some of those, but you're not playing Halo or Call of Duty where it's like a toxic community. Like it's very wholesome and it's, it's really
right next to the campfire doing the slave dance. Like,
oh my God.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not going to lie. That was all I loaded the game in for in the beginning. It was me, Brap, and the rest of us. We was dancing around the fire.
So you care about was the emotes. I'm done with
Yeah.
the emotes are fire though. I'm just
we had shackles on our feet and stuff.
Oh, man. Pause. Time on King. The references.
Hey, but definitely all the extra stuff. We came back when it was Jack Sparrow and
Oh, yes, right.
that they changed the game a lot. I do appreciate the time they put into it.
Salute on that, man. The PvP, and of course, I think you already answered this, but I still gotta ask: favorite console of all time and why the N64?
Yeah, I think it's the N64, and I think mostly it's the N64 because of those experiences during that specific time. I mean, obviously we had a lot of great games for the N64, and they felt even better at the time. Of course, everybody remembers GoldenEye with a different kind of rose-tinted glasses than we actually.
Oh yeah,
see
you go back to it now.
But
he was like, "Yo, what's up with that guy's face?"
Yeah.
But so, yeah, I think it's probably the N64, but I think probably the generation that most shaped my current day gaming sensibilities is probably the 360. There were that was first of all, such a good period for gaming that looks more like modern day than anything before it.
Yes.
And it was also there were so many good titles, not only just on the Xbox, but that I could play on the Xbox. And so that 360 generation was huge. So one has that tie to it that is more about nostalgia and memories in the 64, and then the 360 I think is more about what actually shaped the way that I play games now.
Okay, no, fair enough. I like that assessment. The legendary.
How many times you got the red ring of death?
0.
Oh,
I got 0 times.
Wow.
Yeah, and in fairness, I did unload my 360 when the Elite came out, and I got the Elite.
Oh, so you was able to trade it in before it malfunctioned on it.
The person who got it might have got red ring the day after.
The day of, right?
Facts.
Yeah. But I didn't.
Bro, ain't no better feeling than getting your hustle at GameStop on some defective equipment that you know don't work, but you just need it.
That loads.
Yes, you just need it to work in front of the games associate before you trade it.
Controller don't go up. You just don't press up on the controller.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When you know you sell that defective. Salute. I love it. Love to hear it, man. No doubt. The legendary Ben Smith, who I believe is hanging out with us, right? Still rocking and rolling. We got a show. We got topics. We gonna do this thing. So Soft, we want me to get the poll while you get the super chats up.
Both are. I'm good with both. So you can go ahead and get the poll.
No doubt. Yo, today's different. Today is different. With the CMA recently blocking Microsoft's acquisition of ABK in the UK, what do you think Microsoft's next step should be moving forward? The winner at 44% of the vote is appeal and focus on the EU next. Coming in at second at 22% was the messy lawyers. I don't care. Scorched earth, Microsoft now. They go for blood. Coming in at close third place was them to focus on third-party exclusives and first-party quality. And last place at 13% was make smaller acquisitions. So shout out to the Realm. Saw returning. They want the Lords want the fight, man. They want an appeal. They want to go to the EU. They want to take it all the way to they awesome, the king. They not bending the knee.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. It makes sense. I wasn't here to give my opinion on this last week.
I know, so I asked you.
Yeah. Listen. Yeah, you appeal as much as you can. And if somebody else decides to go that route and block, then the way I see it is this: there were certain remedies suggested by these governing bodies, right? We can go back to the remedies and break some of this stuff up. And in a lot of ways the deal can be done. It just can't look the way it looks now, right? That's kind of the sort of gist that I'm getting. So yeah, it makes a whole lot of sense. They'll fight until they decide not to, until maybe the shareholders say, hey, you know what, let's stop pursuing this and maybe go another route. Or like I said, some of the remedies that were suggested, take out 30 billion or whatever it is and just get Call of Duty by itself, and then go buy King by itself, and and in a roundabout way the deal kind of still goes through with the most important aspects of it. That's something that can happen. But I'm gonna be honest though, I gotta sort of I respect the gangster, the CMA here, because this was
Cloud.
It you know what it is? It kind of felt like Xbox fell for the red herring a little bit. Like there was so much aggro, right? With the Call of Duty. It's like Call of Duty, and Xbox is like protecting the front, right? And sneaking around the back with a knife was the CMA with the cloud, right?
Cog and I was speaking this week.
Yeah.
And we was like, it was unfortunate that you were gone.
Yeah.
But I would have gave you your flowers last week.
Oh,
you were the only person saying, stop worrying about Call of Duty. The real thing is cloud. If you want to attack this by any means, and nobody else was saying this, everybody else can sit there and say, well, I was talking about cloud then. Shut up. The only person that was talking about cloud was you, and how they can effectively block this. And I remember us saying, nah. But the CMA every time seems to be listening to you. So what I need you to do
is shut up.
Shut
up. Messy.
No.
And
the funny thing is, they still did it wrong, right? Because they focused on the gaming aspect of the cloud stuff, and
stop talking.
It's the lowest hanging fruit.
Yo, Ben, he just told them, no, don't focus on that.
Focus on that. This is the real.
This is the one that you can make sure you can never get this done.
So, I mean, I will say this though. It just feels like they really fell for the red herring, because then once they kind of felt like they were defending against Call of Duty and not paying attention to the cloud stuff, they went out and offered everybody and their mother a 10-year deal.
Yeah.
Just exemplifying how powerful they could be in the space. It's like they proved them right. I'm like, oh, hell no.
I want to know what guy's idea was that. Like, I want to know if Mike from accounting is still available. Does his card still
shout out to Paris in the chat. Paris not feeling that he was omitted from the fact that he was talking about cloud and mobile.
Give us flowers.
Paris, I'm sorry. I just talk about TCL with you.
Anyway.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting, because I think one way or another, some aspects of this deal are going to go through in some way, shape, or form. It's just going to be interesting to see how they machinate that.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. No doubt. So, sorry, with that or the Patreon question, how you
we haven't gotten two more. I got a couple more super chats that
you got some tons you have to address.
Yeah, start the Patreon question.
All right, I'll start the Patreon question. Shout out to Sack Shop. Okay, so everyone must have seen, I don't know what else to call it, the great white knights of Castle Redfall this past week out here straight lying through their teeth about this game on how awesome it is. I understand people can like objectively bad games, but at the same time, I understand when people just straight lying. You know how I know they don't like Redfall? They butts is on Twitter 22 hours a day defending the game they don't play. Yo, much love, my man. I can't handle this much Barnum and Bailey's Captain Circus for much longer. So Sack Shop says, I guess people are too defensive of Redfall. And
no, what he's trying to say is that people are capping that is a arguably bad game, and that they're saying that it's a good game. Okay. What I would tell you is, if those people don't share your views, your page is your little sovereign, nation. Delete them. Block them, mute them. Don't listen to somebody that doesn't share your opinion. You be a dictator in your own Twitter space.
We just gonna silence them.
Don't engage. But you choose to engage with the people that said something that sucks to you is good to them. Some people don't like peanut butter, brother. That's it. You can love all the peanut butter you like. Don't worry about that man's peanut butter.
Part time. We are not talking about other men's peanut butter. Moving on.
He's sitting here worried about this man's peanut butter.
Time Cowboy King. I don't like that statement.
Yeah, exactly.
Moving on. Anyway, Saul, do you have the chat? We gonna move on from this.
Leave that man
So we answered the question. We're moving on.
We moving on. I think we've got our assessment done. We're gonna move on.
All right, super chats. All right, we got Mr. Irishman, member for 21 months, Lord Silver. Why is Phil and Matt taking bullets when it should be Pete Hines taking most of the heat? Is he not the one in charge of all ZeniMax Studios?
Got you, V. I'm glad that you that's a good super chat, and stick around.
Stick around.
Got you.
Then we have Astro Parrot King, member for 2 months, $5 super chat. A new challenger approaches. Ben is here. Best way to start the week. Have a how does Ben look better in my cowboy hat than I do type of day.
Who is that? Astro Parrot?
Yeah. So we're down in Houston
Yes.
for the Last Stand event, and he goes, "I'm going to get a cowboy hat." I said, "Well, get me one too." And he goes, "All right." And then he shows up without a hat for me. He's like, "Look, bro, I paid $250 for this. It's like custom fit." And I said, "You didn't give me a hat." And he goes, "No." I said, "Give me yours." Okay. I didn't actually take it from him, but he let me try it on. I got a picture. I will admit,
he looked
I
at
look
Astro
better than
Parrot
he
and
does.
said, "Don't you buck up on me? Don't you buck up on me? Hear me? Now I wanted to know where my cowboy hat there, Parrot."
Don't do my man Astro Parrot like that. He's supposed to be pulling up. No doubt.
Good dude.
Then we have a Splendiferous member for 1 year, $2 super chat. Talk that sad and talk savvy. You gotta be on it hard. Pause. What is with the language this week?
Savi.
Nobody gotta be on nothing hard.
But he called him Savi.
Cut that out.
Savi gotta be on it hard.
Cut that out, man. He just got back.
Good God.
He looking at Sav like he fresh meat on the
Yeah, too excited. Too excited.
Back from lockup. Leave him alone.
I see I was missed, man.
Yeah, you were missed, clearly.
Then we have Mr. BLT's $10 super chat. If Free R. Kelly dressed up in a Saab costume, and if Let Me Play With Your Joystick dressed up in a PS5 with a blonde wig costume, these would be some wild conjugal visits.
What is happening today?
Yo, what is going on with your super chat?
Go ahead, man.
He's right though. Like that would be a wild, I'm just saying that it's out of pocket, but he's right.
It's definitely out of pocket.
I have to commend the level of creativity.
The creativity is amazing.
This is outstanding.
But you guys are sick puppies, I have to say.
Yo, you know what it is? They thought that you was gonna be gone one more week.
Yeah.
And they thought they was just gonna give us this now.
Yeah, this is for Sav. Continue.
Then we got Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. You rock Ben for being a jack of all trades. And dare I say, master of all. It's crazy, man.
I don't know about master of all. No.
Man is talented.
I know a little bit about a lot of things and a lot about nothing.
Salute. What else we got?
Then we got God's Hitman, $10 super chat.
Laying them down for the Lord.
In the name of the Lord.
In the name of the Lord, you going to sleep.
The scope of God.
Exactly. Let's go.
Scope of God. What's Phil saying? Like, hey, let me see. Say we don't need to be hands-on with every project, but in the same breath, we're hands-on with Starfield. This is from the same interview he did recently. Yes, we know. We will address.
We will discuss.
Everybody read but can't comprehend. Everybody listen but don't understand. Yo,
We'll get to it.
We're gonna have the Hooked on Phonics edition for you.
Let's go.
Then we have Free R. Kelly, $5 super chat.
My man.
Jazz Corden just said that Sony secured a deal with Konami for Metal Gear, Silent Hill, and potentially Castlevania exclusivity.
Yeah, Jazz
King,
out here
it ain't looking good.
Jazz out here spitting. Said some other stuff too.
Yeah.
Those deals have been in place way before the ABK deal went in. Why you acting like this is new news, Cal? Oh, news travel to you slow because you up north.
Oh, he behind the wall.
Behind the wall.
You just got that from by Parrot, right?
Yo, don't do that. Don't do that.
Flamingo to you.
Don't acting like he sent him a raven.
From the north.
From the
He
north.
get a raven. He get a toucan.
Oh man! Also, a rumor that Jess Gordon claims Dead Rising is returning.
Is returning. Yes, I heard that.
A lot of things, but we're gonna continue.
All right, let's play with each other's joysticks. $2 super chat. Oh, brother. I'd rather watch Sav get the poll, but I ain't mad. Yo!
There we go.
Nah, that's a
brother.
little dark right there. I ain't even no buttons. I just want to move on.
People misbehaving with company over. What's going on?
ILP After Dark. Continue.
They took it left, boy.
Took it left early.
Free on Kelly, $5 super chat. Xbox is that girl who tell you to wait before you're gonna get some. Then we get some and it's trash. There's no way to it. Sony dominating.
Yo, that was crazy. Can't get your man.
Yeah, PlayStation is the one that charge you more and charge you more for the same thing.
I can't.
Guess what you get for Valentine's Day? What you got last Thursday?
Oh, man.
Remixed.
Messy. We
Then
good?
we have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Little Timmy's crying as his final hour is playing Redfall on Series S and asking Phil, why are you holding a silver medal?
Oh, man. This is messy. Continue.
It's not good. It's not good. Then we have Jonas the Dad, $2 super chat. Microsoft drops 40 billion ABK second party Game Pass exclusive forever. Could be. I said there were remedies that were suggested. Who knows? We'll see.
Stuff will happen, and then people go right back to, I didn't care about Call of Duty anyway. I didn't care about ABK.
Oh yeah, I heard a lot of that. That's for sure too. I don't play that.
King was in his bag with that one. Oh, but we good?
One more. THX 1138, $2 super chat. Peanut butter and jelly.
It's peanut butter jelly.
Yes.
Oh, come on, stop.
Here you go.
Too much innuendo.
Yeah,
this week,
BK
man.
Best. I said, what the
I
hell's
don't know
going
what
on?
you're talking about, man.
These people zesty.
Lord.
Wow,
we
what you
good
know
now?
about that word? Zesty,
Yeah,
though?
we're good. We're caught up.
All right, we are caught up. Welcome back. Mahmood in the building. Lords of Gaming back in the building. Mic check real quick, sir.
Yeah. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. All right. Golden.
Fantastic.
No doubt. So we here. Let's get to these main event topics where a lot of people are here for. It's actually Addict's topic. We're going to set them up. Redfall. The reviews have hit the streets. The aftermath. We had LordsofGaming.net. Mahmood also reviewed the game. And let's look. Currently sitting on Metacritic at a 59. Currently, and there's a lot of talk right now. There's the internet is in a frenzy. The Xbox community is in a frenzy about the game. So let's get to it. I want to start with Ben, man. I mean, obviously you heard Defining Dukes, thoughts on it. But like, what was your thought process, and did you get a chance to try Redfall? What do you think of all the backlash and the aftermath regarding the reviews of Redfall?
Yeah, I played for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours on release night with some buddies, and it's interesting because Redfall is the kind of game I would normally like set up and play with some buddies for a little while.
Yep.
But it's not the kind. That's not really my style. Like I liked, Back for Blood.
Yeah.
I'm just mainly thinking of these like 4-player mission-based kind of games. Like I liked it because I was playing with the buddies. Like that's a lot of my gaming experience now is just playing with the dudes, and I enjoyed that aspect of it, or I enjoy that aspect of gaming most.
Yes.
And so like for that reason I was interested in it. But as more and more stuff kept coming forward, as we got closer, I was like, I don't know. Like I don't know. Hearing you guys, you and Sav, who went and saw it, talk about it, along with Maddie, and then like just seeing some other, little leaks of stuff trickle out. I was like, I don't know, but I'm still gonna play it. Like we set up a time to play it. We're gonna get on as soon as it's out. Definitely gonna play it. And I was just absolutely floored by how bad of a time it was. I had a great time, again, hanging out with the guys, trashing it. Like we were just trashing it the whole time we were playing it. And this is like before all the reviews were even out, so it wasn't even like it was more of maybe it was a confirmation bias that I thought it was going to be bad, and then it wasn't very good.
Yeah.
But I was just amazed at one. I've never had a problem running games on my computer at all. And by the way, sorry, King, I'm I'm with Sav. I'm mostly a PC gamer these days, but
Oh no,
they got all the
platforms.
platforms.
You know, y'all have horrible, performance. And I got to tweak and twerk, to get your stuff to work. But it's okay. You know,
Update
we
your
over here
drivers.
look over at y'all and admire.
You know that dude that when he's not invited to the party, he hates on it. Like, ain't nobody famous gonna be there. I don't care.
King is that VIP hating dude. It's whack anyway.
It's whack anyway.
The club is exclusive. Nobody can get in there. You sound like a PlayStation fan. Like anybody can go and purchase to get in. Nobody want to do the effort you got to date the same girl, but you're selling the same.
But you know what it is? You know what? Yeah, it may perform poorly, but the thing is, my game actually looks like what your nostalgia is going to tell you in 10 years that your game actually looks like now.
Man. You know what you did? What you did? You paid that price for it.
I did. Damn it.
I told her to come downstairs in sweatpants and a t-shirt.
And she obliged.
You told her to put on red bottoms, and we went to the same Denny's.
That is true. That is true. I
You
know.
had a VIP seat over there with the in the same chick.
I was
same
wearing
chick.
some Manolo Blahniks to the Denny's. That's true.
Same chick, same Denny's.
Yo!
You just paid.
Continue, babe.
So I was disappointed in every way about the game. I thought it didn't look as good as it could. It didn't run as well as I thought it should. It was empty. It was a little confusing, honestly. Like and I'm the kind of guy that if I know I'm going to play a game, and that's pretty much anything on Game Pass and like 80% of other games that aren't on Game Pass, if I know I'm going to play it, I see the first trailer, I'm out. If I don't know that I'm going to play it, I'll watch until I decide I'm going to play it.
Yep, me the
so
same.
like so I didn't know really anything about the game, so I don't even know if this was shown, but like basically right after you do like the first thing in the game, you free some prisoners, and then they were just hiding out, and then you build a base. And I was like, what's happening? Are we like looking at the past here? Like you got these terrible cutscenes that aren't cutscenes.
No cinema.
They're just PowerPoint slides. Like they aren't even Google Drive slides. They're 1997 PowerPoint slides.
Not the Office 97. He hit us with the Office 97, son. No.
Need to include Clippy with that.
You with the flip? Oh man.
You put Clippy in it,
Clippy?
Remember
Clippy?
Yeah.
Damn, not the Clippy.
Put Clippy in that game. So no, I'm just overall very disappointed, and I wasn't even excited. That's how bad it was to me. Like this was a game I was like, I'm looking forward to that, but not excited.
Yeah.
And then I play it, and I'm like, well, now I'm mad that I was even looking forward to it. Like, that kind of thing. And the worst part about Redfall to me is there's something there.
Yes.
There's something there. This could be an awesome game, but it doesn't run right. It's boring. It's empty. And I walk up to a vampire and he just stares at me. And like, I don't know. Like the AI is not good. And I think the most disappointing part overall, and I know this is a tired thing.
No, let's go.
But that a good studio made it.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe making a game this bad means you're not as good of a studio anymore. Maybe that's what it means. I don't know. But prior to this, games I played and games I didn't play were all revered highly.
Yeah.
And whether some of that's revisionist history with Prey, everybody pretending like they liked it when we know I was there.
Yeah, you was there.
I was there.
Red flannel baddie. Okay, I got you.
Yeah. I remember not everybody liked that game like they like it now. But it's disappointing to see, a potential in a game, and then a studio that has made better games. Yeah. Just be disappointing and boring, empty, buggy. Yeah. And maybe some of that gets better down the line, but I'm not. I played 4 or 5 hours of it, and the next day my buddy was like, "You think you're gonna play Redfall anymore?" I was like, "Well, I already deleted it, so no, not now. Maybe later, but not now."
I feel that. No, that's honest. I hear where you're at, brother. Let's get LordsOfGaming.net's own editor-in-chief, Mahmood, in the building. Look, brother, we got it for the site, be it in the 11th hour, but we were able, shout out to you. You have tremendous tips and tricks initially for the, person who is new to experience the game for the first time to survive. But, you've reviewed the game, what did you give it? And also just your overall assessment of this whole situation, because it's really a bloodbath out here as far as, people being upset in reference to the quality of this game. So overall, your thoughts on the whole Redfall reviews and the aftermath?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that setup, Cog. I think when I first saw Redfall, I thought it was intrigued because I, like some of you guys, was really enamored by Prey. I love Prey so much. It was such a great experience and the way the story was set up was fantastic. So naturally, I was pretty excited about how Redfall when it was announced, and especially it had vampires, and vampires in video games has always been a hit and miss kind of thing. So except for Vampire Survivors, that's definitely S tier addict. I don't care what you say.
Should have shot at my boy Addict. Okay.
You're welcome here anytime.
But getting back to it, so we got the code really late. I think it was like for you it was like Saturday, for me it was Sunday. I'm like, okay, and I told like the wife and like kids, I'm like, all right, Daddy's gonna be away for a bit, so I gotta installed it, and I played it, and then I couldn't get it out on time on embargo because it's just it takes a few hours to be. I think it took like for me around over 20 hours. So I played the first area, and I noticed right off the bat, okay, the setup was nice. Okay, you get into the fire station, there's something going on, but then the more I played of it, then I got to the loop, where you capture the safe houses, you get the skulls, you get the nests, it just becomes so repetitive. And then when I first saw my first AI glitch, I was like, oh, okay, it's AI just running around a bit. Okay. It's just a one-off thing, But so then I noticed it's starting creeping up more and more and more. I'm like, God. But I have to say one thing: the vampire AIs, they will wreck you. But the human AIs, they're like,
Bro,
I don't know.
That's what I said.
Yeah. It's something.
Well, I gotta interrupt you for a second because I gotta say something internally that you talk, but I gotta put it because it's so hilarious. So I remember it gets the code, y'all. So I'm like, I'm not gonna do your thing. We know we up against the 8-ball. Obviously, man is a professional. He's like, Cog, I got you, but I'll do, probably impressions or whatever, right? So in the beginning, right, he go, King, this man, he go, yo, I don't know what anybody's talking about. I'm like, this is like the first hour, right? He's like, this is good. I don't know what. So I'm like, oh, interesting, really?
This is console. Right? This is console.
It was PC, right?
Okay,
yeah, it's on PC. So because remember what I said, look, word on the street. I'm hearing things. I don't want to influence you, but word on the street is I'm hearing things. So I'm dying to know what you do. So the first hour, Mahmood was late. He's like, I don't know what anybody talking about. So then it was like 30 minutes later. And I saw, he's like, oh, nah, I see what's going on. It was just such a funny thing to read that timeline on our Discord. I had to tell you that, brother. I was meaning to tell you. I was like, bro, it was the funniest transformation of emotions I seen in a timeline. But continue. I'm sorry for interrupting. Continue.
You're absolutely right. Because I was enamored at first. Like, this town, I'm going to kill some vampires.
Yeah.
Then I saw the textures not loading in, and then just the frame drops. And I have to admit, the massive day one patch would have had a lot of issues with, where it's pretty much re-downloading the entire game. I had to do it twice, but then it got a little bit better, but it was still wonky. And by the time I was entering the second zone, I was just like, I was just like,
not the face,
rushing, just I just wanted to finish it and get it over with. And the worst thing about it is some of the side missions, they had a lot of like personalization of the characters. Like some people were like going through grief, and they were like telling you to, it's a fetch quest, but it's like but like fetch this heirloom for my dead mother, and put her on the grave. And there was things like that. There was a lot of potential in there, but they just half-assed everything. It was like undercooked. And the immersive sim elements, you can see they wanted like players to like move around the buildings. They had little entrances here and there, and when you found them, they were really exciting. But the thing about it is there's no stealth in the game. It's either you kill something or they're just too dumb to notice you, and you kill them later. That's all it is. But I don't know if I said, but I gave it a 6 out of 10, and I feel that for me, Redfall is a symptom of Arcane Austin's sort of like the last days of ZeniMax when they were independent. Like, okay, we need to get into the live service game, so everyone has to do one. Here's a card, everyone choose one, and they got stuck with Redfall. And that to me feels like what happened. That's the situation. They got stuck with this game. They had to make it a service game, and this is what they produced. Because obviously, as a studio of their caliber should not be putting out this kind of game.
No, well said, brother. And I think me and Saul kind of talked about, alluded at in our conversations after Guardians and stuff. We had like a little mini ILP after talking because I haven't talked to him in a while. But I'm sorry, Mike, when you were saying something, if I interrupted you.
No, that's
Okay.
good, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, well said in reference to, that's what it felt like, right? As far as the Bethesda, the ZeniMax days where they were trying to figure things out pre-acquisition. At least that's what it felt like to me, like that Fallout. Maddie, you said it perfect, like that Fallout 76 kind of energy, just kind of throw at the wall. But Solve, let's talk about it, man. Obviously, me and you went to an event and saw this game, initially, and then obviously we see what's going on now. So, what are your thoughts between now, then, and the reception?
Yeah, so like I said to you yesterday, I haven't listened to the latest episode of Duke yet, right? But I had hoped that you guys would talk about how you feel about the game through the lens of what we saw when we went to the preview event. And I'm gonna keep it real with you, man. Like, I feel like we got bamboozled a little bit. I really do. I really do. We went to that event. It was a month out from launch, right? So maybe it's naivete on our part or whatever, but my thinking was I was going to see the closest to finished build of that game that we were going to see right before the launch. My thinking is this is essentially what the game is going to be. Still, ironing out some bugs or whatever, but this is it, right? And what it feels like in hindsight now, after having played the actual game for a couple of hours, not too much time, is that it feels like they took the build of that game that was running the best, looking the best, polished that up as you would a vertical slice, and let us play that with the anticipation that they would be able to hit that quality bar in the final product by the time it launched. And that just did not happen. So essentially what we played was the most ideal version of what they wanted to release, and not indicative of what we were going to see day one. And that, to me, that's disingenuous because it's not, especially that close to launch. If we were 6 months out from launch and we got something like that, I would think, hey, no, there's been a lot of changes to this before we actually, it's not going to be the same thing when we go in. But a month out, again, maybe it was naive on my part to think that. I'm thinking this is close to done.
Yeah.
So yeah, what we played and what we talked about, and again, I think our impressions are out there, right? That episode of Duke Ultimate is out there for everybody to listen to. I think we were cautiously optimistic about the things that we saw that could be expounded upon, that seemed like they could be exciting in a 4-player multiplayer setting. But we were cautious about the immersive sim elements and how they would sort of play out in an open world. Same thing about the gunplay, how that would play out and sort of the looter shooter aspect of it, the upgrade path, how significant that would be to the gameplay. All those things, I think we were sort of pretty measured about, right? We didn't go say, oh, this is the greatest thing ever. Right. And unfortunately, from the little that I've played, which has only been a couple of hours, and that has been marred by crashes, like straight to desktop crashes of the game, is not indicative of that whatsoever. I'm going to reserve my full judgment till I play it all, because I do want to play it all just to really see what the final experience is. But what I've played so far with the crashes, with the pop-in, which is crazy. The pop-in,
your setup, you're doing PC 4090?
4090 with an i9, the latest i9, whatever that
build. What's that build, sir? You flex that.
So it should not be having problems at all with this. And then I look at the ground.
It's going to have problems even with the 4090.
and for the frame rate generally is fine. Like the frame rate flies, but I still get the pop in.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the ground and I'm literally, it's not even quick popping. It's the texture sort of morphing in slowly. Yeah. Like I looked at the floor. It's funny because I shout out to Maddie and shout out to Carrick. I kind of looked at both of their reviews, and there was one thing that Carrick was saying that was perfectly indicative of what I saw. He was looking at a decal on something on the ground, and the decal the texture wouldn't pop in quickly, like, it would slowly morph into itself. And he literally timed it, and it was a minute.
Wow.
A minute for a full texture, for a 4K texture to load in.
Wow.
And so even looking at it like that,
SSD?
no, none of that. No fast SSD.
The fast SSD, I can't with him.
So I'm gonna keep it real. From what I played so far, and my thoughts may change in the long term. This game should not have been released. This game should have been canceled. And I say canceled for this.
Why so?
I've gotten a little bit of pushback about, hey, I know you love immersive sim games. I know you love the games that Arcane has made in the past. You have to judge this game on what it is and not what you want it to be. The problem with, and I fully agree with that, except for the part where they told us that the immersive sim aspects, the arcaniness,
this is a shot
of what the studio is known for, were going to be a prominent part of this game. It's something that's going to be integral to the gunplay as well. It's like in how you tackle these sort of combat situations, the powers and the gunplay are going to be, work in synergy with one another. And we kind of saw it when we first saw it, right? It was like, well, the powers seemed limited. And I think they made the mistake of showing us the entire skill tree and kind of showing us what the powers were in their strongest form. And in their strongest form, they just do things like, oh, the power lasts longer. Or the effect, you can jump higher or stuff. You can do a double jump. It isn't really, the powers aren't transformative in a way that gives you the type of arsenal that you would normally see and expect from an Arcane game.
Well said.
With the type of, power set that you end up with. And it's just super disappointing. So I look at it and I'm like, well, you know what? I just think from a design ethos sort of aspect of it, it is not them. It's not them. I sincerely feel that this game came out of a moment. Again, this game got started way before, the acquisition. It was a moment where Bethesda and Arcane in particular were looking at, okay, the games that we make are well received. They don't sell well.
Good point.
We're having money issues, right? So let's try to make a game that is more appealing to a general populace, right?
Catching a wave.
Exactly. Try to catch a wave after the wave has passed, which is never a good thing. And ultimately let's see if we can integrate the things that we're known for into this type of game that may be appealing to a broader audience. And in general, and this isn't Arcane Austin, this is Arcane Lyon, they were somewhat successful with Deathloop. And I think the success of Deathloop is partially attributed to the fact that Deathloop is still fairly linear, like an Arcane game is, as opposed to trying to, transpose that sort of design sort of philosophy into an open world. I think it can be done, and I think it could be done super well. I look at something like Breath of the Wild and hopefully Tears of the Kingdom, taking sort of immersive sim sensibilities and throwing them into an open world. And that's exciting to me. So my thinking is, hey, Arcane, the masters of this, figuring out a way to A, put that into an open world, and B, do it in a co-op setting where everybody's powers are supposed to work in unison in this really beautiful way. And they didn't do any of that. It's not Arcane enough. The only thing that I get that feels like Arcane is sort of the world building and the design of the world, the characters. That feels good, right? I kind of like that. The rest of it, though, the gameplay execution when it comes to the immersive sim stuff, the stealth is essentially non-existent.
We don't even got the stealth kills.
We don't have a real stealth animation for stealth kills.
You gotta see skill up
you
on
can
that
really only enter a building in 2 or 3 different types of ways.
Very specific ways.
Very specific ways. You just don't have that flexibility in gameplay that they're known for. And then the looter shooter part about it is when you look at what it's emulating, right? You look at a Borderlands or maybe like a Destiny or something, things of that nature. It doesn't do it even remotely as well. So it's like, what is this game for? So that when I look at what I played so far, and again, my thoughts may change in the long term, I look at it, I'm like, someone somewhere down the line should have said, hey, we're under Microsoft now. We can afford to keep taking the risks of the types of games that we make without worrying so much about the monetary sort of what we're going to make back on it, and we could continue to expand upon that formula that we're the masters of. And they didn't do that. And we got this. So that's why I say, so far, by what I've played and what I initially played, it just feels like this is a concept that should have died somewhere along the vine, and it didn't happen. And unfortunately, the consumer has to deal with this. And I feel for the team, because I just don't. Again, blame has to be put somewhere, right?
Of course.
At the end of the day, they made this game. But it just feels like no one's heart was in it, to be perfectly honest. And that's weird to say, but it just feels like I don't know whose passion project this was. But again, in theory, everything that they have there should make for a great game. You have vampires, right? I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, if you really, really got down about giving each of these characters a bunch of different cool powers that worked in unison with each other. The gunplay was super tight, and the AI was smart and forced you to think about how, because that's the thing about these games. The AI is so intelligent that it forces you to sort of on the fly figure things out and be creative with your powers. Exactly. And none of that is the case. I killed a vampire that was out in broad daylight. And it was in broad daylight, and it was floating above me, and I just popped it. I popped it with a rifle twice. It dropped down. Then it did some cool little dodging movements or whatever. But then I just spun around and pulled out the shotgun and killed him. 2 shots. And that was that, and that was the most resistance I got from any sort of NPC. So all around very, very disappointed. And again, I don't mean to drag Arcane through the mud on this one. I love that studio. I love what they put out so far. But this ain't it, y'all. This ain't it.
Saf, I wanted to comment real quick.
Yeah.
You're talking about your frames, and maybe that's the difference between my 30 series card and your $7,000 card. I was getting decent frames, like usually above 60, between 60 and 120, but it was inconsistent for me.
Yeah.
I was getting like, 1 minute I'd be getting straight 60, the next minute I'd be 90, the next minute I'd be 70. So like I would prefer a solid 30 over inconsistent 80.
Yeah. We're doing it.
Right, but this is the thing, right? And I haven't played.
There's no in-game frame cap.
None whatsoever.
It's insane.
None whatsoever.
A modern day game with no option to cap your frames is absurd.
Just weird sort of quality of life things, like you said. Like no option to cap your frames. Little things like when I got multiples of certain weapons, right? Because there's a little shooter, you're gonna get like multiples of every single weapon, and I'm trying to unequip them to put newer weapons in. It doesn't let me. It'll just re-equip to something else. And it won't. There's no option to just unequip everything and then pick what you want to do.
Bro, same thing with the just cycling weapons. Like you got to go through the whole cycle, the UI with the overlay. Hey, we want to tell you this tip, and the whole takes up 1/4 of the screen, like almost like Xbox Snap from back in the Xbox One era. And I'm like, bro, could you get off the screen? Like, okay, I got it. We got the tip. Like it's certain things fundamentally. I just want to give Slowball some bars because of something you said. He said 1/3 of the skill trees are dedicated to multiplayer. But what if you don't want or have anyone else to play with? It's like punishing solo players. I did want to get, because I felt that way too. Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Did they push solo too?
Yeah, that's what we.
Well, they did when we saw it.
You don't need a friend.
Yeah, when they saw it, they were like, okay, we know a lot of the pushback is, hey, this is an Arcane game. You're focusing on its multiplayer stuff. We're going to show you this game is just as capable as a single player game as an Arcane experience. And so when I get the pushback about, hey, love it, criticize it for what it is and not what you want it to be, they told me it was going to be something else.
You got to keep sending shots at me, bro.
Yeah. No. But it's not even. It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
No, you wasn't, bro. But all jokes, you were right. You were right. When we had a discussion, you and Maddie were harder on it, and I was more hopeful, on it. But look, it's not about me. King has been patient. I was going to make sure you got your bars on solid and then we can get, because King has been very patient.
Yes, sir. All done.
Yeah, man. Look, Redfall. The aftermath, the reviews. Community is very upset. King. You know what I'm saying? They need to hear from the King. You know what I'm saying? They need to know what's going on. How's he feeling about this?
Well, I heard Ben say, I'd rather play it at a cap 30.
Oh, man, here we go.
Microsoft came out and said, got that
We got you covered, bro.
The cap 30 isn't even really capped. It's capped at 30, sure, but it doesn't hit 30.
Nah,
There's a lot of cap going on right
yeah,
now.
yeah. I mean, King, it don't hit that 30, bro.
Hey.
It don't hit that 30. It don't hit it, bro. I'm sorry. I can't allow this one. I can't allow this one. It does not hit the 30 they promised either.
Over here, Mr. 7,000.
Mr. 7,000.
We capped over here, man.
I know your glasses have VRR.
They told you temper your expectations on that PC.
Temper your expectations everywhere.
They said they capped over there. You uncapped. You crazy with it.
You wild with it.
He said, whatever your PC can do, it can do.
It's my fault. It's my fault. It's your fault you wanted 60. How dare you?
His PC go above and beyond. He said, I was running around there 190 one time.
Anyway, thoughts, sir.
Okay, I can't sit here and cap for this game. I didn't have enough time.
I thought he's not having enough time.
No, not at all. When I turned the game on, because I was going on Xbox 2+1.
Yes. Oh, salute, Red and Jazz.
Yeah, it was a great show.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned this game on. I said, there's absolutely no way it's what they said. I went on Colt last Monday. Xbox 2+1 the next day, and same thing. I got to hear everybody that's playing these NDA dudes that was playing it before I got a chance to touch. So and yes, we have some NDA dudes on our team. One is right here. One is right there.
Two are here.
Mahmood.
Three.
Yeah. He got that code. I saw it when
No, actually, the code. It was weird. The code came to me, and I'm like, "Why did the code come to me?"
Exactly.
That code came. Shit.
It came to you. Yeah. It's like it's up to you. Use the force.
Use the force.
Divvy it out as you choose. Yo, I turned it on, and I ain't even gonna lie, man. Okay, so I picked the yellow dude.
Yeah.
And I said, let me get him. He wake up in the boat. Now, I could not believe this was water.
Oh, bro.
Yeah. I went to a door, and it had like a broken hose at the top. And what they thought was water coming down was like a hard, it felt like a PlayStation 1.
That N64, that hard.
Yeah. I'm going to get to the N64 part in a minute.
So we go on PlayStation 1.
Yeah, so I heard dudes talk about that the graphics was 360-ish. That's no cap. That is no cap. That is no cap at all. I mean, you can take the best, I guess, Call of Duty 360 one. Remember that? Take those best games. Some of them outperform this dude. Yo, I was walking around the sparse environment of a shipwreck, right? And it's people littered here and there. It's like, okay, it's like on this boat, there was only 5 people. and all 5 of them died. They had 10 cars. All right, okay. 10 cars, 5 people. I don't know. The vampires must have took everybody else. All right. Now, when I get downstairs, is water again? We back to this water thing.
Yes.
Because I thought we conquered water in the 3D space.
No, we was there with it, with the development. Okay.
Obviously, they didn't get the memo. Oh, y'all in trouble. I looked at the water, so there was some fake little narrative to tell you why it looks so horrible. It is frozen because the solar eclipse is happening. And the world has stopped. I was like, all right.
It's stupid.
So I'm going in this 360 world. But all right, so it's a 360 world with more polygons, right? Higher resolution. Let's get that out the way. Yeah. Not saying better polygons. Yeah. I just said more. Okay. So I hear people talking. I have Dolby Atmos.
Bro, you can hear them.
So normally, if they're on the right, they're there.
Over there. Yeah.
They're above me, they're there. Yeah. If they below me, I hear them down there. Yeah. If they to the left, I hear them over there. These dudes was talking all around me.
Facts.
I said, where are they at?
Preach.
I can't sneak up on anybody to kill anybody because I don't know where they at, but they talking though, and they sound like they close to me, and I keep looking around like,
Yo, I had the same problem, King. I was like, yo, where they at?
and I don't know until they shoot me.
Yes. And then you don't even got the ping to be like where direction the bullet coming from.
I'm looking for action. So you got to shoot me for me to get action, and I see you. Ha ha. Then I shoot you. Yeah. All right. So again, walking and the texture popping is crazy. Yeah. Texture popping is crazy. Why is it texture popping? I got an SSD. What happened to the velocity texture? And
velocity
texturing.
What happened to the mesh shaders and all this stuff? Telling me. It was a lot of cap. It was a lot.
A lot of molasses.
Okay, but time out. We're gonna get to the real issue, the root of the problem. We're gonna get to the root of the problem.
What's the root of the problem?
All right. So, what I think ZeniMax is a dude that run his company, but he a messy roommate.
Oh, man.
Like you Phil just trying to get his room in order.
We doing that bad college roommate? Oh, man.
Phil got his half of the room. He just got it. He was like, yeah, okay, so this is looking good. We have to push the little things back, but we have Forza coming and, we dropping a hi-fi rush. That's a good thing. We doing a lot of things. Everything's in order. And they like, yo, Todd, what you doing over there? Dancing by itself. These moves is gonna kill it in prom.
I can't. He danced by himself in the mirror.
And Phil is like, isn't Pete helping you with those dance moves?
I can't.
You think you can get those dance moves up to 60?
I can't.
Yo, Saab told you, and I hate this guy for being right.
Always.
No matter when these games ship, they broken. Bethesda has a stigma. They have a stink about them. And you ever had a roommate that stink that he don't want to use deodorant?
Oh, come on.
He got a stink about him. And y'all call it Bethesda-isms. Y'all call it Bethesda-isms, right? Y'all be like, yeah, little quirks and quickies. Well, the quirks and the quickies won't caught up to you. This is what happens when there's no true oversight. Microsoft has been on their side of the room. And they've been yelling over there to the other side, yo, Pete, y'all good? Yeah, man. We good. Todd, how does it look? Is Todd ready?
Oh, man.
All right. And I know Phil was like, let me go over there and see what's going on. Saw Redfall. There's no way in hell nobody saw Redfall and was like, oh, no, this is good to go. No way in hell.
No one was like, yo, this is it right here. We got one.
What we're going to do is what we can control. We'll put out controllers. All right. Controllers. Everybody love controllers. We're going to put out controllers. We're going to have crazy merch. I've never seen so much merch for a game that is a first-party IP. First time out the door. I've never seen so many hoodies, jackets, shirts. Fight back. We got a comic book coming.
Cog, did you show it off? Have you showed it off?
Let's not discuss.
Okay. I don't know if they wanted it.
No, we can. We can.
When you
adding the legend.
When you go look at the designer lab, because my controller was messing up, so Saul was like, "Well, go get you one of those designer ones." I was like, "I don't need nothing like that," but I was like, "Let me go over there and look." And I go look, and the first thing they offer to you is Redfall designs.
Yeah,
the merch.
And I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to Walmart and just pick up like a regular green one."
But do you see, they worked on bamboozling. Now they pulled y'all dudes out. Let's get the dudes that rock with us, and we're gonna put them all in a room, and we're gonna give them the highest end. Y'all didn't know that I was playing 4090 SSD with all the RAM they could possibly have, with nothing else on the operating system but Redfall. And they gave it to y'all, and they hit it. They gave you a controller, and it was like, yeah, go ahead and play and have a good time. And yeah, we're not gonna do what we said the game is about. with the 4-player, interaction. We're just gonna let you just go out.
That's why they got that voice when they telling us.
You're gonna touch, and then you know how they do when somebody give you something they don't really want you to drive it, like hey, here you go, and then they take it right back.
Or just go down this street and turn.
Stuff like this with it.
Yeah. You know, you do the test job. All right, stay on this block here.
Don't
And
turn
then
left.
Circle right back around into the dealership parking lot and bring it right back.
The best part about this is my car, right? And it's a lemon. The best part about this is we have buyer protection. It's called Game Pass.
Oh, we doing it. Come on, King. We doing that?
I don't care. The game sucked. Underscore.
Oh,
Ben deleted it. Yo, Ben deleted it, and I'm on my way. All right. So, listen. $70 sucks to be you, boo boo. You could have did a better deal. You could have took your $15. See, this is how pimp moves happen.
So we justify the product.
That is, we're gonna justify you.
Okay, that's what we doing.
We're gonna justify you getting hoodwinked because you could have said, "All right, this don't make no sense. You have $70 here. You have $15 here. I'm iffy about this game because I know nothing about it. This is not Castlevania. This is not Metal Gear. This is not Resident Evil. This is not something that has a pedigree. This is an if."
Okay.
Right? And you didn't know what it was anyway until they told you needed to have it. You did not know what it was. I thought it was Left 4 Dead type of thing because I love Left 4 Dead.
Yeah.
And then I thought, okay, well, maybe hopefully it's better than Back 4 Blood because I didn't like Back 4 Blood. And hopefully it's better than Evolve because I didn't like Evolve. Yeah. This thing is worse than all of them. All of them combined. But you have $70. You can take $15 or $9, go buy Game Pass for the month.
Oh, so it's little Timmy that he bought play $70.
Yeah, Timmy, you jumped out there and you was red flagging too hard.
So how dare he have confidence and excitement for the product to give it the money that they charged
$15 it deserved. Right? You give it the $15, you would not be like this right now.
Well, the best part about paying $15 to play Redfall is that as soon as you delete it, you can play whatever else you want on Game Pass.
You can play Loop Hero that look worse than that, but better.
Get some Goat Simulator or something,
Power-wise.
Clean the palette.
I'm a total mark for Game Pass, and I rep it all the time. But I can't sit here and say that. Okay, well, it's okay that it was trash.
Thank you, Ben.
Because you should have just got it on Game Pass. Like they presented it as a premium product from their studio.
AAA. This thing ended the show. This was the one more thing, guys, to end the show off.
I'm not saying that it's okay that it's trash. Right? Never. Don't ever get that part confused.
Thank you.
My message to everyone is be frugal with your dollar. The only way this company will learn that they can't put trash out is if you don't buy, right? You don't, and this is going to apply later.
Okay.
You don't buy. They see the number engaged in Game Pass. You came in the door for Game Pass. See, the best part about Game Pass, you came in the door to see that one chick. She was whack. Oh, what else you got in here? Let me get that. Let me get that. Let me get that.
What the hell are we doing in here?
And I'm over here with this. So at no point in time do you feel slighted because for your $15, you got like what 300-400 games. So stop. The problem is ZeniMax, man. I mean, Bethesda. They are dancing to the rhythm of their own music, and Phil just cleaning up his side. We are finding out how dysfunctional they are. It's every game, like Fallout 76, Fallout, New Vegas. These games always had bugs and problems, and y'all overlooked them. Y'all thought it was cute. This is what happens when you don't reprimand somebody. And this IP comes out on Microsoft now. I gotta say, Microsoft was like, we need a return on investment more than likely. And this thing was so long in the tooth that if we cancel this game, all the devs that worked on this project don't get their bonuses, don't get paid. I don't know how that goes.
Yeah, the revenue
right?
part.
But I know some of their bonuses is tied to the performance of said game. Now, it doesn't help if the game comes out and the performance is trash.
Right.
and the game isn't good, because I saw a developer went on Twitter and she was basically showing her heart, like she see peers of her champion that this game is bad.
Yeah.
That's what world are we living in? Yeah. Nobody wants a bad game. So yeah, the game should have been canceled. The game should have been deleted because it's fundamentally a bad game. Right? From the core, it's a bad game. Aesthetically, it's a bad game. Performance-wise, it's a bad game. It's a bad game that can't be fixed. I don't believe at any point in time it can be fixed inside Game Pass. I don't care what patches you do. I don't care what quests you do. At some point in time, that game is gonna just like fade to black. I don't think a sequel comes out for that game.
It's just one of those. They just want to get it out, forget it,
move on.
Okay. No, I hear you. Lord Addict, man, good to see you, brother. I don't know if you're still here. See you on the pop-in, man. Good to hear from you, brother. I know we talk about you, so yeah, I know this is a topic that is passionate to you, so it's cool to see you jump in. What's your thoughts on the whole Redfall, the aftermath, and the reviews and everything?
I think my biggest problem with Redfall is how the coverage was covered. Right. I got no issue with anyone that does it. I understand it's PR's job. That's their whole thing. But I feel like the whole industry, and not just particularly this game, could really start to redefine how PR is done. And it's not anyone's fault, because I feel like what happened with Redfall, where you guys were talking earlier about, Saul felt bamboozled over the way that the PR was handled. It's not a Bethesda thing. It's not an Xbox thing. It's an industry thing. And I've spoke about it multiple times that, the industry needs to do a better job at being more transparent with products. What's going to sell better than a game that you kind of false advertise to a degree? A game that you actually put time into and you have no problem showing that time.
That confidence, yeah.
And to me, that's just the biggest thing I didn't like. It's like, I'm not saying that the game that we played before was night and day difference, but I am saying it was dramatically different. And to me, I can handle a game that's underwhelming all day long. I can't handle a game that I felt like people were trying to sell me something else. And I think that's the biggest issue is, and plus, what does that do too? I'm sure it's like I said, these PR people, they're doing their job. But at the same time, you're making influencers look mad suspect when they go do these kind of things. And it's just like, it's not cool. It's not, and I feel like hiding the fact that the game was 30 frames for so long definitely doesn't make you look good. And that's why, like, it's very important that people understand this is not a particular studio. This seems like an industry-wide thing. Because shout out to the people. I was reviewing Jedi, and I almost have the review done, but there was just no way I was getting to it this weekend. But they low-key sent me the review code like mad late. And then when I was reading the embargo, it was just pretty much like, oh, you don't have to worry about the day one patches. They're already in. And I'm like, oh, so you sent me these after the day one patches. And to me, that's an issue there too. It's like, you shouldn't be expecting these reviewers to review something and not be honest about the game and the condition it was when they reviewed it. Like, what's the point in having a day one patch that fixes the majority of the issues when you could have theoretically just pushed the game like 2 or 3 weeks and let them play the game that's supposed to be released, and not, oh, we're going to play the game for a week without the day one patch. And then it's like they kind of expect you to go back and replay it. But this is the way the game's going to be launched. But that's not the way I played it.
And the reviewer played it in a pre-patch state. So he's giving one opinion. Then sometimes you'll see the community attack the reviewer, because then they'll have the patch version and they'll be like, hey,
it's like,
I didn't have this problem or whatever.
I'll give you a good example. Me and Smooth played Gears 5. Worked just fine. No issues. But what ended up happening is they did the online connected to like a lobby. connection based.
Right.
So we're on here saying, yo, the game worked good. We had no issues. It looks from our review perspective, oh, the game has no issues. But then when the servers kicked on and it was overwhelming it, me and Smooth got, I would say, to the last act before the game went live. When that game went live, we couldn't connect to each other anymore. We couldn't play the game individually. Together anymore. Like if I remember correctly, we had to beat that game individually to review it.
Wow.
So it was only the last act, but it's just like, this kind of scenario, it's like now what's going to end up happening is you're going to have some people looking mad sus. Oh, why ain't you talking about these issues? Because this wasn't part of the game when we were playing.
Another feeling.
And that's why I personally feel like, once again, the entire industry needs to be more transparent. They need to stop giving reviewers games that they know for a fact need a day one patch to run properly. And I feel like that's the lowest bar that's there. Yeah. Like, to be transparent with your consumers feels like the bare minimum.
60 frames on the box art. Remember that.
And it's just, even obviously you look at Redfall. I do feel like the game was underwhelming to a vast majority. I feel like I was nauseous. I had to uninstall it. Like you guys called, I was literally nauseous. I had to stop playing.
I had to beg him to do like 3 more levels with me. I was like, please, I need the experience to go out, please.
And it was just like, this isn't it, man. And the sad part about it is Xbox, for the most part, I will say they've been having better reviewed games. And I feel like even though that they've had better reviewed games, a lot of them have been like, a form like AA stuff and some indie level stuff. And the sad part about it is all that goodwill that they've been building up. I feel like releasing your first big AAA title in this condition, because this is, to my personal opinion, I enjoyed Crackdown more than Redfall. Because at least when I played the single player, I really enjoyed the single player of Crackdown. I didn't enjoy much of Redfall at all. And it sucks because Arcane is one of my OG studios that I love. And to me, you can ask Cog, I was like, look, I want this game to succeed just because I don't want Arcane being turned into a support studio because they're starting to lose faith in this studio.
Or dissolved.
Yeah, generally.
I don't think they would dissolve them yet. Who knows? It's just one of those things. It's like, at the end of the day, my biggest thing I could take from Redfall is the industry needs to be drastically more transparent with us. Again, reviewers, I get it. When you review something, you need those clicks, especially people that do it full time. But if the industry won't self-correct itself and the reviewers continuously review under these circumstances, then at that point, the reviewers are just as fault as the actual people doing it, because they can stand up for it too. Sure, I get it. You might have a couple games that, you don't get out day one. But guess what? When the industry starts having these games, these massive games, not having 50, 60 reviews, and it's got 2 or 3, they're going to start saying, yo, what can we do to get these reviewers happy? I don't think the reviewers realize how much actual power they have.
There's always somebody out there that will work
that's what I'm saying. It takes more than a couple. And like the whole industry got to come together. People are tired of working under weird embargo lists, and Section A has it first and Section B gets it second. Then everyone's got to come together and say, until you fix these crazy rules that shouldn't have been applied, I ain't reviewing nothing from your studio.
The only reason why I have to give you a little bit of pushback on that is because everybody in this space is me. It's not anybody.
See, that's the issue.
Yeah, but that's not going to change, because me walks into the store to pay my bills. Me make sure that my channel is up and running. Me. So I'm not going to lean over and say, hey, man, are you going to take a stand with me? He's not taking a stand because he got to get his views up too.
I'm not necessarily saying that. Like, we see this in the not this industry all the time. I mean, there's people in France right now having giant strikes for retirement age.
Yeah, so but those are unions. There's no union.
And I feel, but people go on strike all the time. That's not part of unions. You see massive amounts of staff just leaving the thing and going in a picket line. Like, to me, I get it. and it's not an easy conversation to not necessarily, because a lot of these reviewers, especially the bigger ones, they'll be able to get that money regardless. Maybe the views won't be exactly where it was, and it's a hard thing to ask people to kiss away a perfect check. But at the same time, who's going to make a step first? The industry that has set the boundaries, or the people that keep going against with the boundaries? And to me, I don't see the industry pushing back that much. I don't. And maybe it's going to come on us, the influencers, the podcasters, the streamers. It's going to come on us to do something, because the industry. Why would the industry change something that's working so well for them? And that's my biggest thing. It's like I've always said on this podcast multiple times, over and over again, I'm for transparency and actually being honest, and I'm for anything else. And at the same time, I can understand why they do it. I do, because when you set a system up like that's been set up, it's hard to say, yo, let's try something else. But at the same time, if they ain't going to do anything about it and start to put more policies in place, and the reviewers won't take a stand either, then are we ever going to fix it?
Yeah, I hear where you're coming from. It's a very, very controversial subject because of the fact of access. And, it's one of those things, because like King said, there's always going to be someone where, if they're not big enough, if you're big enough to say, hey, no, I'm good, you know what I'm saying, or I'm going to pay for my own game, and I'm not going to, let's be honest, this whole thing is about access. Let's just
it is.
This is
and
about
the sad
access.
Part is, in order to grow in this industry to a certain degree, you do need some form of industry access, unless you have like a huge amount of money pooling in somewhere else.
And the power, to your point, the powers that be will say, hey, okay, you decline, you feel away. There's always going to be, I'll take creative B and C, who they're just trying to get their channel off. They're trying to make a move. And, I don't know the answer to it. I don't know it. You're making a valid point. It's a tough conversation.
And I don't know if there's an answer to it, but I do know one thing. The way things are going now, something got to change. Regardless if it's the industry changing or a couple really, really big reviewers coming together and saying they're not messing with that game with this embargo. Something's got to change, because we're having more and more of these incidences all the time. Like, games are being broken almost left and right.
For sure.
And sometimes reviewers say it, sometimes they don't, and it's the transparency on everything. It's like I said, the people in the chat, this isn't just a one developer, one publisher thing. The entire industry does this to a point.
Yeah. Look, I'll get my balls off quick so everybody got theirs off. Look, this game, man, I got so much thoughts. First of all, it's just a major disappointment. It is, I'm gonna be honest, this is an embarrassment to me. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this game was delayed a year, y'all.
Keep in mind, Cog, this is their first $70 game. It makes it even look worse.
And it's requiring 70. And here's the thing, y'all know me. Like, the thing that really bothered, I said this on Duke, that really bothered me about this situation is, my word mean everything to me. People come to me and say, yo, Cog, what do we think? Where you at? If you're with it, we'll trust it. And look, I'm not going to sit there and say that I did feel slightly deceived by this situation, because look, me, Solve, Manny went to this thing. Like King said, it had to be on 4090s. It had to be on the best haul. Clearly it was not, Series X, but it's just like, what I played was a smooth experience, right? What I played, it had density, right? I'm not going to say it was frame perfect, but it was definitely 60. You know what I'm saying? It was definitely smooth. And I walked away from it, like Solve said, like, okay, I'll be consistent. They got to fix this AI, because I was like, some of these cultists, I'm like, bro, I'm right in your corner vision, how you don't see me. You know what I'm saying? Some of that, I did like how the vampires was moving, you know what I'm saying, kind of thing. But what I played at that time, I said, okay, we just got to see how this story's going to land, how this co-op's going to land. And maybe in retrospect, looking back at it, like, this is your co-op debut, but you only letting us play the single player. You know what I'm saying? Looking back at it now, right? And L on me, the only thing I will hold is that I should have asked, is the console version going to be representative of this, or at least 60 frames, right? I should have asked that. But again, for all intensive purposes, I thought this is what we're going to be playing. So it didn't even cross my mind at that time. All I was thinking about, okay, all the stuff that Harvey was talking about as far as studio development and as far as the adversity they went through, as far as getting the game out, and then as far as my main concern was, the 4-player untethered experience from a CPU's perspective. I did understand that. What bothered me is now, fast forward, Mahmood, we know how this go, right? Generally, companies that feel confident, you get that 2-week ahead of time code. So now we're getting down to the wire, and I'm just like,
I remember the chat.
The week, and then Attic is firing up on me. Like Attic is like, yo, bro, where to join that, yo? And I'm like, yo, chill.
Check your email.
Yo, yeah, I'm checking. I'm like, I'm checking it. It ain't there, right? Then I'm starting it. Some people
send it to the dude with the 49.
Then some people are starting. Some people are starting to get it, and reviewers talk amongst themselves like, results ain't really sounding promising. So I'm like, all right. So Mahmood hit me like, bro, we getting like day or two before release. Man. I had to literally finally get it then, and I'm like, all right, not gonna complain. I'm not gonna sound privileged. I'm not gonna sound entitled. We did get it. Okay, fine. But I'm like, look, at the time, like we said, Mahmood, the time we got it, we ain't gonna make this embargo. So what's the LogNet rule? Either making impressions or you do a tips and tricks, and then we gonna miss. We don't go extra hard and slay people just to make the embargo. We want the proper experience. Mahmood did his thing. Salute to you, brother. You killed that with the tips and tricks and the impression. And then after embargo, you made the review in a normal time. But we didn't have much time to operate. What now bothers me is the word starts to get out. And I'm like, it's one thing to be like, yo, the game is bad. There's another thing to be like, yo, this is the worst game I have ever played. Like, this is functionally broken. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, yo, how is that? Like, that's not. So now I'm like, nah, this is bothering me. Because now remember, COG is taking, it's a solid experience we just got. That was my initial impressions. So I call up Attic. Shout out to Attic. Shout out to DJ. I'm like, yo, get this Series X. Let's get this go. I need to see what people are talking about. Yo, I swear to God, this was not the game I played. Bro, we fired it up. I'm like, yo, what is this? Like King is saying, like, this feels like 360. Like, I'm in bend energy. It's so bad. Like, I am laughing. Like, to the point where
I'm... remind me of? Remember that game, The Darkness?
Yes. Yeah, bro. It's so bad that me and Attic are looking at each other's characters, and their feet are not matching the terrain.
Yes.
And they're like, I'm like, yo, this is some 360 and 64 energy. Like, what is going on? This is not, I said, Attic, I swear to God, the game version that we played was way better than this. Like, what is going on for the console? And it's just a terrible look. It's a terrible look.
Did you have access to the whole game, or was it just a slice?
It was literally a slice of us coming out of the firehouse from the beginning. Right, it was the slice before the boat. I mean, after the boat. After the boat was the slice.
I still don't know how some of those problems were fixed, but that gives you some excuse that you weren't playing the whole game.
Right,
like they had perfected a portion of it.
Here's the part that was scary for the console. Me and Attic and DJ, we're running mad blocks. I'm hearing voices and not seeing no enemies. Yeah. I'm going mad. I see one person. So I'm like, the game that I played was dead soft. Remember, as soon as you come out the firehouse, you go down that little ramp steps into the park. There was like the blue area, the gate. There's vampires. There was cultists moving back and forth. There was enemy density. Like, I'm just like, yo, what is this? I felt so bad at the console experience. I'm like, yo, this is not it. This is not
catfish.
Yeah, like, bro, like, it was different. So that's the part, you know what I'm saying? I will stand on my square that at least I did call out.
She look like her IG picture.
Yeah, she did not look like her IG picture at all. So that's my thing. And it's just like, the AI ends up being worse. And look, I'm not going to run too deep with it, but it's just like, to me, it's kind of what y'all said earlier. Like, this felt like pre-acquisition Bethesda. You know what I'm saying? This felt like, yo, we're going to try to catch a wave. We need to do something. And at some point, who stamped finish?
Pete Hines.
Who stamped finish and said, this is a go. This is unacceptable. And that to me is indicative of the pipeline. At some point, I understand, and we're going to get into, obviously just going to transition into the Phil thing and we'll get into it, but it's like at some point, there has to be the quality control pipeline.
They need a whole police,
right?
A whole
police.
What happened to each one teach one though? What happened to the week? Once every 3 months we have group meetings and we exchange technology between. Who was Redfall's partner?
And we're gonna get to that. But this is clearly a problem with pre-acquisition projects of a company that now has been acquired. This pipeline has to, because this is unacceptable. And the Xbox fan base, you're charging $70 for this game. I don't want to hear about, it's going to go in Game Pass and then we're going to fix it later. That sets a dangerous precedent and a dangerous perception on optics that you could just throw something in and, we'll deal with it later. And
Take it back to the store.
Yeah, Xbox deserves better. So that's it.
You deserve better.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's all I want to say. We're going to get into the meat of this.
How did it feel being catfish?
I mean, bro.
It's not fun, bro. Not fun.
It hurt because...
you know what they sound like, Ben? Remember that guy, it was in the papers, that he sued his wife? He got married to her, and then he woke up the next morning, she ain't have the makeup and all that stuff. He turned up and was like, who the hell is in my house? And he called the police.
Oh, man.
Dog, I know how much you enjoy your merch and your special editions, so I got to know how much you buy for Redfall before the game comes out.
Actually, I'm good. I didn't go in on anything. I do have a shirt.
So even you had doubts, is what you're saying.
No, I did.
Let us all.
Yeah.
You had doubts. You wouldn't buy the merch. You knew it was going to be garbage. I'm just.
Yeah, because I'm gonna come on Defy the Duke with the shirt. If I'm feeling it, if I'm all the way in, you're gonna see that shirt that week. Listen, my Starfield jacket just came. I'm going in. I'm hoping. I got I got the Starfield bubble goose. I'm ready in the summertime. But look, now in your defense, yes, I was a little gun shy. Let me see, but it was like you, Ben. It was one of them joints I thought I was going to like. This is me and the homies, 4 players. And there's some aspects of it you can see that it's a part of a game there when you're going through the door, through the vampire nest. But it's just so simple game design. Everything is, you don't know how to get through this? Get a key. Find the key. Get to the next level. It was just
10, but
yeah. But anyway, look, we don't roll up. We got to get to the main event of this. Let us get these super chats. And then
get these super chats, and then I gotta handle some business.
Super chats and some hidden.
Please like, follow, and subscribe. And if this is your first time checking out Iron Lord's podcast, subscribe.
Yes,
we have fun here. Ben is having a great time. You haven't even felt the 4 hours yet, have you?
He's like 4 hours.
Yeah, and I told Ben it's gonna be a later show. We pushing it right now. Let's get the super chats. Right. We gotta pay some bills.
Max Arthony with the £2 super chat can confirm the Redfall credits run at 60 FPS on X.
Thank you for your Digital Foundry technical analysis.
My menu is a steady 120. The menu is
those credits were lit. Thank you.
Then we have Project Aries, new member, $5 super chat. All of Microsoft's acquisitions. No one considered the amount of employees not happy but willing to finesse the bag. Job security is greater than bare minimum work. I'll never say they put bare minimum works. They worked hard on this. Obviously, it just feels like a lot of times when the heart of it isn't there, the final product just isn't going to work. And that's what I feel like this is.
Yeah.
I know this. I know they worked hard.
Yeah.
And we have Matt Without Fear, member for 1 year, £5 super chat. Clippy was like, it looks like you're trying to make a AAA game. Would you like some help with that?
Yo, because I can visualize that in the corner. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Then we have Malcolm X Lax LAX3 or Lax3, $5 super chat. In the current state, Redfall is in its current state. Redfall is that blockbuster Game Pass weekend game, buggy, unfinished, but you see the potential. Yeah, like I said, maybe I'll change my mind. We'll see.
I don't know. It's going to take something dramatic.
Yeah. Then we have Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. My man's Phil catching more L's than Dylan Brooks. Chill.
I wouldn't put that on Phil, but, Heavy's the head that holds the crown. So stick around, bucko.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Cog, Matty, and Saab got the special build. Yeah, we did. We certainly did.
Yeah. So did Colt and everybody else.
Everybody else
got a chance to be wined and dined.
It was
that IG model ain't look the same outside of those lights, right?
Yeah, that was one of those things that, as soon as we finished our playthrough, I talked to Matty, I talked to Kyle. I was like, there isn't a console to be found here. It's all workstations.
Learning experience.
Yeah, definitely. To keep your eyes open and ears open.
Shout out to Bontes in the chat. I see you, Clippy, just showing all of our age. Yes, he is.
Then we have Max Arthony again, £5 super chat. Wolfenstein, Youngblood, and Redfall are so similar on paper. One just ran a lot better than the other. Incredibly disappointing. Yes, very disappointing.
Not true. Not true. Not true. Nah, I just
Wolfenstein is a better game.
Yeah, you just fundamentally it's a better game. This is an unknown IP they made you care about and strung you along. Yeah. And you should have saw the signs. We should have saw the signs. We had red flags all over the place.
Yeah. Now looking back in retrospect, but yeah, I can see where you're going.
Yeah.
We have Darn Thread with the 100 sec super chat. If PC is master race, then how come you need DLSS for fake frames to get good performance?
Shots.
I didn't say I turned on DLSS.
He can brute force anything.
Yeah, exactly.
He paid $7,000 for that $7,000. He can run anything.
I did not turn on DLSS though.
So you heard that? I don't need that, bro. That's a flex. What's this DLSS?
What are you talking about?
Is that a fast SSD?
I think the biggest issue that I personally saw with Redfall is I feel like they tried to take Redfall's like Arkane's signature gameplay and divide it with 4 characters.
Solve said it. Solve's a damn prophet.
And I feel like the biggest issue there is, they could have did more with the map where it felt like the people, like the bad guys actually had relevancy in the map. Yeah. There's little things they could have done and early in the development that I felt like would have went a long way.
Yeah, like use technology. Like use Dolby Atmos, like use LOD, like use mesh shaders, like use the velocity architecture, like use something that the Xbox said they could do. Use RDNA too, because that wasn't RDNA at all.
King has spoken. Tech King.
Then we have Mick Rob with the Mick Rob with the €2 super chat. Rafael Colantonio left Arcane. Maybe it is why.
He won't be associated.
We gotta see what's gonna happen with the future of them. Harvey and the team, and we gotta see.
Exactly. So we'll see what happens. Bone Slave, shout out to Bone Slave, $5 super
Cali
chat.
in the building.
Cali ILP in the building, $5 super chat. Redfall should have been marketed as a smaller title or free-to-play game. The backlash wouldn't have been so bad.
I do think that if this game would have come out like $30, $40, it would have been a little bit better on them. It still would have gotten like crucified during the reviewing process, but I do think people will be like, look, because the moment you start rating stuff, especially your first $70 product, you're putting expectations on that can't be realistically met. And I think it's like, once again, that's not an issue with this in particular. That's an industry issue too. There's so many games that come out that I'm like, look, if this game would have been half the price or $20 less, this game would have got received way better and it probably would have sold more.
Got to push for quality.
Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. It has slowdown on Series X. Stop defending them. The King was playfully defending them. Then he got to the real.
Continue.
And we have Max.
They can come for me all they like. Oh, King, you can't have an opinion, King. You gotta agree with me, King, because my opinion is right, and I'm the dictator of your little sovereign. Get out.
Fair enough.
Let me see. Max Arthe, £5 super chat. I love it, but Game Pass is about to become an interactive museum of failed first-party games from Xbox. Jeez. It's a bit harsh, but
that's probably coming from an individual that hasn't been able to keep up with the payments of Game Pass.
Don't do that to his wallet. Don't do that.
They had to come and repossess your Game Pass. I know you went in and you saw a big It was like, yo, I'm gonna try this Redfall. It's like, if you ain't got $70, you can't holler at
Oh man, don't do that to that man finances like that. Come on.
The way your checkings and savings is made.
You know what's funny? So some of the savages I see in this chat, I wouldn't be surprised if he literally re super chats $15 and say, take that, punk. Like,
he can do that, but I would tell him, take that $15 and go get Game Pass.
Time on kickstarting people's wallet.
Conversation
We gotta
of
get
a person that is not in the ecosystem.
But I will say this: yes, they have to change the narrative and the perception by hitting with their AAA first party
quality,
quality,
AAA.
Yes, have to do that. Quality. All right. Then we have Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Good job giving them the smoke it deserves, King. So yeah, King did give them the smoke.
Y'all know what I do. I tell it like it is. I don't care what nobody say. But I'm an Xbox homer. So don't ever think that,
at the end
they
of the
messed
day,
up so bad, I'm going to PlayStation.
At the end of the day, we might put a little spice on our stuff for, comedic relief, but we actually do care about all these brands succeeding.
And we're going to give them the smoke that they deserve.
I want PlayStation to become an app.
Thank you for your commentary on PlayStation's future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Fantastic analysis.
PlayStation 6.
Awesome Lord King and that representative.
Yes,
of the
please.
entire-
That's another thing. People don't understand the thoughts of a website and the one panel member, of one writer or the one panel member does not reflect the entire thoughts of said website and said podcast. Please and best believe it.
Then we have Nick's $5 super chat. Shout out to Phil's ghostwriter. They once again had King watching the interview with a box of tissue while holding his change for dear life. Oh,
Jesus.
My goodness.
Jesus. Messy.
Yes, this is true. And shout out to you for listening with your ears closed.
Continue.
All right. Slow-mo backslap member for 2 years. $10 super chat.
Lessons.
Redfall goes as low as 21 FPS on Xbox, almost as low an FPS as the flip book cutscenes. Whoa!
Wow!
How do you do a reveal trailer with high quality animation and don't have anything close in the actual game?
That's
Bait
crazy.
and switch.
Yeah. I felt when I saw those cutscenes, I was like, man, that felt like a budget thing. Like that was really,
Yeah, you remember when I saw it and I came back and I was like, it looked like 60. I was talking crazy out my neck. It looked like 60.
thought I was playing as Dusk Falls.
Yeah,
yo.
But that wasn't having as much fun.
Speaking of which, how did it feel to be the main character?
That's Dusk Falls.
Ben is the main character. Okay, he look like you, Ben. I'm going there. I'm going there.
That game too, so I know what you mean.
Ben's like, where's the check though? I get the check.
Inside, I got a better bit.
Then we got Pixelbit G, member for 40 months, Lord Bronze. Redfall got everything from controllers to t-shirts. Why they don't have what they don't have is a game.
Yo, come on, be nice.
That's why they keep telling you to bite back because they bit you.
Game Pass don't get me back my bite back DLC cost. Yes, there is DLC coming for this game.
You paid for that?
I guess it's separate. It's not going into Game Pass that I know of. Maybe
Wait,
that'll
There's
change.
DLC coming. They said they're bringing more characters.
More characters.
Yeah.
Okay, time out. Time out.
What?
It said it won't get you back your DLC cost. So you planning on investing into a bad game?
Well, there are plans for DLC.
Yeah. So
but he's planning. He just told you it ain't gonna get me back my money that I'm planning to give to this broken game.
they
Well, he
apparently
already
gave
bought
already. Already.
Oh,
Yeah.
when they buy the game outside of Game Pass?
Yeah, they bought it. No, even if you play it in Game Pass, you can go and buy the DLC a la carte if you want.
Oh, shout out to you for being forward thinking. Shout out to maybe you could go to Microsoft and say, I hit that button by mistake. I thought that was today, baby.
Anyway, time.
Then we have
later.
Sagging Nutsack.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back.
£1 super chat. That's all he wanted to say. He wanted to make sure we read his name.
Yeah, that's all he just wants us to read his name.
Then he came back again, sagging nutsack once again with the £2 super chat. Redfall wallpapers, fire though. Shout out to the Redfall
No,
wallpaper.
man, we talk about the wallpaper. Damn.
Then we got Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. All hail the ILP. Woo. Let's hope Redfall is a valuable lesson about being so hands off with these studios. Yes.
pipeline. We're gonna get into
Mommy
it.
cannot go to the store without leaving somebody watching the kids.
We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it.
Then we got Sagging Nutsack once again. 10-pound super chat. Honest, we're eating good. Backlog is crazy. I just finished Ravenlock. Benedict Fox is next.
Yeah.
I will wait till 60 FPS drops for Redfall. Game Pass is keeping me engaged till the heavy hitters drop.
All right, keep sagging, bro. Keep sagging.
Keep sagging. Keep sagging.
That's
Who hasn't had 2 sagging nutsacks back to back?
Who hasn't?
Who hasn't?
That's true. That's true.
Indeed.
Then we got Iron Mike, $10 super chat.
Oh, Tyson.
Still not understanding, what did you guys play when you got flown out? We weren't flown out.
They try to do us dirty, son. They try to say we was wide and done.
I do think we need to like clear up the confusion on that.
What?
It's not like they gave us a different game. What they pretty much did is they gave the best perspective you could have of this game, and they let us play that.
Absolutely.
Let's play that. It's what I think their expectation was. But again, no console version there,
Right.
PC version,
and no co-op.
And it was dense and populated in a way that the final game just to date till now I haven't seen.
Just not representative of the
I am so
concept.
happy I didn't make it because I would be so heated. I told you about the time I got catfish. I would be so heated. Boy, I would be, because I'm still got scars from the catfishing.
Yeah, catfish.
Man, they got my man Cog. They got shut up, man.
Yeah, they got us. Man. They got us.
Oh, like how you saying that.
They got y'all, man.
So here are the questions when we got flown out. Yes, we got flown out. Was the AI on point? Was the performance on point? Was the gameplay loop more engaging? Yes. All I'm hearing is that it was running at 60. Go check out the free episode of Defining Duke Ultimate with the preview with Maddie, Cog, and myself. All of that is in there. Trust me.
Yeah, trust me. Absolutely.
I also gotta say, like I think you guys sat in a really small couch as well.
Yeah.
Like one of those
killing me on the couch.
They
was killing me. They was killing me.
Cog has too much muscle to be sitting on that couch.
It was a highly intimate conversation.
Oh, come on. You can't be doing
they even had mood lighting. Yo, you really gotta go there. And the way that he was talking with his leg crossed, you know how Redfall is.
Yo, y'all doing me dirty today, bro.
Cog was trying his best with his muscles. He was
Cog was on like the outer tip of the couch.
They didn't have big
Don't hit me with no casting couch, bro. Don't be hitting me with that.
Don't put in their thighs touching that
and
day.
Harvey was mad comfortable. Bro.
Oh,
Harvey was
yo, I'm about. Y'all doing me. Y'all trying to say it was a casting couch situation. Y'all don't be doing me like that, bro.
So we gonna give you free controllers after this.
We'll show the controllers next week. Man.
That's wild. Y'all foul. I thought y'all my brothers.
You want a shirt? What you gonna do for the shirt?
You gonna bite back for the shirt?
You gonna definitely bite back.
At least the controllers have textures on them.
Oh, man.
At least the couch.
Ibatis, just the tip. That's all you need. You supposed to be my bro. Last word is canceled next week, man.
Definitely check out that preview on DDU. It's all there. It's all there.
Man, trying to say Harvey pulled the number on. Shout out to the legend.
There we are. Yeah, they were like, yo, there's no space for you to do the interview as well. So I was like, no doubt. I got you.
One of the funniest comments on the video was no two grown men should be on the couch. I ain't go for it. Got the most comments. I think it was Donnie Otaku or Lord Bertrand had the funniest comments. Salute to y'all for clowning me. That was hilarious.
Then we have Max Arthe, once again, £2 super chat. Red Flop, powered by all 12 teraflops. Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Sagging Nutsack, once again, £5 super chat. And King, it goes both ways. It's lights out for both. Whoever lands the first punch. Remember, Joshua can box, but Wilder cannot.
He gonna box himself right into a punch. No, see, this is the difference. Wilder has a chin.
Yeah.
He survived by having a chin. What he also has is the hand of God. When he touches him and he short circuits his body, I just want you to be there on live with me. Just come hang out, and I'm gonna show you how he's gonna First round. Me and you gonna have drinks later. First round.
Then we got Grumble $5 super chat. So cool to see working class consciousness hit Lord Addict spontaneously. No way to push back as individuals, needs collective action. Yeah, it's true. Then we have Max Arthe again, $2 super chat. Redfall feels like an early access title from 10 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fair. That is absolutely fair.
Steam stuff.
Okay, then we got Ibontis, $5 super chat. Games can come and go, but the Iron Lords are forever.
Oh, man. All right, you back. Ibontis, my
You're
bro.
redeemed.
Nah, he sent that already. And then he started acting up after.
I'm gonna act like I ain't hear the other stuff. The one, the paid comment is what I'm acknowledging. Continue. That's my bro.
We have Spartan Ghost 17, £2 super chat. This joint felt like Eminem revival album. Trash.
Damn.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, at least he has some good tracks.
Really? All right, let me roll back a little bit. I think we're mostly good. We got it. No.
Oh, we still.
Hold on a second. Yeah, I got jumped a little bit. Okay. We have Lord Metroid, member for 19 months, Lord Silver. Yeah. Good Sav is here. Now the super chats won't be in the track.
Oh, don't be killing me and Addict like that. We tried our best.
Boys did the best. Come on,
did our best. We could.
I was trash. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, but see, Addict owns it. That's what makes it funny. He's like, look, y'all gonna get this work. I don't care. Your name is this today.
Yeah, I'm gonna mangle your name.
Yeah, call me the courthouse.
Yeah.
I'll change your name.
Yeah, he's hilarious with that.
He's like eating rice and beans and pollo guisao and ILP perfect Sunday Thanksgiving. Pollo guisao, yum. Very good. Buen provecho.
I'll talk that talk.
Oh man, this is crazy.
Then we got Lockmort with the €2 super chat.
That's them in the building.
Oh no.
God bless this league of bald men. Yes. Nothing but baldness.
Yes.
It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, man. Addict, you next.
Addict. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on as long as you can, bro.
Hold on, man. Hold on.
Then we got Jigga J, member for 21 months, Lord Bronze. When is the Redfall TV show coming out? That'd be funny, right?
Okay.
It might be better as a TV show.
Everything but the game.
Yeah.
Messy.
Can't be worse.
Then we got Hard to Find, $2 super chat. Casting Couch Cog is what they call him. Triple C.
No, yo. Who said that?
That was hard to find.
Block him. Block him immediately. That was too good. Triple C. Savage.
Then we have. Oh man, hold on. They're going in. Hold on a second. Then we got
King started this foolishness.
Sagging Nutsack once again, £2 super chat. Joshua has a chin too. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody have a chin technically on their body. His is just made out of glass.
Then we have Max Arthe again, £2 super chat. I'm stuck at 10 FPS. Steph Cog? I'm stuck at 10 FPS. Steph Cog. Yeah, okay. Steph Cog. Then we have Cognito. Cognito. Shout out to my bro for doing his thing. It's a shame he's hidden from the world for playing Nintendo and platformers.
Messy. Salute.
Then we have Gaming Forte.
Oh, the homie.
The unfortunate result from all of this is that people will stop trusting what content creators and influencers have to say about a game, especially when they're flown out to see them. Also, hey, King Boo Boo.
Hey, Forte.
But say you're supposed to be holding us down, man.
Hey, he's telling the truth. Tell you saying the devil, Forte.
Oh, we good?
Yeah, we are good. We are good.
Gotta pay the bills.
Gotta pay the bills. So, gentlemen, remember, no speaking. no speaking while I pay the bills. Your silence on the set, even if it seems like I'm talking to you. No doubt. So, give me one moment. Yeah. So, this show is sponsored by BetterHealth. So, let me ask you guys a question. How much time do you really spend on yourself in any given week? And how much time do you spend on other people? How do you balance the two things? How are you even able to balance the two things? It's really easy to get caught up in what everyone else needs from you and never take a moment to think about what you need from yourself. For me personally, as all of you guys well know, I work anywhere from 15 to 17 hours a day, Monday through Friday. And then on the weekends, they're dedicated to my wife, to my parents, to my niece and my nephews, and of course to ILP. So when you spend so much time taking care of other things and other people, it could kind of leave you feeling a little bit stretched thin and quite frankly burned out, right? And honestly, therapy can give you the tools that you need to find more balance in your life so that you can keep supporting and taking care of the people that you love without leaving yourself behind. Now, for me, while I haven't gone to therapy for these things that I just talked about, many years ago, I went through a very difficult divorce. And although I felt that a great weight had been lifted from me upon my divorce, I still found it really difficult to navigate my feelings while trying to get my life in order. I took the advice of friends and family after, talking to them. And what I realized is that advice from people that are close to you, that love you, is great. But sometimes you need that objective point of view from someone that doesn't know you. So I went ahead and went to therapy. And I have to say that it helped me immensely to focus on the positive aspects of like removing myself from a toxic situation, while not getting sort of drowned by the emotional, the physical, and the financial realities, quite frankly, of ending a 10-year relationship with someone that I had planned to spend the rest of my life with. It helped me to learn how to take positive organizational and sort of coping skills and how to set boundaries for myself when dealing with other people and when other people sort of try to cross lines with me. And ultimately, it really empowered me to try to strive to be the very best version of myself. And the great thing that I realized about therapy, more than anything else, is the fact that it's not necessarily just for those big traumatic moments that we experience in life, but it's also very helpful just for dealing with the day-to-day stresses and anxieties that we go through in our daily lives. So with all of that said, if you're going through something in your life that's difficult, that you feel like, your family can't help you with, or anyone else can't help you with, and you're thinking about going to therapy, give BetterHelp a try. BetterHelp is entirely online. It's designed to be convenient, flexible, and suited to your schedule. All you got to do is just go to the website, fill out a brief questionnaire, and you'll get matched with a licensed therapist. Now, if you find that this therapist isn't a match for you, don't get frustrated. You can go right back to the site. You can switch therapists the times that you want for no additional cost until you feel comfortable with the therapist that you're working with. And another thing about BetterHelp that's great is just the fact that you don't have to deal with the awkwardness of having to go into an office and deal with the dynamics of getting to know someone personally and laying on a couch and things like that. If you don't feel comfortable with that, you can do it over the internet, a Zoom call. You don't even have to show your face if you want to. So honestly, it is so simple to get the help that we need to get our lives in order. So if you need to find more balance in your life, go to BetterHelp. So for us, if you visit betterhelp.com/ironlords today, you'll get 10% off your first month. That's betterhelp.com, HELP.com/ironlords.
No doubt. Chat link is in the description, y'all. You know what I mean? So
Thank
go hit
you guys.
that up. Appreciate y'all for listening. Saw this honest thing. They calling you Denzel Washington. Yo, the chat is wild right now.
They're calling me Denzel.
Somebody said, yeah, we needed this right after Redfall. Yo, y'all out of y'all out of pocket. Y'all out of pocket. I know what y'all doing, but health is wealth is mental health. Agreed. So look, man, let's get into it, man. Appreciate that, Saul. Let's get into the main event here. Yeah, man. PhilSpencer, man. Thomas Maximus Spencer. It was outside. Shout out to KindaFunny, man. It was a very, very big interview. Shout out to Paris, Snowback Mike, and Gary Winter. And yeah, there was some key quotes. So I'm trying to pull those up from the article in reference to, the whole deal of Redfall. Obviously, the disappointment from the community. As far as the comments about not trying to be in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. So, yeah, I'm just going to read a couple of excerpts, from it. He said, he said, we're not in the business of, out-consoling. He said, there isn't really a great solution or win for us. All I know is that will upset a ton of people. But the truth of the matter is, when you're third place in the console marketplace and the top two players are strong as they are and have, in certain cases, a very discreet focus on doing deals and other things that kind of make being Xbox hard for us as a team, that's on us, not on anybody else. Now, this is probably the one that probably got the most response, where Phil said, I see it out there. I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's not just true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden, you're going to see console shares shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everyone built their digital library of games. This idea that if we just focus more on great games and on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, I think doesn't relate to the reality of most people. He said around 90% of people who buy consoles each year are already in one of the three major console ecosystems, and that switching costs are higher now that people have established the digital libraries of that Xbox One generation. He talked about obviously the Fortnites, the Roblox, and the Minecraft as far as games that were available last year and that people that continually still playing. And then he went on to say, I know some people want us to hold us up as being a better green version of what the blue guys do. And I'm just going to say that's not a win for Xbox and staying in the wake of somebody else. We have to go off and do our own thing with Game Pass, with the stuff we do with xCloud and the way we build our games. So yeah, I mean, it's just so much excerpts here. There's he took accountability for the whole Redfall situation. He's not pointing the finger at anyone. He said at some point he'll have enough knocks against me that it's going to be someone else here. But I think it's transparency and what we're building, what our aspiration is for the game, what it's going to look like, what the features are. And it drives me crazy that when we have self-inflicted wounds of putting things out there and communication that's confusing or misleading about what the actual end product is going to be. There's tons more quotes. I know you guys know most of them, but the gist of it is most people feel, it seems to be a split. There's some people who feel, look, this is probably the most transparent a leader of a corporation, a gaming corporation is ever going to be. That should be saluted. And then there's other talk that is like, look, this is a defeatist attitude. We shouldn't be talking about third place and things of that nature. And then the great games comment. So look, I want to actually, let's start with Attic, because I don't know how much time he has. When you hear all these comments, and I know you made a video, what's your thought process on Phil on the Kinda Funny interview? Just some of the things he said.
I feel like to some degree I agree with Phil. Mm-hmm. But I do feel like he doesn't put the value on good games that should be put the value on. Owning a platform, there's more to it than just good games. There's messaging, there's relationships, but the good games, I would say, is like 70 to 80% of the problem. You consistently give out good games, you're going to change the perception around yourself. You'll start to get more and more people to gravitate towards your actual platform, regardless if it's their PC or if it's the Xbox, and slowly you'll gain that momentum, a little bit of it back, and then you can use that to leverage other things in the industry. But to me, it feels like he values and he puts a lot of value in the good games, but I don't think it's something you don't realize. First of all, I don't know exactly what he meant by that, and I wish he could have elaborated 100% what he meant by that. I feel like he left it too bland where it could be decrypted multiple ways. But to me, it's like, look, we got to understand that after last generation and a good year and a half of this generation, people aren't going to look at your platform as like the place to go play games. But if you start to slowly fix that narrative, you're going to see more and more people gravitate towards it, because they're not picking up a game because they feel like, okay, I could play this, but I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Like when people pick up a PlayStation 5 that know the brand, they know they're going to have stuff in the future. right now it's up in the air with Xbox because they're so inconsistent with what they do. And until you fix that consistency and that perception, people are going to look at your brand that way. And that's pretty much all I got to say. But I'm going to take off, you guys.
Brother,
All right, bro.
good to hear from you, man.
Thank you for
good,
showing
thank
up.
you for showing up. It's good to hear from you, brother. We're gonna talk, get through it, and like I said, man,
feel better.
Feel better, brother. Love to hear from you today.
All right, see you.
So let's get our guest, man, our esteemed guest, Ben Smith. Comments, these are making the rounds, man. You know, Phil is trending. There are thoughts. Even Lords Gaming had some thoughts this week that went trending. But shout out to the Rose Experience. You know what I'm saying? He had his thoughts too. You know, it's a contentious time. Like, what's your thought process on any of the comments that Phil made? Does anything resonate with you? Where you at with this PhilSpencer interview?
Well, first I want to shout out the actual interview itself. I thought it was well done, and I know from personal experience and from hearing others that when you're talking to these, you know, big time execs that got tons of PR managers behind them and everything else, like, you got to run questions.
Yes.
And sometimes maybe you can get a slip away with a question that wasn't approved or something like that.
Good point.
But whether they did the slip-ins or whether they got good questions approved, like, these were real questions. These weren't softballs, in my opinion. So, you know, a big props on that to either Xbox or Kind of Funny or both.
Yeah, salute the mic.
But
sorry.
As far as his comments, like, I think whether Phil is just a good spokesperson or whether he's a totally genuine dude, like, he seemed relatable and open and honest, and we don't get that from everybody. We haven't even gotten that from Phil sometimes in the past. There's been times, and right now he seemed, you know, it seemed very real and transparent. And there was part of me that was like, okay, part of this is for, you know, to placate the fan base, and part of it's to
interrupt you one quick second. Paris was in the chat who conducted the interview. He said we were not censored to any questions. We could ask whatever we wanted.
That's great. That's awesome. Yeah,
Continue.
Perfect. That's good on. I mean, that's great on Xbox. That's awesome. Yeah. But I thought they asked the good questions. Then how's that?
Yeah.
You know, if they had the option to ask whatever they wanted and didn't shy away from the good questions, that's great. That's good journalism. That's good work. Anyway, I think that Phil just. I agree with what a lot is what he's saying about, you know, we're not going to become the market leader overnight. We're not going to do this, do that. But I agree with what Attic was saying, is that I don't really understand the mindset of good games won't get more people to buy our console. Yeah, maybe it doesn't rocket you in the first place in 18 months or something. But for me, like, right now, I mean, I play most of my games on PC. I play exclusives on PS5, and I have my Xbox for Game Pass because I want to play in my recliner instead of sitting at my desk, you know. And there's part of me that's like, well, next generation, if this keeps up, am I buying an Xbox? Like, if I can play all my games on PC, and the big ones are going to, you know, I'm going to prefer that on PC anyway, most likely, especially stuff that with mouse and keyboard. Why do I buy an Xbox? If they start putting out hits, I'm going to buy an Xbox. Now, in fairness, I'm probably in a bit of an anomaly.
Right.
I'm somebody who I've already decided, unless it goes to complete garbage, I'm going to probably be a Game Pass subscriber until they discontinue it or I die. Like, but the average consumer is not that way. The average consumer jumps in and out. The average consumer, you know, pays more attention to their subscriptions probably than I do. And I just don't understand the concept that, well, if we put out good games, nobody's going to care.
He didn't say that.
Fair. Okay. He didn't say nobody's going to care. He said we're not going to jump or it's not going to make a difference.
It was your interpretation of what the words were said. So, like Attic said, the ability to leave it open-ended actually gave people the power to have opinion on something that I'll get to it. But yeah, he didn't say that.
Good. Continue.
I mean, but the words he said were, it's not going to change things. We're not going to jump ahead.
Right.
And it's not going to gain us more customers. Essentially, I'm not. Those aren't verbatim, but that's
it. I know what you said.
Yeah, that's what he said. And for me, that is true. If you put out consistently good games, I'm going to become more loyal to you. And the thing that's sometimes, you know how it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Right.
Well, it's kind of that same thing, and where when you don't have one thing, you have another. Every time Xbox puts out a bad game, which is in fairness rare, or if they just don't put out games at all, which is a little more common, that just engenders me more towards PlayStation. And as someone who is, as we talked about earlier, lifelong been console agnostic, been platform agnostic, I'm like, well, PlayStation's looking pretty good to me. Right. Nintendo even looks pretty good to me on the 17 FPS we're getting for the Kingdom, you know. So like, I guess I understand where he was coming from and what he was saying, and I appreciated that he said, even though we didn't have hands-on, it's still my responsibility, like that kind of stuff. I really appreciate that stuff, and I think that's genuine. But I don't understand the mindset of, well, like, games aren't going to save us. You're a game company, bro. Like, I know you're also doing services, and the Game Pass is doing a bang-up job, and I know that hardware sales aren't necessarily gonna. That's not everything, but like, if you're not getting the consoles out there for the attach of Game Pass and for the attach of your actual purchases, what's the point? Like, I don't understand the philosophy.
Right. And just for clarity, let me reread, because I did miss the statement, and I probably want to reread it, the exact statement. So I think this is the one that everyone's fired up, right, as far as the interpretation. Again, he says, this is the first generation with big games where the big games they're playing were games that were available last gen. When you think about Fortnite, Roblox, and Minecraft, the continuity from generation to generation is so strong. I see a lot of pundits out there that kind of want to go back to the time when we all had cartridges and discs, and every new generation was a clean slate, and you could switch the whole console share. That's just not the world we are in today. There is no world where Starfield is an 11 out of 10 and people are selling their PS5s. That's not going to happen. That's probably one of the main quotes, as opposed to the secondary quote, which is the idea if we just focus more on great games on our console, somehow we're going to win the console race. I think doesn't relate to the reality of most people. So these are the core ones that's getting everybody.
And I agree with that statement that if Starfield's an 11 out of 10, people aren't going to sell their PS5s. But if I've got a PS5 and Starfield comes out and it's only on Xbox and it's good, then I am going to buy an Xbox. I will keep my PS5 as well.
On your television, like you can do right now. Or you can get Game Pass on your phone, or you're going to get Game Pass on your...
I ain't playing Game Pass on my phone. Come on. I'm not in poverty.
Or you can get Game Pass on your...
Poverty.
I'm not in poverty. I'm done. Continue,
I mean, I understand that, but and that's where it comes in, whereas they're looking at it more as a service. But even if you're there are a lot of people who only care about AAA games, and that's the only reason they want Game Pass is to play them day one. I'm not that person. I don't think any of you are those people. Right. But there are a lot. That's a large base of if they're not putting out games that meet the quality, eventually people are just going to stop signing up for a month here and there, and eventually stop becoming longtime customers. So I agree with pretty much, I agree with the underlying philosophy there, and I do like their service-based aspect, even though it goes against what we historically know as gaming. I'm just a little, in the context he was talking about it, I get what he's saying, but that mindset bleeds through of, well, good games aren't going to save us, and I think that's the only thing that saves you, but it has to be it's an addition to everything else you have.
Right. Okay. No, fair enough. Lord Mahmood, LordsofGaming.net's own. Where we at, man? Where you at with Phil's comments? What did you interpret out of them?
First, I just want to say I kind of like this cranky Phil. It's it's more of a
cranky Phil was outside.
Unbound Phil. Yeah. But I appreciate his honesty, and I think when you reach that sort of position where Phil is at, they are looking at everything at a very strategic, like 5 to 10 years window, and because of that, I think he has his eyes set on like where the trajectory of gaming is going, because he said like third in the console space, but let's be real, the console space hasn't realized a lot of growth for the past 20 years. Okay, maybe it's like in single digits increases, but it's gaming is a lot bigger than that. And if you look at total revenues from video game companies, Tencent's number one. Right. And I have the numbers up here. It's number one. They record $8.3 billion annually last year. Sony's in second with $4.24 billion. So there's a huge gap, and Tencent's barely in the console space.
Yeah, no one talks about Tencent. That is interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what they're setting their sights on. It's like they're seeing where gaming is going. Okay, so there's a lot of live service element to it, and they want Microsoft or Xbox to ride that wave as well. So they're casting a wider net. They're going for the consoles. They're going for the PC, the mobile, the cloud. They're trying to cast that wide net just to make sure they get a piece of every single pie in their hands. And it's that forward thinking that maybe a lot of people don't like, because they think that they may push back on consoles a bit, or just kind of treat their customers there as second-class citizens, as some people have said in some of the rhetoric. But I think it's important to see that you can still have the console experience, but like other people can grow at the same time, and there might be some synergies with that in the future. Now, whether if it's like a defeatist,
that's the talk.
I mean, it shocked a lot of people, and I think it might come off as that, but I think he's looking at like sort of the future trends of gaming. So I don't think it's that comment reflects on the current status of gaming, but more like what's going to happen in like 5 years down the line. And they just have to keep with the trend, and more importantly than that, they have to implement the new trends at the right time, because we saw in Connect they were well ahead of their time when that released. I mean, a lot of people, look now, everyone has like an Amazon Echo.
They spying on me, the camera
spying on you, and they were doing
Alexa,
that in
do this.
2013. Yeah, exactly. So timing is everything in the tech industry, and I think that's what they're trying to nail now, and that's why the ABK is pretty important, because they want to have that relevancy in terms of the content, in terms of like the Call of Duty and the Blizzard content that a lot of people love and cherish, and they want to make sure that those games be part of their portfolio going forward. And I think His Heart is the right place. I think people are just making and I mean, Redfall is not a good look, but that's just like one speed bump for the road. I don't think Satya Nadella is going to be like, oh, Redfall got a bad review, got 60 America. Okay, Firefall.
He out of here. Okay. So you don't think it's a direct correlation?
Yeah. These people they're looking way into the future, and I think even if he's not here in a couple of years' time, he set up something special, and I think he can really pass the torch. Even though personally, I would like to see him continue leading Xbox, because he's been phenomenal. He was successful in aligning Xbox with the cloud infrastructure of Microsoft, and now they're a key player of the company itself. And I don't like to like shill on trillion-dollar companies or anything like that, but it is what it is. This is the sort of the developments that we've seen in the past few years, and we're just kind of reporting on it and giving our thoughts about it.
He can leave after he killed PlayStation.
Oh my God! We will get to you, sir. Sav, you had a very interesting smile while Mahmood was talking. Seems like you are on the other side of this, so I want to get your thoughts on this, man. A lot to process from Phil's comments, man. Where are you with all this?
Again, I like the fact that this is Phil. I think this is Phil as honest and sort of open as he's ever been. The fact that Paris says that there were sort of no sort of oversight by PR, and and I'm sure that was partly on Phil too. He said, "Hey, we're going to do this. We're going to do it," and I'm going to be a little bit unhinged, and I think that goes a long way towards showing like, hey, even though again, directly. I don't know how much he had to do with what's been happening lately. It all falls on his head, and as it should. And he did what a good boss is supposed to do: come out there and take that L and take the, and take all the flack for it. So that I appreciate that. And I appreciate the candor of the questions that were made. I definitely, for sure. Sometimes, I just, he's on Kind of Funny. Sometimes the plan, right? Because I think the initial plan was to come on and hopefully talk about, the success of Redfall.
Yes.
And then you have to go pivot and talk about this stuff. So he could have, PR could have easily been like, no, we're not doing this, and that's it. And no, it went on. So kudos to them for all of that. I think for me, what was the most striking, and I like the fact that he said it is, and King's gonna hate me for this.
No.
I love Xbox. I love Xbox. I think I don't love Xbox. I love Xbox. I love PlayStation. I love Nintendo as well. Love them.
They think I don't like Xbox too.
Yeah. I cannot look at the state of affairs in gaming since they've come into the space and think that they're ever on paper going to quote unquote beat PlayStation or beat Nintendo. It's just not going to happen, right? And as somebody who cares a lot about that brand and that product, I don't care. I don't care. Now, caveat, I don't care as long as you don't start acting like you're in third place. If you give me first place with gunning for it,
talk up.
Yeah. If you, because to me, you could try your hardest every single time, every single outing, everything. You put your best into it, and if you still come up short in those metrics that matter, whatever the case may be, I guarantee you, the fan base will still be there. All of these conversations around numbers and this, that only matters for conversations like this. At the end of the day, if the people that have invested in your ecosystem and your product are happy, they will continue to be there. And slowly but surely, you will continue to grow that base. Do not ever act like you're in third place. And my problem is releasing Redfall in the state that it came out in is acting like you're in third place. And that's why when I see people's arguments about, well, you know, it's not fair, Redfall shouldn't have all of this sort of put on its head. Look at Pentiment, look at all these other great releases they've had. Fantastic. That is 100% true. As an old school gamer, I wish we lived in a world where you could put Pentiment and Grounded and Minecraft on the box of an Xbox and that's the generation. That is, oh my God, we can sell millions upon millions of consoles with these games. That is not the reality of where we live right now. These consoles and these spaces are defined by the AAA games that are made by the console manufacturers. Period. Period. Whether that's fair or not, that is what it is.
Talk to him.
So when you're not delivering on those games, right? When we go back, and again, we go back, Halo was great at the onset. Ultimately didn't have the legs, right? Crackdown is well documented. Crackdown, I enjoyed Crackdown single player, but all the talk around what the multiplayer was supposed to be and all the fake secret sauce stuff and all the craziness and the cloud stuff marred that message. It's just the big thing is about them being able to hit the quality bar that we expect from a PlayStation and Nintendo with those games. And I'm not saying match those games in terms of type, although I would love to see a hashtag just one. I would love to see them make that game.
Fight the good fight, brother. Keep on.
Exactly. But it's just having people look at those games and say, hey, Starfield is of the caliber of a Last of Us. They're different games, but it's of the caliber of a Last of Us. It's of the caliber of a Tears of the Kingdom. That's what I want to see. I don't care if the numbers say something else. Keep fighting like you want first place every single time you come out with every single thing, your small games, your big games. I'm tired of hearing about all this other stuff that feels like it's put there to keep our eyes off the prize and care about other things. I don't care about all the controllers and this, that, and the other. That is great as a secondary and tertiary thing. The games are 100% what matter, right? And this is another thing that he talked about that I think he was being candid, and it's the truth. I don't know that the Xbox faithful want to hear that, but again, in my mind, it was something that spoke truly. And it's the fact that because they have changed their model to Game Pass and subscriptions, right? That is a brand new business that he has to care about and maintain, that in some ways takes their eye off the ball a little bit when it comes to, hey, our focus is delivering you great AAA $70 games. Because I have to worry about all these other aspects of the business, the metrics, the engagement, and all that stuff, as opposed to how many amazing AAA $70 games have I sold you, right? The metrics for them are not as simple, right? And then, that's a problem of their own doing, right? This is Game Pass. I love Game Pass as a consumer, but on their end of it, there are business considerations now that I feel after his statements, it's just he's telling me, hey, the business is a lot broader than what you think. And there are a lot more things to take into consideration than just, hey, every single game has to be a banger. Every single game has to be that. Now, for me, as somebody who sits here and talks about the industry and tries to understand it on a deeper level, I get that. I understand and I appreciate that he told me that. As a fan, that ain't flying with me. As a fan, I want you to fight for first place with every single thing that you drop. All I care about bangers. I care about small bangers. Oh, pause.
You're good. You're good. Small and big bangers. Bang, bang.
You caring about them bangers, huh?
Bang, bang. Get us off.
And that is it to me. So I wish I understand, some people disingenuously take the statements and run with them in different ways, right? And then some people genuinely just did not understand. And he absolutely could have elaborated that more. I'm not gonna call anybody dumb, but all I'm saying,
I am.
All I'm saying is this:
the level of comprehend is low. See,
all I'm saying is this: he could have elaborated more on that, definitely. But again,
the intelligent people got it.
He was more off cuff. He was more off cuff than I've ever seen him.
Yeah.
And this bothers him. I know there are changes going to be made. Do I think those changes are obvious changes that should have been made a long time ago? Yes, but whatever. Hindsight is 2020. I don't know what's been going on that nobody oversaw Redfall and nobody. I don't know. All I know is that the problem is in front of them. They see what they need to do, and the hope is that they address it as they need to address it. And this type of stuff does not happen again. But absolutely 100%, as a consumer, the idea that striving for an 11 out of 10 every single time is not going to get you to the promised land, it clashes with what I care about as a gamer. We can have all these talks about consoles and the power and all this stuff. At the end of the day, the games are what matter. Yeah, that's all.
You gotta break protocol. I gotta break it. Let me play with your joysticks too. I see the chat. Soft. I will accept your banger no matter what the size.
I did it.
We gotta break protocol for this one.
I did it to myself. I did it to myself.
He preaching. There it is. There it is.
This is what you get for preaching. So that's how.
You're saying exactly what I'm thinking in a much more elegant way. Absolutely.
Eloquent as hell.
I'm not saying that they need to sell more Xboxes than PlayStation needs to sell PlayStations. I'm saying in order for me to care about their brand and buy into any of their services at all, they need to release good games. Because if I just have a pretty controller and access to a bunch of third-party indie games, why do I care about Xbox? The service may still be valuable to me. It may not.
It may not, yeah.
But I think the underlying thing is I will only care about Xbox because they are known for their games.
Yeah. And
it's
weird.
Their dongle they want to put on the TV someday.
I don't care. Whatever. Right. I don't care. And that's the thing, I think, and I mentioned this to Cog last night. I was like, in a weird way, right? It kind of feels like the eye off the ball a little bit in the same way that not as severe, right? But as TV, where it's like, where are the games? It's great this console could do all this stuff. Where are the games?
Right.
And it just feels, again, this is different because what we're talking about that sort of changed and evolved the way they sell games is a gaming service, right? It is completely gaming focused. And as the consumer, I love that. But at the same time, selfishly or not, I want every single game in that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Exactly. I want everything in
That's
that.
Your right, sir.
That's your right. I do have
that is 100%.
I do have one question for Saul before we give it to King. My question to you is, from the hardcore gamer perspective, from the fan perspective, which you were spitting. My question is, I'm going to pull a corporate cog on you for a second.
Yeah, man.
Is what if, again, we're not privy to all the information, but what if the Age of Empires, the Minecrafts, the games that the hardcore do not consider the banger, right? And the Groundeds, no disrespect, Ben, the Sea of Thieves, some of the hardcore really put their nose up. They don't acknowledge. So what if, because the strategy is this diverse lineup into this service, which I think we all agree for the most part is a sound strategy, to have a diverse array of titles in a service that you want to promote if that's your shift. So my question to you is, what if the brass is looking at Phil, as King eloquently calls him, young Odin, Satya Nadella, right? Is looking at Phil and says, yo, you killing it with because services was up. I know consoles was down, but for what he's there and what we understand is his mission is Game Pass. We heard like this is him and his team's vision to get brass to believe into it. So what if those things, despite the Redfall snafu, which we all hate, and they're looking back like, yeah, all right, despite 2022, we had bigger projections, but overall, Phil is caking out for us. Like, what do you say to that with your hardcore gamer sensibilities versus the corporate, boardroom sensibilities?
Well, that's the part where, again, the engagement numbers and all that stuff within Game Pass matter, right? At the end of the day. But ultimately, see, it's funny because that conversation is the conversation they have with us, the consumer. They talk about the engagement numbers and this many people played or whatever. Internally, they don't have conversations about engagement. Internally, that engagement conversations turns into the very real brass tacks conversation about how much money did we make? What did we earn? And so that may translate to dollars in a way that they say, hey, keep doing what you're doing. All I'm saying is whether you care about it or not, your competition is doing something else. And their standard of excellence is measured in a different way. And they're winning. So as much as you've done to change the conversation, and we've talked about this multiple times about how, hey, you keep losing by adhering to the status quo, you change the status quo. And now there's another lane that they use to sort of measure excellence, right? To the point, and it's been successful enough to the point where the other two have had to sort of dip their toe in that lane as well.
Yeah, reluctantly, 100%
Cloud
reluctantly. Services, you see the others trying to mimicking the third place console.
Exactly. So, but at the end of the day, because you are third place, you still have to adhere to that method of engagement. You have to sort of try to meet the champions where they are. You got to beat them at their own game.
In their own game, if you change the game, you can't win in that spot.
Because you're in third still. You understand? You're still in third. So you still have to show that you're capable of doing that, even if you're not beating them consistently.
Okay, I feel what you're saying.
Even if you're
Just put the effort.
Right, you have to put the effort.
Work on your body punches.
If you put the effort in, right? If you put the effort in, right?
Good job.
Yeah.
If you do that and you continue to release great games, the Game Pass stuff doesn't matter, right? It doesn't really matter because, and I talked about how the narratives are created by the big AAA games. I love those small games, but we don't live in a world where those games matter truly to creating the identity of that console.
Good point.
And it's going to matter to the hardcore. So if we're the ones, right, if at the end of the day, we're the ones that craft the identity as the hardcore, but then the more casual players are the ones that actually give the numbers, right? With the numbers, with the Fortnites and the
Roblox.
Roblox, we still dictate the narrative of what the thought process is around that ecosystem.
True.
So when you walk into a GameStop or you walk into a Best Buy, whatever, you want the person selling the console, whatever, to have something positive to say, but like, no, go with the PlayStation because of this, is that, the other.
Which is why the PlayStation brand is so strong globally.
It's so strong,
that word
globally.
of mouth. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
So at the end of the day, I completely love the fact that they're willing to sort of grow the entire ecosystem with a plethora of different types of games. I love that because, again, I'm mad at PlayStation for sort of shutting that down. And we'll talk about, shutting down PixelOpus and things of that nature, right? But the fact of the matter is that until they dominate the conversation, which in my mind, I don't know that will ever be the case, you still have to engage the enemy on their terms. To a certain extent, and that's King just disagrees. I know King disagrees, and I know I think he's mad at me. But
you hear me spit factual.
I'm sorry.
So that's it. That's it. I don't really care. I don't care what place you in. Just act like you in first all the time, and I'll be happy.
Act like you belong there.
Ben, real quick, and then
I just want to butt in real quick and say the conversation about the hardcore always seems to revolve to me around the people who play you know, your Halos and your Call of
Triple
Duty,
A's,
like your
yeah.
AAA stuff.
Yeah.
Those aren't the hardcore players, in my opinion. The hardcore players are the ones out there grinding games that nobody thinks about, but are actually more popular with higher player counts than anything else. Do you think Minecraft doesn't have more players than any of the other AAA games we see?
Point.
Yeah. Sea of Thieves isn't beating Halo
Be the
Infinite
hardcore.
5-1
Fortnite the hardcore.
on Steam?
He's right.
So
right.
okay,
You're
you're
right.
100%. You're
Phil actually said
100% right. So you're 100% right. So then, what does that say about how the narrative has changed? Where the mark of excellence is your God of War, is your whatever, your Last of Us, your Zelda, and everything below it doesn't sort of fit the bill, right?
They ain't bringing them money like Fortnite.
In defense of King, Sony themselves, let's look at the ABK deal. Said that the bangers, that the hardcore value, the God of Wars, the Last of Us, all these games, Horizon Zero Dawn, does that matter? They said they cannot exist without the core, that the hardcore, let's be honest, don't really gravitate or necessarily care for. So it is interesting how this works, right? Where the hardcore says these games define the platform, but the actual businessmen and the people running the platforms are saying the opposite.
The opposite, right? And this, the funny thing is, right? And we look at what the future of Sony looks like, and I imagine we're going to get a clearer picture of that this year. We're gonna get a whole lot of service-based games, and we're gonna get some
service.
We're gonna get it. So there's gonna be a shift, right? And again, the conversation will change again. Now, what I will say is this, though, right? Whether it's fair or not, let's say Sony's jumping into the space after not having really been into it for a long time. The fact that they are the number one console seller, the number one, first place, whatever, winner, means that even them jumping into the space probably puts them, and freshly right now, right? Brand new, jumping into the space after not really touching it for many years. It puts them in the best position to be dominant in that space.
Right.
It just does, right? Yeah. So again, the idea of being in first and what that means, still, it's just success, right? It's just success. The metrics are measured in different ways. But to me, I think at the end of the day, when you dilute all of that and get rid of it, it's just the games. And it's keep giving me great games. Don't step on unnecessary rakes.
Preach.
And you'll be fine, and you will grow the ecosystem. You will
stay the course. All right, Lord. I'm sorry, Mahmood. You had just a quick.
I was just gonna say there was just one thing that kind of really stood out to me in the interview. I think when they're talking about like the games coming in on a quarterly basis, and he's like, Phil was just like, it's right there, like it's like the momentary, it's coming, and I know that's there's a big meme on like
wait till next year,
right? Yeah, no, he like almost like he shouldn't have said that, but the fact that he mentioned it. It really does feel like he's seen things that it's like it's here, it's there,
right there.
I'm gonna finally make good on this.
I get it. Let's get the King, man. He's been patient. Talk is going on. King saying there's a lot of soft talk in these streets. You know what I'm saying? Where you at? Phil Dominus Maximus are really expensive. Your man outside taking the heavy questions.
First, I want to say. Thank you to Kinda Funny.
Yes, salute.
For doing what you did. And thank you, Paris, for giving those questions. Because, not saying that the whole team didn't do a collaborative effort to give us a great interview to go off of. It was a great interview, and your questions was perfect. This is for all you spineless jellyfish.
Oh, no.
Call to arms. What's going on?
What's going on? What's happening? What is King doing? Camera's off. I'm nervous. What's happening?
Spineless jellyfish! I want you to get in line. Are you hurt or are you injured? You got shot? Are you hurt? Or are you injured? There's a difference.
Oh, no.
If you're hurt, get up, dust yourself off, and get right back outside and fight. 5-star general.
Woo! I see you.
This is war. Now we know the opposition has a better navy than us. Who the hell's gonna go fight them in the water? You'll be a fool.
Tell him,
the
Sergeant.
opposition on the other side has a better air superiority.
Ted Hunt.
We won't fight them in the air. You'll be a fool. We have a better infantry. We're going to take them to the ground and drown them in the water. We're going to beat them to death on the ground. Our way. You don't go inside a fight trying to fight Muhammad Ali by outboxing him.
Bars.
You're not going to beat the champ trying to be the champ the way the champ is.
Yeah, Saul.
You have to be you.
Coming for Saul. Get him.
At no point in time am I going to stand there for you pencil-pushing, yellow-belly sackfuckers that keep running for the hills.
Why they gotta be
Every time something goes wrong, you call for Phil Dominus Maximus Aurelius' job.
Woo!
He is the only one taking these hard-hitting questions.
He outside.
You just saw Anakin turn into Darth Vader.
They making a good boy go evil.
He said, "How much?" I'm grumpy. I do apologize for being snappy with you. Ain't no more Mr. Nicefield.
Oh, that's it. What we doing?
Y'all keep acting like this ain't the dude that brought us back from the brink.
Factual. People do forget.
You dudes was not worried about being an Xbox channel until I stood up
Ooh!
and gave you something to stand
Talk
for.
to him, King. Let him know.
Now you guys are in my DM. King, what will we do? We will hold the line.
Let's go. Let's go, King.
You weak dudes make me sick. Can't do a push-up. Can't do a chin-up. I seen you frauds making channels. Phil should go. For what? Because of Redfall, Behind should go.
Shout out to Behind.
They're trying to acquire the biggest games going. They ain't trying to be number one. They ain't acting like they belong. When you got number one acting like number three, snitching and rats.
Snitching and telling? That's what they was doing?
You can't handle the work. You was getting worked in the field, so you had to go snitch.
They worried about number three. They
have mustard agents out there. They use it. They got different things.
They got splinter cells. They doing tactics on you. Phil did allude to tactics, though. I will give you that. Continue.
Let me tell you something, Phil. A lot of you ignorant guys out there, y'all watched it, you heard it, you came across with your own narrative. Phil told you in so many ways. With what these dudes are doing in the background, my hands are tied, so I must learn how to fight this way.
Bars. He did allude to that. I got to give you that. He did, for the first time, allude that the others are doing things from their position that to not help them get to that. I will give you that. Continue.
Them silent little contracts. Don't put it on Game Pass. Don't talk to Xbox. Stay away from them.
King seated.
Here's some extra dough.
But that's how
what we got to do is go out and buy a whole daggone building. But then you go out and you snitch.
Oh, man.
You ain't the Sony that I know. So we can't beat you regular up squabbling. We got to throw dirt in your eyes.
Don't squabble.
You guys make me sick to my stomach with asking for Phil's job. Don't come back. I don't want to see you over here when Starfield drops and they give that 9 out of 10 and your face is back in the building talking about I always knew you could do it.
There's a lot of fraudulent Xbox dudes. That's what we doing? We holding the line. Okay.
Forza drop. Oh, you the racing king?
A lot of dudes gonna switch sides.
You've been beating Gran Turismo. What happened when Gran Turismo launched how they launched? I ain't see y'all out there talking about where's Jim's job. You actively rep a rat. You wouldn't know a stand-up dude if he smacked you in the mouth, and he did on that interview with Kinda Funny.
Get him.
That's a real man standing up there taking his medicine. And he told you, I'm grumpy, I'm upset. But I'm sitting right here. I ain't ducking no fades.
He ain't ducked the fade. I give you that.
You don't see Jim anywhere. He actively ducking fades.
All right, but what if you say, if you succeeded, Jim don't need to be outside because he's giving them great games. He lit.
Let me tell you something. You are not going to make a game tomorrow that's going to win the war. You can set building blocks and building traps. You go out there, you make the best game that you can. You don't stifle creativity inside your building.
Phil did say that.
You make those people put out the best product. I can tell you this, they'll never make another Redfall again.
So we learned now. We good now, hopefully.
Well, what's up with you guys making games that run good, that didn't succeed, and you're folding stuff? We'll get to that later.
Oh, we talking about...
but I want you to have the same energy.
PixelOpus, okay.
Call for Jim. Don't you call for Phil.
Okay, all right.
Because I done told you. I'm the first and last line of defense.
You've been holding
and
it.
You guys are scared.
You've been holding it. Bro, I ain't going front. You've been holding it. Ain't nobody been repping Phil. And nobody been repping Xbox harder than you. You always stand on your square. You 10 toes down, and then we have to give you. A lot of dudes I see was folding. I see a lot of
them dudes is weak sauce. I saw a heart pumping Kool-Aid.
Okay.
I saw it.
Okay.
I saw it on my timeline. What does he mean by this, King? How could he say this?
But King, all right, but King, in fairness to that group, you yourself say you don't like soft talk Sunday.
It was a soft talk.
You ain't feel there was no soft talk.
His hands was tied behind his back with certain things, and he's actively fighting the CMA. He's
so
actively going up to. He has cases out there. Your boy can't be talking about the stuff that he's doing. He's fighting cases, B. So you want him to go out there? He don't self-incriminate. He telling you, yeah, those dudes doing things, but he ain't snitching. Not a snitch, not a boss. Listen, man. We working how we working. We doing what we doing. We worried about us over here. We done switch the metrics. We know we ain't gonna outsell these dudes the same. We ain't getting the business to out console Sony.
Okay, he did say that.
We got in the business to make them a nap.
He didn't say that.
I'm giving you what he said.
That's the King translator, boss.
Listen.
Hey, we're gonna need that quote. Yeah, we're gonna need to find that quote.
Order 66.
Yeah. Solve. Please tell the realm the rules of engagement. The ideas and thoughts of King David do not reflect the entire.
Nor have they been researched thoroughly.
Order 66 has been initiated, and you guys are the Jedi standing there.
Woo!
And all the clone troopers, y'all didn't see the clone troopers because y'all didn't see them as a threat. That's why they was able to get up close to you to put that pistol to your side. All you Jedis out there flaunting, acting like you don't stink, your nose is up in the air, that's Sony.
Okay.
The Sith move and shatter. And they diabolical with it.
Okay.
So they got a little clone army. I'm giving you some facts and some advice.
Okay, so you give it.
This is what's going to happen to you when you turn into an app. Let me tell you something. Jim is living off the hype of Sean Layden. Sean Layden gave all that stuff ahead of time. Then he got unceremoniously booted out the door. And Jim started implementing his stuff. Jim is games of service. So when Jim drops his first game of a service, then let's revisit the conversation about how good your general is. When he does something outside of the norm. Phil's been fixing people mess up all over. Redfall ain't Phil's. Redfall is Pete Hines in them.
Still, can we be easy over?
Listen, I love you to death. You gonna call my man out here taking straight.
Say the team. Say Zenimax to the team.
Them dudes over there.
Let's not personalize it. Okay.
Listen. All right. So it's not.
I like them.
It's not. Listen.
Pete is like Aaron Greenberg for them.
Listen. I like Pete too.
I like Pete.
But why my man got to take the weight of something that was in development before he got them?
But in your
all right. So question. So all right. So in fairness to you, right? What about the idea? Where the idea come from not to check up on?
The no, the bamboozling went down. I don't know what internally went down. I know when it showed up, was it a return on investment for the board or what? I do not excuse that game.
Okay, thank you. That's all we say. That's what me and Saul said. Because we just like, look, we get where you at with Phil and the regime. And shout out to Jez. He's put out an article that said they are still operating independently. From what we hear, that ZeniMax is still, even though the acquisition, they are still moving at their own. But to Saul's point, and if y'all mind if I get my ball, unless you finish. I'm
done.
Oh, okay.
I'm done.
To Saul's point, the issue is this can't happen. This can't happen because at the end of the day, even if that is the case, No one cares, B. like at the end of the day, they report to you, so the pipeline got to be fixed, whatever it is, right? And maybe that's a transition, and hopefully this is a learning point.
Consider this game a AAA game?
They was pumping it like a AAA game.
Like that, they did that.
They was pumping it. Like, yeah, so look, I would get into it. Look, first, again, if Paris and the crew's in there, shout out to y'all. Absolutely phenomenal interview. Tough questions. All this talk about people they did softball. Nah, that was a great interview. And you can tell there was tension in that room.
Yep.
Phil was uncomfortable. Phil was stressed. He was cranky. It was a little awkward energy. Shout out, I love that. You had everybody going. That was lit. I didn't know what you was about to do. Look, this is the gift and the curse of ultimate transparency.
Mm-hmm.
Because on one hand, like Ben is saying, you don't really see this level of transparency on the executive level. Just giving you the brass tacks, giving you the real on what's going on. And I have to commend him on that, right? That is not easy. From what Gary Whitta and them said, he was scheduled there kind of to be for something else ahead of time. He could have easily, after the week of the CMA being blocking the deal, Redfall going out to terrible reviews, easily be like, you know what, send the PR, we're going to cancel that right there. And we'll see y'all when we see y'all. And no one would have known any better except Kinda Funny, and we wouldn't have known, right? And that would have been that. So I want to salute as far as on some leadership taking the energy. The problem is this Xbox fan base is so loyal, and they have been waiting. They have been waiting to celebrate the fruits of the acquisitions and all the moves. So Redfall does get a lot of smoke because there was no way anyone saw the conditions to be launched like that. That was unacceptable on any level. He knows that. So again, the optics of it, right? You know what I'm saying? The communication. And this is where I talk about the second-class citizen feel. You don't hear about this with the other platforms on their major releases. And this is not precedent. We do have Halo Infinite to look back at, right? We do have, this was your flagship. Why is it launching? Why are we getting Craig Face? What is going on with your team? How is it you're just finding out, so to speak, or you're just now going to put 60 frames per second? Again, the disconnect somehow with the pipe, which Phil addressed. Hey, we should have come in there earlier. Hey, they didn't have maybe time with Unreal or whatever. But at the end of the day, the notification in the pipeline, it's too late in the game. That has to be corrected. And just frankly, Xbox fans are tired of it. We are tired of it's, again, we're going to go baseball, but it's like, you're a Yankee fan, I'm a Met fan. This is Mets energy. It's like you find a way to do the most embarrassing thing and lose in the most, crushing, painful way, spectacular way. And people, this was a breaking point for a lot of people. It just was. Now, look, I get it. People get acquired. You have to fix the pipeline between when someone was acquired and any projects that they had going prior. You've got to get in there. This hopefully is a learning lesson for Starfield. Like, I would hope so. Look, at the end of the day, here's my issue. I do have an issue with the great games comment. I know Phil cares about AAA quality games. I know he does. Whether we're going to say or characterize it that he misspoke, whether it is that he is attacking a certain subset of people who think all that's going to turn this thing around is Starfield. Starfield, 11 out of 10. Because I do see that talk. Like, Starfield, 11 out of 10. Bro, that's it. All the pressure. He is right to the letter of the law that no single game is going to transform and make everyone sell their PlayStations. And it's all. But to Solve's point, and Ben's point, quality games does make your service, which you're trying to promote and you're trying to shift to, more attractive to get people in. That's the thing. So again, I'm not saying he doesn't care about that. All I'm saying is the way it was worded, it could be misconstrued that if you're an Xbox fan, quality game, that's not the focus. And that may not be what he meant, but it just sometimes how it could have been perceived. right? For the record, I didn't feel the comment. For the record, I spoke to the Dominus, told him I don't use that power a lot. I have access sometimes, but I didn't feel it. I was just like, bro, I just got to be honest. That part right there, I didn't like, because what happens is it feeds into the narrative of second-class citizen. It feeds into the narrative of, wait, put it in Game Pass and we'll fix it later. You know what I'm saying? It feeds into this narrative that I don't want to see for this platform I like, right? In fairness, man took the criticism, said 100%. I respect. And Phil, we talked about it. And sorry if you're mad if I talked about this right now, but that's how I felt. It just bothered me. I don't care what access I have or whatever. If I'm not feeling something, I'm going to say it, period. And the man took it like a man and was like, yo, I respect where you at. I see where you're at, and I respect the feedback 100%. That's all we're saying. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, stop fumbling the football. That's just what it is. Stop the self-inflicted mistakes. That's all. We just want that cleaned up. And for me, we got to get to King's point. Bethesda, I am a little concerned because, in my opinion, Phil is dying on his sword for you guys. In my opinion, whether or not you want to say there was a pipeline in place or not, 2022, Microsoft expected Bethesda to have Starfield and Redfall ready for their lineup. That didn't happen. Then this game gets delayed. We see what happens with Redfall. This happens now, right? At the end of the day, no one's really looking at Bethesda like that. They're going to Xbox. It's an Xbox problem. It's an Xbox problem, right? Mm-hmm. When the reality, whatever the culture was pre-acquisition has to be changed. The pipeline has to be fixed, and you guys have to work this out. Hopefully, this is a learning experience for Starfield. Please don't do my Starfield like this. Please, bro, don't you come for my God Howard AAA. This is my, please. So that's what I'm trying to say from this. The hope of this is that, and see, this is why I can't get mad at anyone that says mismanagement. Mm-hmm. I can't push back anymore. I can't say because this doesn't happen anymore. So you got to clean this up. My other issue, Bethesda, I got to come for y'all, is I'm looking at a situation like Ghostwire Tokyo. How is this game that was exclusive to PlayStation? We get it. There was a deal before. You have a year now to come to Xbox. How is this not optimized for Xbox? This is a terrible look. So again, to me, like Maddie has always said, this kind of feels Fallout 76 energy, old practices, catching a wave, going multiplayer, Wolfenstein Youngblood, Fallout 76, all these different experimental things because you knew you guys were going out. And maybe Redfall was that. But either A, cancel it, or B, no one should look at Redfall and release and say, finished. Yeah, fire, right? Yeah, they gonna love this. No one should, who's in the building? Who's in the building saying finished? Someone should have come in at some point and said, look, our name is on this at Xbox. So we going to politely ask you to take this food back and cook this a little bit more. Respectfully.
Or throw it in the dumpster.
Respectfully. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So look, I ain't going to go too much with it. You know, at the end of the day, Xbox fans deserve better. At the end of the day, despite all this, I still feel they're going to have a great year. It's set up for them as long as they execute. You now, unfortunately, put more pressure on this showcase because of this situation. You now put more pressure on Starfield because of this situation. All I'm saying is communicate, be transparent, really get invested with your studios upon release, and hopefully this should clear up because the things are in place for you. We should see games that we have not seen that we're excited to hear about. We should get a Starfield. We should get a Forza. We should hopefully get a Hellblade. Who knows what happens with the ABK deal? I get that's a setup, a setback, excuse me. But it's set up for them to this. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's set up for them to do this. You know what I'm saying? This is just, to me, a quality control issue that must be addressed, and never, in my opinion, I know that's not what was meant, but great games are always important to the platform. Phil knows it. I don't even have to repeat that. He knows it. I know it. And I know what he meant. And again, kudos to him for the transparency for coming in, because I know a lot of people would not have been in that fire. But that's all I got. So
yeah.
Super chats or anything else?
Yeah, it's funny. I'm never full blown like Xbox fan on here, or whatever. But it's something that like it just like Redfall comes out. It's their first one that it goes directly to Xbox. I'm like, damn, man. Like, Deathloop comes out and it gets a 10. Like, and it's like
it's Mets energy. It's supposed to be a slam dunk.
What the hell, man?
It's Knicks energy. Patrick Ewing, finger roll and miss. It's like wow when it's dumb, right?
When it's dumb, is always a caveat.
It's always a caveat.
But like I understand Ghostwire Tokyo wasn't like a 10, but it was, it wasn't Redfall. Not even close. So it's like
it was great.
It's a great game. I love that game.
Yeah.
I love that game. No, that's it.
It's just that energy of like, come on, man.
Yeah, the rakes.
Come on, man.
Absolutely. And I think they know it. They know it. It's just the argument that I will always defend the PlayStation fan that pushes back and say, you see, it's this, because I can't fight that until they clean up. And this makes that argument like, yo, how you going to acquire anybody else if you can't fix your own house? You see what I'm saying? They got to stop the conversation. They got to put this narrative and nip it in the bud. And if they do, Xbox fans will ride or die. They just been waiting, man. It's been a long time. Serve this base right. They've been holding it down. And I know he knows that. That's pretty much I got. So we're gonna get the super chats to get up out.
Get the super chats. Yeah, and shout out to BG. But BG been putting out some great videos on the stuff that's coming up. And you would think like, BG is very PlayStation centric, PC centric. But the videos have been great because it's very just objectively looking at the situation like this is not a good look. I don't see what's going on. Great stuff.
Yeah, and last point, in fairness, I do want to say this. Shout out to my man Anchorman V, and a couple other people. In fairness, if you look at the whole, because a lot of this PhilSpencer common for job talk, right? If you look at it as a whole, like King said, this man single-handedly saved this brand when Microsoft wasn't caring about it, right? So now that you're on the seat of the table, I got it. But it is a what have you done for me lately league. And the thing is, you had the bad 2022, but I do want to give praise to the 2021 when the pipeline, we saw what the pipeline could be with the Psychonauts and the Forza and the Halo and, the Age. Like, you saw what it could be when it's right. So it's just like, it was like, again, oh man, here we go again. Just when we thought, even though Hi-Fi Rush was at the top of the year, that's why the Redfall situation shook the base to its core. Because it's an indicator of everything everybody has an issue with Xbox was reflected in that title. That's why it really bothered people. And I hope they understand that.
Yeah, for sure. All right, super chats. Platano J, member for 26 months, Lord Bronze. When my friend asked me about Redfall, I say, no hablo inglés. Then we have B. Lou, member for 20 months, Lord Bronze. His point was they're putting out good games to grow in other areas, not the console race, partly because last gen, this is why they're not participating in it. Yeah, and it's another thing, like what he said about the digital age too is very true as well. Like people kind of plant their flag in one place or another, a lot of people, and they can't sell their entire library like they used to, then switch off to the other consoles. It's just not the reality anymore. Yeah. And we have Project Aries, member for $5 super chat. Sony got punched in the face, stood up and went to the gym. Xbox got punched in the face to stare off a bridge.
Wow.
They need that fire. Saab is right.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, always maintain the fire, man.
Oh man, get out of here. Shut up.
Listen, General.
Fight back. You the same dude. Yo, Hi-Fi Rush dropped. They ain't even say nothing. It's a triple banger. Yo, I'm gonna tell you, I've been playing Hi-Fi Rush. It's crazy. Man, shut up. It's $40. But if I have Game Pass, so I played it for free. Oh, but right now they got punched in the mouth. Shut up.
He don't like that.
He don't like that.
Don't be sitting there acting like we get punched in the face over here and don't body people. Get out of here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, we have Max Arthur, £2 super chat. Simon's 100% right. Keep that underdog spirit alive. Just keep fighting. Don't care how many times you get punched in the face. That's all I care about.
Ain't nobody give up but y'all.
That was good. That was actually good.
I ain't give up nothing, so that talk ain't directed towards me.
Then we got Sagging Nutsack.
Oh, yeah.
Chat. Honestly, I watched Phil's interview and nothing he said makes no darn sense. King, I know he's your guy, but he talks too darn much. Damn.
Pick up your nutsack, maybe you can hear him.
Oh, yo!
Obviously, your ears is under your neck.
Oh, don't do that to the listeners, not to the realm. You can't be disrespecting them.
Nah, you gonna get this work. You gonna come for me. You gonna get this work. I don't care. Everybody can get it. I'm the AV man. Anybody can get it.
Pay good money to talk to you.
when you get a cornered wild animal, man.
I'm gonna tell you right now. If y'all think Phil is a little grumpy, I'm way past grumpy.
Thoughts
We
here.
have Sagging Nutsack once again. 10 pound super chat.
Oh, you back?
Nor am I a huge fan of Jimbo, but he doesn't talk too much. He just lets the games do the talking. Tell your guy to stay off the internet because he's starting to make no sense.
All right, so you like the girl that cheats, keeps her mouth shut, and ain't sorry about it. She just
I don't want to know.
But the other one that made a mistake was like, yo, listen, Tommy, you know, I messed up, but I really want to be in this. You gonna still be chasing after that dot over there that don't like you, man, to keep cheating on you. Hey, I see you, man. I see you.
If it helps any, the PlayStation fans don't like Jim either. So
Yeah,
sure.
they're a fool because Jim is the best thing that happened to him.
I don't disagree. He's got business sense, but
Yep.
Well, for sure.
You don't play
Then we
games.
have Lucius Augustus, member
Oh,
for
the
1
homie.
year, $5 super chat. I disagree. Quotes. An army may march great distances without distress if it marches through a country where the enemy is not. Sun Tzu, The Art of War.
Ooh,
Yes,
Sun Tzu.
Yes.
but guaranteed,
and
if you're going towards the beef, you're going to reach the beef at some point.
And if you brought that book up too, so obviously I can bring up a book up too, right?
Let's go.
50 Laws of Power.
Yes, sir.
Then we have Split. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Lean towards your strengths
Mm.
and you cover your weaknesses.
Mm.
My man, if they have a better superiority over here, you make sure that you fight them on this front, but you do something to come behind. How do you think those Spartans was able to outlast the Persian army? They all died. But how many people they took with them before they left?
Yeah, they funneled a bunch of them
Y'all
into that
weak heart
canyon.
dudes don't understand that. Stop bringing me books that I know about. In here.
Damn, we gotta burn the books too. All right. Damn.
Fahrenheit 451. Here we come. Let me see. Splendiferous. Member for 1 year, $5 super chat. Soggy Nutsack. And when you got Phil money, and I can't believe we call him Soggy Nutsack.
Wow.
When you got Phil money, you can tell him where to go and when to be there. Your little $10 super don't mean nothing to Mr. Phil. Get back in line, player. You good?
Yo.
Hell, why is this so?
They savage today. They extra savage.
War in the super chats.
This war in the super chats.
Soggy Nutsack. Wow.
Soggy. He man made a name to combat this man. That's crazy. That's different.
Man, that's crazy.
Then we have Jason with the $15 super chat. Chill, champ, chill. Let's go, champ.
That's good. Yeah, they was hype. They was hype when King came out. They was hype.
Then we got Pixelbit G, member for 2 years,
Homie.
$5 super chat. Hold the line. Big up to ILP.
Yeah, salute. Salute.
And we have HargeetChenie, member for 1 year, $2 super chat.
Yeah.
King, tell him. Let's go. ILP Dominus.
No
Let's go.
doubt. Yo, we see 900 views in here, man.
Let's
And
go.
only
Get them
400
likes
likes. What we gotta save the animal. Every like y'all do, we save a red day.
What is the Albion humpback today? Let's go. The Albion
We got
humpback.
Ben Smith in here. We got Mahmood up in here. Yeah, hit that like button. We giving y'all bars of entertainment today. Come on.
Then we have Taik Casares with the $3 super chat. King sounds like Sergeant Johnson.
Yes.
He does.
Yes.
Yeah, but he called me Captain King.
No doubt.
Then we have HargeetChenie once again, always coming through for the community with
salute.
the $5 super chat. Congrats to whoever got this code.
Oh, salute.
Here's one of the few AAA games that didn't launch all broken. Dead Island 2 with the Xbox Global code. Shout out to whoever got that code.
Thank you, brother.
Identify yourself in the chat. Appreciate that.
Yeah, always giving back to the community. Salute, Hargeet.
Always.
We have Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. King preaching to people like me who can't do push-ups and fall in line.
It's inspirational, bro. I didn't know what was happening. I was like, when that camera come off, I don't know what's happening sometimes.
Yeah, you gotta be careful. I thought
we don't know what's happening. Yeah. I thought he's gonna have like a toga or something with the Caesar.
Next when the battle's over.
Oh, when it's over. Okay. That's what I thought.
Then we have Nintendo the Otaku, $5 super chat. If this was Civilization, Nintendo going for the religious victory, PlayStation's going for the domination victory, and Xbox going for the science victory.
I like that. I like the references.
Yeah, I love it. Nerd logic. Gotta love it.
Love it.
Then we got Max Arthe again, £5 super chat. You just know Phil is fighting off Microsoft. Jim Ryan's trying to take his job. Also, throughout all of this, he's the man for the job. I love you, bro. Punctuation.
Oh, come on. Don't kill my man with the Grammarly.
But I appreciate you. Then, let me see. Then we got JD Gamer, the most objective views on the internet. $10 super chat. 2 years and $10 super chat. Sony out there snitching, and why? Imagine a world where the Activision Blizzard King deal closes in June and then the next round of acquisitions begins. Terrified. That is why Sony is of a world where this happens.
Yep.
I'm telling you this
is
though.
why you're glorifying snitches to this day.
That deal somehow go through, y'all not gonna win.
I'm gonna tell you right now, y'all do not want to ever come to this podcast.
I might edit that segment he did and post it. We'll put on some real profit. Don't let them win that deal. That would be crazy.
Yeah. Then we have Jorvar Ingi, $10 super chat. Just sending love to ILP. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
We got Gerald Mack once again, member for 30 months, Lord Silver. This Redfall fiasco definitely taught Microsoft who and how much to trust the people that they work with. Redfall, blessing and a curse.
Yep.
Hopefully it's a lesson learned. Don't want to see this again. And we got JD Gamer once again, $10 super chat. That next round of acquisitions probably includes Mistwalker, Sega, PUBG Studios, Level 5, and for an Eastern Bloc Level 5 for an Eastern Bloc takeover. Then Avalanche, Certain Affinity, IOI, and Crytek. And God help Sony if Microsoft does more.
Mouth God is, but what happened when Darth Vader became Darth Vader? Everybody had to catch them hands.
Then we got Spartan Go 17, £2 super chat. Phil needs to crack the whip. Forget the kumbaya.
So we got kill creativity. Make the game I want you to make, damn it. Sweatshop.
No, I mean, I understand what he's talking about.
I understand what he meant. Crack the whip,
just making sure that everything is tight.
Pipeline, man. Get the pipeline, man.
And we got to go. Hold on. Got to roll back.
What's your last one?
Yeah, there's a one. So the last one I read was Spartan Go 17.
Okay, Spartan Go 17. Let's see this. Okay, Phil. Yeah, okay, I got you.
I got it.
Okay, JD.
Yeah, JD. JD Gamer, $10 super chat. Snitching, a Sony couldn't fight with Microsoft. They had to go get some help. They out here lying, snitching, and begging regulators to stop Microsoft before they take a whipping that they see coming. Terrified. God, I love y'all. Punctuation, you're killing me today. Good Lord,
savage.
There we have
LogNet first.
Yes, you guys sign up for LogNet for that.
Man. Oh my goodness, got to run it through you guys first.
Yes.
Then we got Nintendo the Otaku, $5 super chat. They need to bring whoever's in charge of Obsidian to help Matt Booty watch over Xbox game studios like Herman Hulst for PlayStation. Hopefully without copy and pasting games.
No, but in Booty's defense, if you look at the Xbox games outside of Halo Infinite,
right,
everything is, for the most part, the rest have done what they're supposed to do and have hit Metacritic. So
we know what it is.
Yeah. Now that we know, thanks to Jez, that I thought Booty was over
everything.
ZeniMax in the acquisition. He's not.
They're over there doing their own thing.
Then we have Alex Escorza, member for 20 months, Lord Bronze. Xbox should have let Redfall be a PlayStation exclusive for a year.
They should let that deal go. Oh man,
they should let that one rock.
Savage.
And these dudes would have stood outside and said Redfall is the best thing since sliced bread.
Then we have JD Gamer once again, $5 super chat. The fight ain't over. Sony ain't about to do no victory laps. The ground troops are coming for y'all, and we're gonna have to take you in the water. It's
This
over.
man is subscribed to the king.
Right there.
Man is subscribed to the king ethos.
Right.
That man is a full subscriber.
Take them to deep waters and drown them. Yes, I know.
Yes.
I got JD Gamer once again, $5 super chat.
Lord.
In the end, this is a simple matter of big bank take little bank every time. Sony about to get that work the same way they served it to Sega years ago. This is old Sega angst.
Yeah, this is Sega angry Sega fans. Yeah.
This is what we do. We will rise up from the shadows like the phoenixes we are.
Yeah. Then we have Mr. Too Opinionated, $5 super chat. I'm ready for hashtag heel Phil, hashtag Hollywood Phil. Wake up.
Yeah, you're gonna turn heel. Y'all see.
Then we got Sagging Nutsack once again, £2 super chat. King, don't you talk about my knots.
Leave his knots alone.
His knots, not his nuts.
That's his knots.
We're gonna leave those knots right there.
Savage.
Then we have Splendiferous, $2 super chat. I talked about him too. The soggy Cheetos back in the line. Jesus.
Wow, come on.
Jesus.
Y'all messy.
Too much visual.
Too
there.
much
I don't
visuals
want that.
there.
I don't know. Soggy Cheetos.
Better
That's gross.
soon.
BetterHelp.
Go to BetterHelp, please.
BetterHelp.com/IronLords, please.
Then we have JD Gamer, $5 super chat. PS dudes out here with their chest all puffed out. I can't wait for that to end. I can't wait for them to spit out all their air they sucked in.
Whoa!
Yo, I endorse that.
It's too visual.
Like, yo, I'm with you.
Then we have Tom909 with the £2 super chat. I pay for the King Toga tonight. Ben must be the same though.
Oh, he want Ben and King in the togas.
King of the Toga. He must be both the togas.
Toga, or do we get separate ones?
Oh, you want us to be
I didn't
conjoined
say I
twins?
wanted. I'm saying that what's he want?
No.
Whoa!
I thought the super chat wanted us to be conjoined
Whoa,
twins.
time!
Kurt.
Moving on. It's a family
my
show.
goodness,
It's a family
okay.
show. Now it's a family show.
Nah, it's a family show. It's a little bit too late.
A little too late for that.
Then we have Bruno Ramos Diaz with the 22 Brazilian reals. 22.
Royale. Okay.
Recap. Forspoken broken. The Last of Us 1 PC broken. So were you? Where were you all? Where were you?
Tell the truth, Shane the devil. They've been dropping garbage for a
Oh
minute.
my God.
And you dudes, they gave you that DLC from a game that they cooked for 5 years that was already done.
Oh,
they just give them this.
Shout out to
Here,
Kings.
peasants.
Shout out to King's PlayStation Insight analysis. Always timely. Always timely.
Timely analysis by
Yes,
King.
always in depth.
Then we have Gamer by Choice, $2 super chat. This is so funny but true. Punctuation takes character, Sav. Great show.
So you stop watching.
They don't
I'm
wanna waste
pocket
the
watching.
characters on that
Stop pocket
punctuation.
watching their super chat, bro. That's
You
it.
gonna get that super chat? How you gonna get it?
All right. Are we good?
Yes, sir. We're caught up.
All right, King. The final topic. We're gonna combine this if you do not mind.
Problem, sir.
Look, we're gonna start with the first part, which is the $70 game situation. So, shout out to, I believe it was Tweaktown and Derek Strickland, who is the PR gaming editor. He does a lot of news analysis, games
That's Ross
industry.
Strickland, brother.
Ross Strickland, brother. He's not Ross Strickland, brother. Look, he talked about, the $78 games and how, people, Sony is looking at it as far as, let me get the actual exact quote. Hold on 1 second. He's basically saying that how, like, the data suggests that $70 games are resulting in fewer sales. So he has some interesting numbers that he pulled up. He said in fiscal year 22, Sony shipped 19 million PS5 consoles, generated a massive 8 billion from hardware sales. Note that this includes both PS4 and PS5 sales, but the primary driver would be PS5 console sales. That revenues are on the up and up. But he said in terms of volume, game unit sales are definitely lower than last year. And then he mentioned that game unit sales have been on a downward trend since the fiscal year of 20, and a period which includes the PS5 launch. Since that fiscal year 2022, software revenues are high and game volume is low. It's likely that gamers are buying less copies of more expensive games. The dip in subscriber numbers align with the drop in network services revenue. So long story short, Gamers appear to be buying less games, but are spending more on the games that they do buy. The software graph talks about the microtransaction and the revenue recognized from game sales. So this is the first part of what King wants to talk about, in reference to that trend. And then obviously the other major one was that, Sony Studios, PixelOpus, best known for ConcreteGenie, is shutting down. PlayStation Studio will close its doors on June 2nd. So, King, you can go at it wherever you want. This is your topic. The $70 games, Sony shutting down studio. Where you want to go?
Well, I'm going to start off with if the PlayStation's Now service was putting first-party games there day and date and actually leaving them in the service, ConcreteGenie would have probably been seen by everybody. And the studio probably wouldn't be closed. So this is a philosophy. When you deal in a certain metrics and your metrics is units sold and you don't reach your internal mark, you are fair for your job. If your metrics is units sold. That sucks because from what I heard, ConcreteGenie was a decent game. And it didn't ship in a state of Redfall. It shipped in a decent state. People actually that played the game said it was a decent game. So in this world where we pretty much can say that Arcane is, you're safe. You're going to get a chance to do something else. Why? Because Redfall might have had 4 million downloads and might have had X amount of engagement. You had one guy super chat and said that it was DLC that I was looking forward to, that he was going to pay for. So at some point in time, that game might reach the internal numbers, right? But they go by different metrics. Now, talking about the $70 games, you don't know your consumer base. Your consumer base is cheap. Your consumer base buys TCL television.
Oh my Lord!
They buy consoles when they're $100 cheaper. They buy games when they on sale. That's why they told you that they're buying cheaper games. That's in the surface. Your $70 bangers, that ain't gonna happen. They ain't gonna come up off those bucks, right? And that's why you're not going to see those sales. You don't know your consumer. You're out of touch with your consumer. How long is it going to take for you to realize that putting your games day and date in your service grows your service and your games can actually have some life later and make that revenue that you're missing out on? See, I don't like the closed mentality that they're showing. They'd rather take a loss than make a sale. If you come to my store and my shirt is $50 and you say, yo, I only got $45, I was short on my, hey man, take that. I'm gonna make this sale. What Sony is saying is, nah, that's 50B. I'll rather eat this. I'd rather not make this sale. I don't think that's smart business. So that's why the timeline on games day and date is going to change. This metrics right here shows that the $70 thing is having an impact on initial sales. And then y'all might say, oh, King, that didn't happen with God of War sold like 20 million in 2 days. That's the outlier. That's the one AAA banger game. Then what happens to all the other games that has to come out at $70? And if they don't reach those sales on those internal projections, what happens to that studio? Because we already seen them close down this studio and make them a support team, this studio and make them a support team when they don't reach those internal sales figures.
So you're concerned.
$70 is a detriment to their business model.
Okay, we're going that. But they said that the consumer is spending more money though when they in there.
Yeah, they're spending more money on Fortnite. They're spending more money on Minecraft. They're spending more. Right now, I can reoccur. I will keep on spending. I have a subscription service to Fortnite, and I actively spend money inside Fortnite, right? That's the guy they're talking about me. I'm not paying $70 for nothing. But you'll see me spend $70 worth of cash inside Fortnite. Easily. So that reoccurring dollars that's happening, in game sales, they're making money in those microtransactions and so on, but the initial sales of $70 games are at a low.
Okay, fair enough. King has spoken. Lord Ben, man, where you at with it as far as this analysis about $70 games and, PlayStation saying that the data, shows that, that they're not doing as well as far as selling at that price point, but they get more revenue?
Well, I'll start off by, okay, you see the PlayStation sign. Now I'll cover this up.
Yes.
So I can pretend to be a fanboy. The only reason that Xbox hasn't said this is because they've only had one $70 game and it was garbage. But okay, no, the real answer is, of course, $70 games are going to result in less sales, and of course you're going to make more money because your games cost more. So let's say you have a 6% decrease in games sold, but there's a 7% increase in the cost. I'm just making up numbers. I don't know anything. the numbers are going to shake out that you're going to make more money overall. But that my point exactly was what King's point was, that people are spending more money too on live service games, and they're spending more money on services and stuff like that. And I think we've seen in numbers in the past, and I don't have the specifics pulled up or anything. I think Q3 of last year, it was a down point for everybody across the industry, that less people were spending money on everything. So a lot of things factor in. You also have the artificially inflated, to some extent, I guess you could say, artificially, from COVID, that period of time when there was such a huge surge in game purchases. So now we're starting to see things level off a little bit. I do agree that they're seeing less sales because they're not putting games in a service. I do agree that some of these, like PixelOpus, may not have been shut down if they had a subscription service and stuff like that. And of course, we don't know all the details from that. There's only there's not very many people there, so the chances of the real facts leaking out at some point are less than if it were a huge studio. But I think it's interesting to see that, obviously, if you raise prices, you're going to sell less because people's wallets don't necessarily get bigger just because you raise the price of your game or just because things cost more. They usually get thinner, actually. And obviously, you're going to make more money. But I don't know if a subscription service makes you any more money. And I don't know that metric is important to PlayStation. I think it should be. I think engagement should be just as important as sales if it's resulting in a net revenue. But I don't really know how you measure that on PlayStation when they don't really. Their subscription service, I'm sure it's profitable, but it's nothing like Game Pass. Obviously, it's nothing like Game Pass. But then you have to look on the flip side that, yes, you have a lot of Game Pass subscriptions and they're making a ton of revenue there. When will we see, and I think we'll see that it's a positive thing that there's more Game Pass than sales, but when will we see that there are the actual number of games sold on Xbox? I know we hear the numbers sometimes about DLC, Game Pass subscribers buy more things, etc.
Right.
But how many more would be buying it if they didn't get it in a subscription service, and what would that actual dollar amount be? Obviously, there's no way to actually know that, because in order for that to happen, we would have had to have those two simultaneous scenarios happening at the same time. But so I don't know that it's a matter of subscription or not, meaning sales or not. I do think for sure that it makes very obvious sense to me that if you raise the price of your games, you're going to sell more. And I think we'll see that with I think we'll see less Nintendo games sold too. They're starting to raise prices to 70. I think we'll see less sold, but I think we'll see them make more money because, the amount of sales you lose because of a $10 increase is probably less than the amount of money you're going to make from a $10 increase over millions and millions of copies. So yeah, it's it seems like basic economics to me, but I think there is the case that King's making of subscription keeping studios alive. I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, fair enough. Lord Mahmood still rocking and rolling. Once Gaming in the building. What do you feel about this, man? You know, the data suggesting, say $70 games resulting in fewer sales from PlayStation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we also have to keep in mind that there's crazy inflation going on all over the world. So people are tightening the belts. I know King likes to bring up the price of eggs all the time. And, it's real, So yeah. So as people turn their belts, and when it comes to microtransactions, I think people are always going to gravitate to what's comfortable for them. And a lot of those service games, when they produce new content, they're always going to gravitate back towards those games. And in terms of the studio closing down, I'm just going to echo what people have been saying. A subscription service probably could have saved the studio. To me, it also kind of represents sort of like the last few companies under Sony that produced these kind of quirky, little bit artistic games. You had like Flower, Journey,
yes,
Gravity Rush. They were great titles, and they had a lot of personality. But they kind of pivoted towards more of like the cinematic over the hashtag
just one energy.
Yeah. So I think this is
big titles.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's probably like, oh yeah, for sure.
That's what Jim wants. Sean wanted creativity, and Jim wants production.
Exactly. So I think that's sort of like the price of continuing that strategy.
Right.
And it's a shame because it's there's so many diverse games that Sony put out over the few generations. So going down like the cinematic approach, and now with the live service games, which is also, you don't know how that's going to turn out, because we saw what Babylon Fall was like. That was like that game was done in a year. So yeah, so it's rough out there, but I think it's just a combination of like the market correcting stuff, like Ben said, and the inflation issue is creating all these like multiple effects at the same time.
No doubt. Lord South, thoughts on $70 games resulting in fewer sales?
Yeah, I think everybody's hit it out of the park so far. It's just there's a number of different factors. When you think about the fact that Sony's expanded what PS Plus used to be. If you're someone who doesn't get FOMO for day one purchases, you'd be like, okay, I'll just wait till it comes to PS Plus, even if it's a year or two later. Like, it's just a reality for a lot of people. Like what Mahmood was saying, inflation is a big issue. And honestly, a lot of people, apart from the hardcore, they're not worried about getting a game day one. They don't really care. So, they're more than happy to wait whatever the time it is for it to go into the service. And now, since it's been expanded and they're asking more money of people, the truth of the matter is that Sony has to put it into the service sooner than they would have liked, right? So yeah, that's one aspect of it. I think another aspect of it is what you guys have been saying in terms of the service-based games as well. Again, when you think about, the Fortnites of the world and the free-to-play games and stuff of that nature, the money's going into those games, and people aren't, unless you're a hardcore person that really loves that, on the PlayStation side, the third-person action game, character action game, on the Xbox side, the shooter, whatever the case may be, you're willing to put money into those games that are technically free, right? But not necessarily care about buying that $70 experience that may be a finite experience, right? And once you're done with it, you're done with it, right? It's a different sort of perception about what value is now. So, yeah, I mean, that's just the reality of it. I don't really know that that's going to change. It's weird though, right? Because again, us growing up, $70 games were something that you just see all the time.
Cartridges, remember the old school?
The cartridges.
Yeah,
It's funny. Just the other day, I was looking at somebody on Twitter put out just an old layout,
like an old flyer,
and an old like KB Toy Stores or Toys R Us flyer, right? And it was $150. Which one are you picking? And it was on one page, it was the N64. The other page was the PlayStation, right? And it is one of those things where I was looking at the prices, especially for the N64 games. You didn't see it so much on the PlayStation side. They were pretty good about keeping the games $50. Yeah. But on the whatchamacallit, on the N64 side, they were selling Doom 64 for $74.99.
Wow.
insane when you think about
Wow,
it,
that's
right? But it
crazy
was
back then.
$74.99.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just different, man. And again, $70. Some may see it as a little bit of money. Some may see it as a lot of money. It's just going to be, it's one of those things going to take a while to normalize.
Yeah.
But I think with all the other options in play, you're just going to see less sales, and that's it. You know,
Yeah.
that's just going to be the reality of it. But again, as prices go up, the revenues will go up, even though you're selling less physical copies.
Right.
And now the PixelOpus stuff.
Yeah.
I just think it's a sign of the times and what's the shift that we're seeing at Sony, specifically when it comes to these smaller sort of indie-like games. They're only going to hold on to so many studios in that regard, and basically PixelOpus hasn't really done anything since ConcreteGenie, which came out in like 2019. And then they were working on something with Sony Pictures apparently, and I don't know if that's just been nixed completely or if it's going to be moved to another team. Right. But again, they haven't. For whatever reason, whatever was going on there wasn't necessarily important enough that Sony felt they needed to continue, supporting the studio. But it's sad because when you look at Media Molecule, they're still around, right? And I don't know how long that'll last, but at the very least, they've said they're already working on the next thing. Obviously,
45.
Yeah, exactly. Probably so, right? Probably you would hope that they're working on an actual game, right? And I don't want to hear about tools and any of this. I thought Dreams was great, but Dreams, despite being great, just the entire thinking behind it and how they were going to utilize that game was just off completely. Like, you can't have a game that's a creation tool that is completely siloed off on a console, and just everything from the way you share, the content that's being put on there, creators not being able to export their stuff. And what I think the biggest bonehead move was not putting that game on PC and letting the PC community run with it.
Good point.
It was just very weird that they were allowed to make that game and continue to support it, and it not being something that ever really stuck. So again, it's and to me, when you think about Media Molecule, at least to this point, and then you think about like Japan Studio and Asobo, right? They're still holding on to those studios, the Astrobot studios and things of that nature. So I think that's as small as they're going to stay. I don't think, and somebody had to go. It's sad because PixelOpus, again, it's a type of small sort of developer that I think they should have, internally. But again, you have all these other sort of games coming out. I know they plan to make more acquisitions, however big or small they may be. And I think it's going to be telling the types of games that these studios that they eventually acquire are making, because I think they're going to be a deviation from what we expect.
I agree.
Yeah. So it's sad to see, but I think the writing was sort of on the wall, at least for one of these studios. I'm surprised it wasn't Media Molecule, but again, it is what it is.
I could very easily see with PixelOpus being so small. I think the last we knew was like 20 people. Probably.
Oh, okay.
So, like, on one hand, it's like, well, it's 20 people. Let them just do their thing.
Yeah.
On the other hand, it's like, well, they're 20 people. Just roll them into another studio. Make sure they get their jobs.
Yeah, good point.
But the thing I was thinking is they're working on that, that Sony Pictures thing. And Sony Pictures, as we know, they're like ramping up production. They're making stuff left and right. They're really getting involved in a lot of stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if they said, okay, well, you were working on this since you finished ConcreteGenie. And now that we're really getting into this space more, we want it to be a bigger project, so we're going to move it to somebody who's bigger, and now we don't need you. Whether they keep him or not, who knows? But it wouldn't surprise me if that's a reason, because since ConcreteGenie came out, it's not like they've been making them extra money,
right?
So there had to be something recent, semi-recent, I think, or they just, maybe it's the opposite. They saw the game, it wasn't good, and they just decided to scrap the team. I don't know. This is all speculation, but it makes perfect sense to me, even though it sucks that a studio's closing, a cute little studio too.
Yeah. I mean, I'll jump in. It was interesting to hear about that. I will say that to do whataboutism. Could you imagine if Xbox shut down a studio, right?
Oh man.
Oh boy, the headlines would be crazy.
It's like, hello, Rake.
Yeah.
They shut down the studio the same week that they purchased a studio.
There would be interesting. I had to do it just for the hilarity of the headlines would be interesting. But look,
the champ gets away with it because he's the champ.
yeah, and that's how it goes. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's the reality of the business and the fact that, you know, I do agree with King that there is a shift, you know, internally as far as Jim Ryan's vision. I feel, you know, we've seen some instances of it. Again, I don't know all the details of what happened with PixelOpus. You know, I can only go by looking at Sean Layden's comments. I don't know if you guys saw that. Sean Layden actually responded, and he was like, yeah, he said, I'm not going to lie, this is a deep cut. He said, I so love working with this team and watching them level up to deliver the genre-busting ConcreteGenie, all while maintaining a culture of support, inclusion, and challenge. Now a new adventure awaits, only the very best to every team member. So you can tell this really hit Sean. But again, Sean is the old regime.
I think that was like one of his picks.
Yes.
I think he sat there, he cultivated. A lot of people get stuff misconstrued.
Mm-hmm.
It's like with any type of leadership or, you know, like traversal of power, like passing the baton. That person, for the first couple of years, all the stuff that was done
was benefiting from the past, like a coach.
From the old president,
right.
Or, you know, the old coach or whatever, you know, be it good or be it bad.
Right.
Right?
Correct.
And Sean did a lot of good.
Absolutely.
I don't care. He earned his spot at PlayStation and, you know, things happen, but you can tell that he was always for the theatrics. He was always for, oh, check this game out. You say Gravity Rush, these games. And I don't think those games happen under Jim. And
not at all.
It's a valid point. It's a valid point. And again, this is where, not to again make everything about Xbox, but this is why I do think Xbox overall strategy is correct. I do think because you have those weird titles, those indie titles, those stuff. It's just that we get a lot of them and then we want the AAA, right? And then with Sony, it's like you're getting the AAA, but you're not getting the multiplayer just yet. I know they're shifting. And then we see them shifting away from kind of like these quirky, these indie, these creative titles that kind of gave the PlayStation that flavor, right? That gave it that thing that a lot of people like. And it is interesting. I will agree with King in the sense that I don't think this is part of the Jim Ryan, you know, philosophy. And it goes to show, because one thing I will criticize PlayStation on consistently is that, you know, I've had this conversation with Colin, man, which is like, it's only so many times now you're going to keep going to the well, all right, Last of Us Remastered, Last of Us Remastered, Last of Us Faction. Like, we get it. Blockbuster, we get it. The movie, we get it. But it's like, I understand you're going for the money, but at some point there can be fatigue in #JustOne. There can be fatigue with that stuff, and I want to see a little bit of the old Sony, which is, yo, we had a SOCOM, we had a Killzone, we had these little indie, you know, kind of quirky games. Even you pulled out Parappa the Rapper, like things like that existed at one point. I remember Jumpin' Flash and remember all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like
Big Ribbons.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember that stuff. You know, the Wipeouts. I used to love that. With like certain things.
And that's all Sean Layden.
It's Layden. Twitter. You know
that's
what I'm
Layden.
saying? That's that creative Sony. Again, I don't want them where it's just only this type of game we're focused on, and that's it. So I could give criticism there. You know, we'll see. As far as the $70 game metric, I will push back on King a little bit, only in the sense that I just feel this is working for them.
Yeah,
like,
is their model.
I just think it's like, yo, we're going to take a very measured approach. We're going to raise this price, but we're going to take a very measured approach on how we adopt into any games as a service kind of a thing, and as far as a subscription service. And to them, it's like, even the way they handle the PC things, it's like, no, we're going to get this console money. We're going to saturate. We're going to suck this dry, pause. And then from there, we're going to then say, okay, now that we've maximized all we can out of console revenue, right? Now, when it's out of the cycle, you guys get Horizon, the first one. Now you get God of War, the first one. You see what I'm saying? And then we double back on the back end. And, you know, to their credit, it's working. But I do think long-term, yes, Xbox vision is correct. But sometimes Xbox does jump out a little too early sometimes, too. So we got to see how this plays out. But, yeah, interesting news, you know, on Sony, and see how this thing works out. But also out to my man Philip Carlisle in the building. I see you, brother. Salute. Good to see you. But that's all I got. Anybody got anything else on these two topics as far as the studio and all this other stuff? Because we have been here long. Let us get, you want to get the switch or we want to get the poll?
And we get the super chats real quick.
All right, cool.
Hold on a second.
And
Actually, no, get the poll.
Yeah,
go ahead, get the poll.
And man, Blatt
but
is
he wouldn't be the mayor if he wasn't, holding it down. He wasn't be able to
Facts.
hold down 5 hours.
Facts.
He said, "This is light work."
You know what I'm saying? So look, we gotta get to the poll with PhilSpencer's latest comments regarding not attempting to out-console PlayStation, Nintendo. Which strategy do you think Xbox needs to adopt moving forward? The choices are A, stick to the long-term plan of Play Anywhere acquisitions and the Game Pass model. B, remain committed to quality AAA games to make your services more attractive. Or C, I don't care. That showcase in Starfield better be 11 out of 10. That's all the votes. Here's hit the votes when it goes up on Twitter. I'm going to try to remember. It's a long show. Salute.
Isn't there a D, all three?
Facts, no doubt. Salute to the legend and former mayor Ben Smith. LastStandMedia Marathon in the building. Family is in the building. It's great to see you. I love to see you get your shine. Yeah, man. It's great to see you. Great to see you get your shine because you like the quiet and the cut that makes the magic sauce happen. Nobody don't really know about you, so let the people know where they can find you, what you got going on, sir.
You can find me on Twitter, Ben Smith 2588. My name's too generic to just have my name, so got some numbers after it.
Gotta spice it up a little bit.
Gotta spice that up.
It looks like a bot account, but and then probably the most probably the other place. Ben is Handsome on YouTube.
Talk to him.
Yep.
We're gonna get that Ben. We're gonna put that link in there. That Ben is Handsome in there. Go subscribe to the channel, man. My man out here moving and grooving. A lot of good content. Go check him out. We're gonna get that in there. Solve. You're gonna get the super chats while there.
Yes, sir. Okay. We got Lord Metroid, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. At Nintendo's headquarters, the game of the year is here. Execute Order 66.
He ready.
You ready.
I love it.
Just a couple of days away.
It's over. After those 2 weeks, go back to nothing.
Oh, damn.
You're wrong, bro. We'll see.
Sir.
Then we got Void Lock, member for 1 year, $5 super chat. We wait on sales for PlayStation. Game Pass on Xbox. Nintendo by day one, but no bugs, but bad graphics though.
Damn.
How is that not a bug?
Oh,
man.
man.
How is the whole system itself just not one big giant bug?
Oh, come on. Don't do that. Don't do that to him like that.
There's still by day one 3 years later as well.
It's true.
Messy.
And we got Hargeet Shani, member for 1 year, $2 super chat. What's everyone's meta prediction for Zelda? I'm giving a 95 for me.
95 for sure.
Go with that. That's little 91, 92. 91, 92.
High 90s.
Mahmood, prediction?
93.
No doubt.
It'd be crazy that joint coming at a 67.
Oh, no.
Oh, yo.
And you thought Redfall was bad.
Stop it. Stop it.
Wow.
Salute.
We got JD Gamer, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Sony's running towards a service-based future as fast as they can, snitching to delay Microsoft, but that won't work even with the 10 to 12 games as a service in development.
Oh,
In
man.
fact, they hit Microsoft car keys while they was running out the door.
There we got JD Gamer again, $5 super chat. Let's make this simple for every PlayStation fan. Game Pass works, and it's more profitable than single unit sales. If it wasn't, PlayStation would not be snitching.
Oh, my Lord.
God, they knew Call of Duty. They know what Call of Duty do. y'all don't really know what y'all are worth. But they do.
Messy.
JD Gamer once again.
Oh, he's spitting. Company line.
$5 super chat. Sony told PlayStation fans, you all aren't enough. We want more. There's a reason their largest purchase was Bungie. In the end, services pay more than $70 games.
Facts, man. Y'all figure it out. At the end of the day, y'all gonna realize exactly where you truly stand in quicksand.
Oh, man. Continue.
Robert Kellett, $2 super chat. Sony always cuts off the weak links, sadly.
Sometimes you cut off your nose to spite your face, and you lose your identity, and you don't no longer look the same. And I'm gonna tell you right now, real recognize real, and you looking mighty unfamiliar to me.
Oh man.
Then we have JD Gamer again.
Dang, he going in today.
37, Lord Bronze. PlayStation in 2 years is not going to be the PlayStation we all grew up with. So forget about that, PS fans. You'll get those same 4 bangers over and over until they're tired.
Oh my Lord, the 44 games they can do. Okay.
Yeah, they turn into the Halo Gears and Forza.
They turn into the Big Mac large fries and the shake. That's what we doing.
I cannot wait for you dudes to be over there like, come on, man, I want something different. No.
you guys do some work on your interpretational skills, man.
Thank you, Sal.
Yeah, good Lord. We have Nintendo the Otaku, $2 super chat.
Oh, Lord.
Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'll give you the stink eye, you heard?
Good to see you.
We are caught up.
Cool, no doubt. Again, thanks everyone in the realm pulling up the legendary Ben Smith, Mahmood in the building. Salute. Mahmood, man, where can people find you? What you got going on at Lord's Gaming down there?
You can find me at Lords of Gaming, of course, editing and doing all the writing. I'm working on a new jousting article to respond to yesterday's spicy take.
Nice.
Yeah, so it's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be fun.
And you can find me at Twitter at Wayhick, WAYHIK.
Yeah. My man, salute the EIC, Lords of Gaming down there in the building. You already know. Lord
I got that blue check though.
I
heard you dudes verified in these streets.
Oh man, he got to find it. Proved. Shout out to Lord Saul.
Who did that for you?
Elon. Yeah.
Mr. Musk.
Anyway, shout out to Lord Saul making his triumphant return. A lot of preaching. The realm was they was riding with soft hard body today.
Yeah, I had to beat back that soft heart stuff, man.
Pause.
Beat that back there.
Ain't no soft heart. Just keep fighting. That's all.
Please don't be beating nothing off of something else. Anyway, moving on. So where can people find you? And what
First
you got
off, we got Stitch with a $5 super chat. Zelda meta should be around a $10, $70 for a 480p camera.
Yo, Stitch hate this
crazy. Yo, the audacity of these dudes.
Yeah, Stitch do not like the Switch at all.
Yeah,
you be going hard.
Yeah, you can find me and going to work as I always do. You know how I do.
After this.
Yeah, right after this. But big shout out to Mahmood for coming through.
Yes.
Still hasn't. I'm sure he still hasn't received the last thing that he was supposed to receive from his.
Shout out to
Teespring. Shout out to Teespring.
Maybe when Starfield
exactly.
Then
it'll arrive then. And shout out to Ben, man. I had the pleasure of meeting Ben at the first Last Stand event over in Butler. I was gracious enough to have me there, and it was a good time, man. It was a good time. Ben is that dude behind the scenes that he's the MC. He's making sure everything is taken care of, and it's funny because he was the mayor at that time, and he was giving out the keys of the city.
We got the key to the city because we good.
But I always laugh because I talked to him briefly because he was busy, right? And what the things that he mentioned today that I gleaned from our conversation, I was like, Ben has, he's a businessman. He owns a lot of the. So when after the show, we went down to the speakeasy that was like underneath the theater, right? And it was fire. And it was the cigar bar and everything. So I was like, oh, Ben, this place is awesome. And Ben's like, thank you. And I was like, oh, it's his.
Thank you for my establishment.
For my establishment. And then I forgot how the conversation got there, but then he told me about the brewery that was his too. So I was like, okay. I was like, okay, Mayor Nucky Thompson.
They call that man Nucky Thompson.
I was like, I'm sure that voting was on the up and up. You know what I'm saying?
Don't do that. Don't you do that. Don't you do that.
I'll be your chalky white.
Yeah, reminded me. It was funny in that moment. I thought of you remember Roadhouse, Brad Wesley from Roadhouse. The J.C. Penney's coming here because of me.
Listen, man, I know when I came through, I was good in the town, baby. I got the key to the city. I was lit.
No, Ben is the absolute best.
Yes.
So gracious, and absolutely the rock of Last Stand. So thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you coming through,
Thank
man.
you. Thanks for having me.
No doubt, legendary, and of course the king, riling up the troops, getting us ready. We was ready for war. We didn't know where we was going with this, but it was ready. I mean, you got everybody riled up. Okay, where can people find you? What you got going on?
First and foremost, I would like to thank our esteemed writer of the month.
Yes.
And our esteemed editor of the month. You do so much. And I saw somebody get a little bit upset with article that was up because it didn't share.
Not like this, ILP. How dare you? Go get that writer.
Kill that writer. Don't let this dude have an opinion.
Silence him.
In America, God forbid he can't have freedom of speech.
They pulled the seize him on us. He was like, how dare you let this infidel king, what do you think of this?
You must silence him.
Yo.
I just say that at lordsofgaming.net, we champion diversity.
Yes.
And for you to have your opinions without being pointed towards somebody. Like I said something today, and I was going in on Pete Hines, and not knowing that it's Pete Hines. It was part of satire, right? And somebody's going to take it out of context. Some dude's going to take a soundbite and put it up and be like, he's calling for Pete Hines' job. No, I'm not. I don't call for anybody's job. Actually, I want everybody to have a job. I want the ConcreteGenie team to hopefully move on to another team and that stuff doesn't get closed out. With that said, Ben, I've heard so much about you and didn't get a chance to meet the man. I've heard they was amazed with you, like you was some trinket, like something that they found, like you was a MacGuffin.
Yeah.
Right? It was like, he's the mayor, he's handing out keys, he does this, he does that, and guess what? We went down to a speakeasy and it was his. And then, we had he has a bureau. I'm like, this guy sounds amazing. Like, actually amazing.
Mad cool to chill out.
And then you met me and you were disappointed.
No, I wasn't. I wasn't
Okay.
disappointed. I wasn't disappointed at all because it was something that you said. Game and be the mayor. And somebody tried to make it along the lines of you had to choose one of the two. And you said, why not do both? Great people do both. You have Bo Jackson playing football and baseball. Great at both. Manny Pacquiao, senator and boxer. Both. You didn't limit yourself. Your brain operates on both sides of the hemispheres. Both. You have the PlayStation right there and you have the Xbox right there. And that encompasses you. So, I hope you didn't take offense to anything on my PlayStation. And I know you didn't, because it's satire. I know you guys at LastStandMedia, you guys are crazy over there. So you hear the jokes and stuff like that. And I just want to say it was a great experience meeting the man that, and you lived up to the legend of the guy.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you.
No doubt. So look, another winner. Give you final super chats and then we roll because they're gonna try to keep us hostage. Yeah, please add it. Oh yeah, salute our brother even pulling up, man. It was good to see him get a couple bars in. You know what I mean? Everybody said they loved him. Legit. That was what's up.
Yeah, for real. Legitly.
Yes. So a couple more flew in and then
we got a couple more. We got a sagging nutsack. £2 super chat. Night fellas, King, tell your guy to shut up. Jesus.
Who, Phil? What are we talking about?
Phil, tell Phil to be quiet.
Oh my Lord.
Tell him to act like Jim.
Don't tell the truth.
There we got JD Gamer, $10 super chat. Sony out here doing exactly what Microsoft is doing. How many times you gonna let them lie to you, only to turn around and do what they said they wouldn't do? Hashtag I believe in generation.
Oh man, we going there. Look,
we're going there.
Appreciate y'all. This was a long show, but a lot of fun. Appreciate everybody being receptive again. The Mayor Ben Smith, Mahmood, Fromage Addict, the whole crew. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We got more fun stuff planned this month. Fun show. Peace.
I thought it was